into this evening. Main impact we anticipate being probably some hailstones and wind gusts. That said, there remains a limited chance that maybe a couple of these thunderstorms could produce tornadoes. Hence the reason why we do have a tornado watch that has been issued for this evening with that thought process in mind. And again, I expect hopefully most storms will probably not be of that threshold, but certainly there remains a possibility that we can't completely rule out. So let's go ahead and pop this up here for a moment for you so we can kind of talk through this. This is not going to be a sustained till the end of it severe weather update. Let's see if I can get this kind of angled a little better. But this is one that we're going to obviously watch for the next little bit here. You can see the tornado watch we do have in effect involves really pretty much the northern tier of counties across the area. That in effect until 11 p.m. I think the tornado window, and I'm gonna bring Joel in with me on this. Not Joel. Did I say Joel? I'm honored. Man, is it Sunday anywhere? Gabe in with me on this. Just kind of looking at this, like I think the window's at the front end. If we're going to see tornadoes, really front end as they're developing. Agree?
Yeah, so the discrete cells are developing out ahead of it. But I mean,
Well, I'm gonna bring this over. I'm gonna bring this over toward Gabe while he's
Tractable.
doing his. You come over here.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, hold on. I'm gonna plug it back in.
Make an appearance.
Okay. There we go. Let's angle it down. I'll be toward the top. There we go. Okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, so it's just the discrete cells developing out ahead of it because this entire system, Mississippi's the initiation point.
Hmm.
And so all the potential of it building lies on what's in Mississippi right now. And in regards to instability, I mean, it's there. Is it overly impressive? Not really. And so
Is it enough? Potentially.
it's one of those things where we say it's enough for it to sustain it,
Hmm.
but not build it. And so that's really the concern. So anything that develops in Arkansas, that would be something that I'm watching too, especially with some of
Even
those
later
severe storms.
tonight.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
mean, there's still potential, especially because there's more instability out west. So if those cells get more interesting, move into an environment that's enough, then maybe. But I mean, really, yeah, the front end I would say is the best potential before we see what Arkansas does, and then are able to tell a little bit more by then.
Absolutely. So that's kind of on the back end of this, as you can see, kind of on the tail end for later on tonight. Here's severe weather risk as far as this evening is concerned. Tornado risk, as you'll note, does overlap fairly well. Level 2 out of 5 risk. So again, this is not what we had last weekend. Nowhere near the opportunity. It's really kind of on the front end here. Perhaps we see something. And then, of course, the wind and the hail portion. I'll be honest, as I ran out the door real quick to get in here, of course, Gabe's been monitoring things for a while, and I've been doing Sunday things, which was always the plan.
We should be off.
Yeah, right. The wind, and I called back home to make sure Emily put the car inside, just potential, because, I would say that the same thunderstorms that have maybe some rotation with them are more likely probably to produce hail and tornadoes, certainly in this situation, which is kind of odd. Usually, I mean, I would say it's maybe slightly the opposite.
Yeah. I mean, we've talked about northwest flow before, where it's not that typical motion where we see that cold front come in and then sweep going northeast. It's moving in from the northwest, which is more of hail and wind producers. And I mean, also, you don't need thunderstorms to have strong wind gusts as well. So
Mhm.
this is a threat that's going to continue even if it's not raining. I mean, getting some gusty conditions, whether it's raining or not.
Yeah, absolutely. So again, the storms are going to kind of move from northwest to southeast through the area, and we do kind of have like this sort of kind of neutral flow aloft that ultimately kind of goes a little more northwest there. And so that's not typically where we get our main tornado events when you kind of get that. That comes down when he's referencing the jet stream, the angle of the jet stream. Still, there's enough shear there to get some rotation, and at the front end, sometimes we do see
Yes.
that tornado potential, and so that's obviously what we're talking about. The other thing Gabe kind of referenced a moment ago there was the instability in the fuel, and we do have a decent amount of that out there, but we're kind of at the apex of that at this point as we're kind of developing some of these thunderstorms. As we go into the evening, there still remains a zone where we could still have those, and you can see Storm Tracker does have a pretty decent line there of showers and thunderstorms that it tries to continue to develop into the latter part of the evening, kind of rotate through later tonight. So it could be still a fairly late night for
Yes.
locations in and around the Golden Triangle. But the window we're watching the most closely is right here at the beginning. See where we have these individual thunderstorms between really now and say 7 o'clock. I don't know that any of these have really kind of reached the main peak that we could see. Um, but it is kind of in this early zone here where perhaps a couple of those are strong enough to see a little more rotation. I mean, I would say past 10 p.m., the odds of tornado, again, not particularly high. Not that they're super high, and certainly not in comparison to last week at all. But in general, really, in the next few hours, if we were going to see it, it's probably the most likely time frame because most of this later on tonight is just heavy rain, wind, hail.
Yeah, and you're battling the lack of instability later tonight. I mean, the further it goes into the evening, lower the temperatures get, lower
Hmm.
the dew points get, and so you're not going to see the same amount of instability as what you're seeing on the front end. I mean, we're
Yeah,
still daytime.
yeah,
Sunshine's still
absolutely.
out.
This was a couple weeks ago, 3 p.m., not
Yes,
4 p.m.
yes.
So we're still have plenty of time there. So let's go back to the radar here for a moment as we kind of give you a final overview. You can stick. I know Gabe's working on stuff for the forecast. You can stick over here if you want to, or you can.
Yeah, I mean
Okay.
it's coming together. I do
Okay.
want to say, I mean,
Yeah.
you could show them helicity marks too, because that's something we track with tornadic development. But
Hmm.
we also, it takes that updraft and that lift for hail development as well. So
Hmm.
those updrafts also indicate where some large hail could be developing.
Okay.
And so I don't know, it's just something to note with that. So helicity tracks are usually what we use for tornadoes. Can be used for multiple things as well.
Yeah, and I'm going to show that here in a minute. I'm gonna look at radar here
Yeah.
for just a moment. Appreciate that, Gabe. And then we'll go back and kind of catch that. So here are the kind of the thunderstorms that we are watching. As you can see, this kind of grouping there, New Albany back toward Ripley. Is there some broad rotation there? Yes. And the storm chasers have, from time to time, had a couple of decent shots. I know someone's calling me out on my Joel comment. Apologize for that. Uh, yeah. Well, I mean, that is a man with a lot of experience and a lot of
Well, Andy's covering this event, so
huh?
he's covering this event too. So he's right there with
Yeah,
us.
back out there on the west side. So, but yeah, it's a broad rotation on here. I want to check what storm chasers have sent in on this recently, because we did have a couple of decent wall cloud sort of shots out there closer to Oxford. Um, but it is recently we have not had the same kind of pictures and stuff. They have not been able to capture those come in. But I bet we'd kind of capture this from our camera with the Mississippi Department of Transportation there back in Blue Springs. This is a shot there back kind of underneath it there, and that's an interesting looking shot, right? I mean, you could make a legit argument that perhaps right in there, that's a bit of a lowering. So let's go and correlate what we're looking at with that. So there's that shot for a moment. Let's come back here on the precipitation mode here to kind of look at that. So we'd be looking Blue Springs, right there where you kind of see my mouse showing up. And then looking back out here toward New Albany, right along 22. So we'd be looking at kind of that lowering in the back part there. So that's a kind of that broad rotation we're kind of seeing there. So decent structure. But the other thing I note is that's not super close. I mean, I show, and again, ignore the time there. It's more the distance. We're looking about 13 miles away. And so to be looking at that distance away, let's go back to that camera, and still have the kind of visibility on the underside you're kind of seeing here, it tells me it's probably fairly high based, all things considered. Um, but I mean that's a fairly organized thunderstorm, so we're gonna have to keep an eye on that as it gets a little closer, as it kind of matures, but still a ways away from doing something more than looking bad. Agree? Okay. Let me get browser over here kind of full screened up here for a moment. Um, and yeah, so we'll be watching that pretty closely the next little bit here. So one of the things that Gabe mentioned a minute ago there, I almost did it again, now that it's into my brain, that Gabe mentioned a minute ago was what we call helicity tracks, or we like to call storm rotation on here. And that just kind of looks at where the rotation is. And note that we do see a little bit more of that storm rotation showing up on kind of an isolated scale as we go toward, 7, 8, 9 o'clock this evening. I think what that's largely seeing are rotating thunderstorms with a hail potential more than a tornado potential. But again, a non-zero tornado potential with that. Hence the reason we have that tornado watch that has been issued. That's kind of again the time frame where Storm Tracker here is still kind of saying, hey, it's still possible up there to get some of those rotating thunderstorms at that point. But I think again more hail with that, and it kind of moves south and east, less and less of an issue. So really, I'd say on the front end here, between really now and say 8 o'clock, if something weird was going to happen, maybe get a brief tornado, that'd be the time frame that we'd have to watch it. And certainly up here closer to that line as it matures, some things definitely to watch there. And I do think that this could be a little slow when we're looking at the timing up above me there. I do think that timing could be a little bit slow versus the reality. But um, great shot here out of Blue Springs. I'm gonna leave it up. I am still nursing a voice issue from last week. But before I kind of just honestly shut down the audio end of this and we kind of leave this up, I think we're going to leave the live stream here up. We're just not going to be narrating it nonstop. Um, I do note right up there, I'm sort of circling it with my pointer. Unfortunately, the pointer does not look as good on your screen as it does on mine. Um, but that 58 is a low dew point, all things considered. That's some pretty dry air. We refer to the difference between the temperature and the dew point as the dew point depression. And when that dew point depression, the difference between those two is up there close to 20, and that's what, 18-degree dew point depression. That's still fairly high. We look for that to be a lot closer, in that 10 range or less typically when we start thinking tornadoes. But in the near surface environment around this, as the precipitation, does what it does, sometimes you can get it, it forces that dew point depression at the storm down. So we'll watch that. I think this has ways to go before it does, something on that level. But certainly want something we're watching. So I'm going to leave this in particular up here, as we kind of go back and forth and look at this and a few other things over the next few minutes here. But I'm probably going to take the audio down and just leave the video up for it. Well, I might leave the audio up and just not really be narrating it full time. So I apologize for that. I'm going to kind of sort of get this set up. Give me a moment as I just kind of pull up what y'all are starting to say. Look, some rain starting up there on the north side, New Albany. Appreciate that report. Um, I'm back here on radar for a moment on the kind of wide shot of storm track Doppler radar. Um, most of this is again long ways to go before it becomes really anything more than heavy rainfall. But this one up here, I mean, this is getting closer to where it might need a severe thunderstorm warning. At one in New Albany in particular. Let's look at wind here. It's still fairly broad. Any of the greens we show there isn't exactly lined up with where the actual storm is. Um, I'm gonna look three-dimensionally on that. Look at the hail potential just a moment. Again, gotta get this right. There we go. Notice it kind of changes there as I'm switching between radar sites.
I will say that's higher than what it was because it was at 12,000 feet about 30 minutes ago.
Yeah, I mean, it's doing about as impressive as you could imagine one of these would try to. Let me see if I don't usually try to see if I can get it to show something in the rotation mode simply because it's almost impossible to get it to look right. But you can kind of see the overall height of it, fairly tall thunderstorm there. Let's go ahead and bring it back to 2D mode. I think that's still a more effective way to do this. I wonder, I'm going to double box this. Give me a moment to get this up. West, there we go. So I should be able to put this up full, and we should be able to kind of double box that so I can keep radar up for a moment. I do anticipate within a fairly reasonable amount of time that a severe thunderstorm warning is probably going to become a little more necessary on that. So now we got some boxes layered here. That's the one I'm going to keep my eye on right above me there as I kind of look through some other stuff. Thank you very much. I'm very proud. I think Gabe got the most awards. Did you get the most awards last night? Because let me think. You would have been.
Part of them.
So he would have been the first place and third place on Breaking Weather. You would have had the
Third place or weather anchor.
yeah third place weather anchor. And was there another one?
And I was a part of Magnus Newscast that got third, but
Yeah.
they don't get credit, but for
Still, I feel like there's something else.
no, because the other ones were anchors, and the other one was Jake's General News.
Yeah.
And then the 10 years later, but that one should have gotten first place. I was going to.
Which one did?
The you and Emily.
Did it?
Reflecting on 10 years later.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
That's what I thought. Okay.
So you got.
I was not. That was not me. That was her.
You were. Hey, you were a part of that as much as I was a part of Maddie's newscast.
I appreciate you saying that. But she did a masterful job telling that story, and that's telling the story is hard. You know that.
The entire conference or whatever the banquet silent.
How much they play of it?
Up until she paused it and like you guys started talking together. Like they played the entire start of that, and it was silence. But before that, everyone was yapping. But I just want you to like that was a powerful story.
It was, I mean, that I don't watch that story and not tear up myself, but
I
that's a
mean, if you don't cry, then you don't have a heart.
well, that was hopefully a day that I don't get to relive ever again.
Yeah.
That was just anyway. Okay. Um, let's see here real quick. Appreciate that, Leah. Um, love you all too, and appreciate all the support you guys give us and give our team. So I'll widen this out. The reason I'm in really close, as you think you probably can understand, is you see, oh, I pulled it down. And again, we don't have a great shot of that anymore. Give me a moment. I'm going to go over to the camera here. I'm going to pull up Tupelo cam. I'm going to swing it. Give me just a sec. Right there. Look at that.
Yep.
Give me a moment here. That is that's a feature. Now that looks like okay. Hold on. We're looking through some precipitation too. That's not going to focus, is it? See if I can force that to focus. It's hard to get that thing to focus. Again, that dew point, that measure of moisture up the top is one of the challenges kind of working against this. Let me see if a moment. In a second, I'm gonna have to kind of do some things to. Actually, no, that's not gonna work. Put it back in play. Man, I'm telling you that early morning one on 427 is still. There is no piece of coverage I've done in my career I wish I had recorded, and I don't more than that early morning 427. It's just I remember what it felt like. I do not remember what it looked like. I'd love to go back and kind of get an idea and take a look at that, but never had that chance, unfortunately. That one was rough, to say the least. Um, that is not a tornado. That is definitely something to watch. And I wish I'm struggling here. Gabe, I don't even know if I have a good way to force that to look better. Give me a moment. Where is
I mean, you're battling priest, there's just no.
well, but I'm trying to find the old. See here. Here we are. Hold on. Image.
They're about to do a severe warning on that hail.
They have to, right?
That hail
Like,
would get more impressive. Unless they think that it's not going to develop in the dew points that we have.
okay, I'm gonna have to. Unfortunately, let me think here. So we are on. This got to go back to day mode. Give me a moment. It's gonna take a second. It's gonna pop this camera here real quick. Should have already popped. Why is it not? Oh, it's because it was still on the last shot. Okay. Is that really not going to do that? Okay. It's unfortunate. Because none of those are on. I have one of these on one. That's why. Okay, hold on. Yeah, we just don't have. Pop in there. That still should be good. Let's see. Why is that? That is. I'm gonna see if I can mess with the I'm gonna have that fall free over here. That's the contrast. Okay, let's see here. I need to exposure. No. Yes.
Is it, Gabe's doing the weather though, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so I thought, so make
Thank
sure. No problem.
I'm destroying this. I don't know what this is set to. Hold on. I need to make this something I want to make sure that I'll destroy this one. Give it a second here while this just kind of write stuff down. I have to not have to destroy. Yay. Hold on. I gotta take pictures. So I can get back to the right settings. Manual focus.
Who's hitting storm threats on us?
Oh, there we go. No question. That's interesting, right?
For sure. I have the Blue Springs at, but I never looked at north. Because it's now transitioned.
So you got north
Yeah.
and that. Hold on. Okay. Let me go back to. Oh, look at that! Look at that! Now it's in focus. Look at that. So now we can actually see whether or not we got vertical motion on it. Hmm. Well, we've got a shot at it. If it's going to do something, we're looking right at it. Let's go back to radar for a moment. We'll take that, minimize that down for a second. Let's try it. And as Gabe mentioned, Blue Springs should have a shot on its north side there. Hold on, let's just pull up.
It's on two if you want.
Okay, you have it on two?
Yeah.
Yeah, so we can see it on kind of the left side there. Not quite there yet. So I'm gonna come back to that.
It's also about to be polluted with rain over that camera. Blue Springs
Yeah.
about to get a shower.
We've got a good angle on this for sure. I mean, this is one of those storms that's going to have good structure and look like it's going to do something, and then never kind of take that step, hopefully.
That latest scan. Is that rotating?
Yeah, I mean it's absolutely.
Assume about that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it
We're
is.
getting a higher lightning output
We are getting a little more lightning. That's accurate.
and brighter returns for sure.
Mm-hmm. It's more organized. There's no question. So hopefully you can still see it. So the reason, okay, let's get a track on it. Let's get an angle. Let's get a track.
It's going about 45 miles an hour.
45?
I changed it 40 to 45. So
Okay.
at least 45 will give more of a heads up.
Okay. So there will be some hail kind of running ahead of this. And while I'm looking at that, I'm gonna pan the camera a little more. Got a great angle on it. There's no question about that. It does not look as organized as it did just a minute ago. That's for sure. You know, we're gonna lose this just in time to pick it up on Blue Springs, assuming we're not too much rain.
I'll be back down in a second. I'm gonna head up and get ready.
Okay, I'll see you in a minute. And then pull that down for a second. So there's kind of your storm track ahead. I'm gonna say Boonville Baldwin. That's an interesting location. Boonville Baldwin as opposed to just Boonville and Baldwin. Huh. Okay. So you can see there's kind of the time up there. We'll give it a moment here, and I'm gonna go back to our camera. Hey, if we end up having to cut in, I'll have to have you flip the prompter. You have 5 o'clock show? Okay. Well, hey Maddie. It probably does need to be both of us in this show. Is that okay? Okay, cool.
I don't know how to flip the prompter. I'll change it now.
Just for first weather.
Okay.
Is that okay? I was thinking 6, not 5. That's my bad.
Oh yes, it's 6.
So right next to you, there's a button.
This white button.
Yes, press that. And if you see me, if you see text, I can't see me. That makes
Yeah.
sense?
Okay.
So, and if you hear me randomly like snap like that, that's
That's not
the reason.
watching.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
the reason why.
Okay.
Huh? I'll be on camera first. Thank you. And we might just just have us both up, both our mics up on Chroma, for whatever we have at the beginning. Thank you. Appreciate it. We do have a newscast come up here in just a moment. You know, I'm just kind of cool. That's exciting. I don't know why that's popped up like that. Maybe we're gonna lose it inside that tower. Let's try Blue Springs again. I think he had that on too. Nope, we still don't have a good shot on Blue Springs. I wonder if Sherman's slightly farther away. Perhaps on Sherman. Again, you know what? Nope, that's too blue, not Sherman. Get that back. Apologize. Sherman. Let's see, we're kind of looking, right up there-ish. Oops, I want north, not east. Uh, there we are. So you can kind of see it right up there. Same thing, same feature we're sort of looking at there. Okay, so they're issuing a severe thunderstorm warning, Northeast Union Apprentice. Hey, we're gonna tag team this first one. Is that okay? No, no. I think I'll handle some radar stuff. Whatever we need to handle past radar stuff and first weather you'll take.
You just want to keep it weather one for first and weather two
Yeah,
for main?
yeah, weather one for first, and then Sherman has a decent shot, as you can kind of see there-ish, because I think we've lost it into the tower. Unfortunately. Poor Maddie. She like produced a show, and I'm just gonna straight ignore cues. Sorry. Huh? I said you produced a show, and I'm gonna straight ignore cues. Apologize. I said you produced a show, and I'm gonna straight ignore cues. I'm sorry about that.
Yeah.
Oh, well, there you go. She's boothing a show. I will say that looks better up there than it did a minute ago. I mean, by better, I mean better for us, not better for storm development. That does not look nearly as interesting as it did a minute ago. Like, whatever feature was there is not at this exact moment.
Is
So
that
that's
still in the shot in regards to like
I think
radar?
Tupelo Cam, I think, let's bring it back. Oh, but radar, now, let's be clear, radar looks more interesting than it
I'm
has.
just curious the
I
positioning
need
versus
to,
Sherman.
yeah, so no, so that Sherman, we're looking right that direction, up that direction. We're looking right into it.
Would it not be?
You know what? Whatever that what, is that like a cell merger? Is that additional development? What do you got there? Is that a descending reflectivity core? Like,
Someone who missed the memo about the party.
right? Like, hmm. Okay. What time is it? 52.
Dude,
Guess I gotta actually hold on. What Brian said. I need to get the iPad up here plugged in. My bad. I should probably done that.
She went to the control room.
Get that plugged in on. Sideways, up, and walk, and that, and we have not put out that severe thunderstorm warning yet, which is interesting. In a moment, I'm going to take that full screen. We're going to readjust this camera, because unfortunately, we're going to be right into the tower with it.
Hey, Gabe.
So it'll be a while till here's on the other side. We're doing that.
straight to my phone. But you can use it for
Okay, that's good.
Yes. No, just do. I mean, Matt, do you want to do a 3 box with team coverage, or just say
Uh,
2 box with you and Avery?
if we did three, I mean, I don't mind us doing three, but we'll probably switch out here.
No, the two boxes are already in,
Yeah,
then it goes to Matt.
Okay, but then just do that. That's
Yeah,
fine.
Yeah, I was gonna.
That's fine. Let's back to radar. Double check my 45 speed on that, just because sometimes when they right turn in northwest flow like this, they do they slow down a lot.
It could be 40. Because it was like 42 when I measured it last, so I was going on the higher side. Oh, they issued this for thunderstorm.
That's fine. Go ahead and take it down, run through the open, all that stuff. That's fine. Yeah, no, fine. Do it. Do what you need to do. It's monitoring my system. Okay, give me a moment here behind the scenes. I'm going to pull. I'm going to make sure I have the hour by hour.
Go 40.
Go 40.
Yeah.
I'm going to leave you hour by hour and tornado watch.
Okay.
And any severe risk graphics you want. Do you want me to throw in tornado watch and severe risk graphics? I might need to mention tornado watch. I'll throw in the severe risk graphics for you. That sound good?
And then you can pull up the specific risks that we have. I could run through that if you want to. Just click through it.
Here. No, no. I'm gonna move off camera and you'll move back on camera. It might not be at an angle you can really kind of stand in front of it here very well. But I'll move off camera, you move on camera.
Yeah, but I
Finish
was saying
first weather.
if you want me to click through the wind, tornado, hail, and
Yeah,
run
yeah.
through those two, I can go ahead and just click that manually so you don't have to go through putting all that in.
Well, I don't know if this shot's gonna be with us the height difference. I'm concerned the shot might not line up right.
I got you. Can they move shots in the middle of
I don't know if we'll try that. Give me a moment behind for y'all. I'm trying to get this ready, so I apologize if this is gonna be kind of you're looking at a screen take on this, so it's there, there, and then there, and then he'll hit hour by hour after that. I'll drag that apart. I'll okay, he'll go through all those. Hey, we have always watching, right? Okay, just want to make sure.
No, it is. I'm trying. It's on
Come
my
on.
my
I feel like this is not connecting very well. What time are we at? What, 57?
I think golf is getting out on time too.
Come on. There we are.
transfer to it. Oh, you see? Ah, okay.
2 minutes out. We'll be on here in a minute. We're about 2 minutes from top of the show. Have we double check the speed yet?
I
Or
just did, and it was about 38 to 40.
38 to 40. Okay, so we're gonna do a solid 40 on this.
Yeah, I would just
Okay.
say 40.
Minute
Thank you.
40. Edit. 40. Okay, we should be good. Let's double check that camera in Sherman again. Sherman looking north. We should have still a good angle underneath. It's not a great angle there
Is-
either. Let me
can
think.
you-
I was gonna say the west part of Tupelo north over there next. You have that good shot out of like either 45 and nope, that's not gonna be good enough. So let's look at. Oops, that's not what I want. I want M dot. Tupelo right there. See, that's nah, it'd be right on the side there, so we still don't have a great shot. Tupelo camera. Power, I need to go.
What do we? It's frozen.
It is what it is.
Right now, we are always watching, always tracking. Chief Meteorologist Mac Lovon and Meteorologist Gabe Maynard both here today to give you all updates on severe weather headed our way. Guys, what is it looking like out there?
Oh, we do have a tornado watch, and we'll show that area here in just a moment that's in effect for parts of our area for the potential for some active and severe weather this evening. I would say more than the tornado potential, hail and damaging winds more likely. In saying that, there's a couple thunderstorms we're watching closely. One here that has now moved in the far eastern Tippah County and trying to move over here into Prentiss County that we're definitely keeping our eye on. There is some rotation. Now, even on the precipitation mode, I can kind of see it wrapping back around there. very near again the Prentiss and Tippah County line. Looking at the wind mode and storm track Doppler radar, the rotation is still fairly broad, and we've been watching this on our live stream here fairly closely for the last few minutes. There's from time to time been some rotation showing up even in the clouds, but still a pretty solid gap between that and the ground. And that's one of the things I think these are going to try to overcome is whether or not they're just going to spin and kick out hail and wind, or they're going to do something more than that. And luckily, to this point, we have not seen them produce anything more than that. I'll track two things on this. First off, I'm going to track the area of rotation, and that is sitting back there again near the Tippah and Prentiss County line. As that kind of works its way eastward, you can see some times there on your screen. Yeeville, we're looking about 506, 502, Bethany Presbyterian Church there. Eventually, closer to Frankstown by about 511, Wheeler at 513. Eventually, again, Hobo Station about 524. This is assuming about 35 miles per hour. Boonville kind of up here. The rotating part of this more likely to stay a little north of that, and possibly, south of Boonville, a little north of the Baldwin area. So that's the area we're watching closely if this were to do something more than just show some kind of broad rotation. In saying that, I'd say what is much more likely, well, actually, before we go there, let's actually look out of our camera in Tupelo. On kind of the west side of town is probably our best shot at this point here. I'm going to go near Coley Road. And really kind of where it becomes Barnes Crossing extended there. We're looking northward. We've had a good shot of this from time to time. I'd put it right there as kind of our clear slot. That's where things are going up, and then that's the precipitation kind of wrapping around that there. So that's the part we're going to have to watch the most closely if this were to do something else. As we go back over to the radar mode, what I'm looking at here is, well, let's check the wind here again. Still somewhat, go ahead.
I was going to say, go on two, because someone submitted a picture from the Bethany area closer to 455.
Oh, there you
There's
go.
a clear tail cloud.
Yeah, so this is an organized thunderstorm. There's still a decent gap between that and the ground, but certainly you can see the rotation with this here. But the darker gray colors you see there is the other factor. Again, this is spinning and trying to do something more than that. And there's a decent chance in this kind of atmosphere because the air is fairly dry. And I wonder if that's still up there for a moment. We don't have that up. We'll look at that in a minute. Because of the difference between the moisture and the dew point there, the gap between that, it might be difficult for it to get that rotation all the way to the surface. But what I don't think it'll be difficult to do is produce hail. And you see where those blacks and kind of gray sort of returns are showing up? That is likely some large hail on this thunderstorm here. Again, it is rotating, and we're watching that potential for it to do something else. But as you can see, the hail potential showing up to around 30,000 feet. This is the primary reason why this severe thunderstorm warning was issued, as this hail, when it tries to fall, obviously would be damaging in its own right and could be associated with wind gusts in excess of 60 miles per hour. So here's kind of that loop again. Wait for that to populate in. And you'll notice one of the things is I do think this is about as strong as it has been. Yeah, it's maintaining its core of largest hail there. And so it's not unreasonable that as that eventually strives to fall there in southern Prentiss County, we could have hail in excess of quarter size, perhaps even a little bit larger than that. Let's go back here to the wind mode on Storm Track Doppler radar again. We are kind of watching and waiting for a moment here as this kind of gets a little bit more mature, because it's kind of hard to argue with that area of rotation right there. We're gonna have to poke and prod this a couple other times here. I need to, before we go and look at something else, we need to make sure that we have a good solid shot on this. I think, what do you think, Gabe? Best angle out of Tupelo, possibly, maybe 45, and
Yeah, you
well,
want
it's a
to leave
long
it
ways
high up
away.
because you're going to need to see far north into the county.
Yeah, and it might, let me pull down that banner there at the top.
I rotated Tupelo Tower Cam. It's working now.
So we have a shot?
Yes, somewhat. It's on the back end of it, so of course it's preset heavy.
Right there. Okay, let's pull up that Tupelo Tower Cam then. Yeah, we don't really have a good shot out of that yet, unfortunately. We're just far enough away. So yeah, there's a little bit more gap between that than that picture we showed you a minute ago. I think that's one of the good signs. Let's look at the overall threat here for a moment across our area. As I mentioned off the top of our broadcast there, some hail, obviously some rotation out of that thunderstorm. There are other thunderstorms back toward Water Valley and Coffeyville that we are also monitoring. All these kind of moving east about 35 to 40 miles per hour. I'm going to track these closer to about 40 miles per hour, as we do anticipate these will kind of continue to organize and get a little bit stronger as we go into this evening. And we'll probably continue to regenerate some into the later overnight period. So we show 556 again. That's with additional thunderstorm development back out west here. Not severe at this point, but greater likelihood to possibly see some hailstones out of this. And again, a non-zero tornado threat. Some of these that we'll have to continue to watch back out here as if they can continue to mature with that. Speaking to that tornado threat, we do have, as kind of put on the box here, you can see it one way, and you can also see on your television screen, a tornado watch that is in effect for many locations until 10 p.m. tonight. It does look like the Storm Prediction Center just in the last couple minutes here has gone ahead. Am I seeing that correctly? They put out a tornado watch on that? It does. Excuse me, a severe thunderstorm watch for the southern part. Gabe, check in chat there with the folks down in Jackson. It does look like they put out a tornado. Excuse me, a severe thunderstorm watch on the southern part here, mainly for the hail potential. Yeah, until midnight tonight. That's what this green box represents. So that's coming out here just in the last couple of minutes. So the reason we have the difference here between the blue box north and the green box south is there's kind of a very narrow window in the next couple of hours as storms develop. If they're going to produce a tornado, that's the time period where that's most likely. To look at those threats in more detail, we have our meteorologist, Gabe Maynard here. Gabe?
Yeah, so what we're tracking is that possibility for severe development, and that could be anything from severe weather coming from, let me grab a clicker here real quick, but we're talking about winds, hail, and even the possibility of an isolated tornado. Seeing that level 2 risk all across northeast Mississippi, even parts of western Alabama included in that. Now, I know we like to compare what we saw, compare events, and this is not going to be similar to last week, but it's still going to be significant enough that we need to go ahead and prepare. So when it comes to that severe weather risk, Matt, I was going to ask, did we put the hail, the wind, and the tornado? Okay, perfect. So we're going to run through each individual risk area. So let's go ahead and look at that real quick. Talking about that tornado risk first, we're seeing, again, that cell up in Prentiss County moving towards Tishomingo County, still under that threshold for the highest tornado possibility, talking about that level 2 out of 5. But even these cells developing out further towards the west, as these move further east, still going to have that same potential as that same unstable air mass is out ahead of those cells, allowing them to initiate more. And even, I mean, we see this tail extend all the way towards Greenville. There's already some of those cells developing along that area, entering that unstable air and possibly even developing more into the evening. But the threats we're primarily tracking within this system, whenever we see this northwest flow, we typically see strong winds and large hail. Already seeing that with that storm up near Prentiss County with a large hail core, talking about a quarter in size. But you can see that risk extending much more into northwest Mississippi, even parts of eastern Arkansas, seeing those develop as well with multiple severe thunderstorm warnings. As those move across the river, going to be affecting parts of west Mississippi, and then of course right here in northeast Mississippi. This is damaging winds, talking about 60 plus miles an hour. Large hail also within that threshold. And we're seeing that same general risk area with a large portion of northeast Mississippi included in that, all from Tishomingo County to Noxubee County. So large hail and winds and the possibility of a tornado cannot be ruled out, but it's just going to be an eventful evening heading into the rest of our Sunday. So make sure to stay weather aware, and of course, we'll keep you updated right here on WTVA 9 News. So Avery, right now, we're just waiting, watching that one storm, but more to come as the evening progresses on.
The best tool to keep you safe during high-threatening severe weather is WTVA Weather Call Next Gen. Weather Call Next Gen will shoot you a text if your home is in the path of a severe thunderstorm, and then call you if that threat increases to destructive hail or damaging winds. It'll even call you back to let you know that a tornado has been confirmed to be heading towards your location. Storm tracker Doppler radar, live lightning, and a complete readout of the storm's potential sent automatically to your smartphone with the next gen is everything you need to weather the storm. Just $1 a month. Or scan QR code on the screen for more information to keep you and your family safe. New at 5, the Tupelo Police Department is investigating a shooting that happened earlier today. The Tupelo Police Department reported that they worked on the scene of a shooting in the area of 1321 Ivy Wells Street. One victim has been transported to the hospital and is in stable condition. There is one suspect in custody. Now, police ask that you avoid the area as they continue to investigate, and that they will provide updates as more information becomes available. Also, new at 5, Atmos Energy employees have been working tirelessly for over a week now. This comes after a massive gas line blowout that left thousands of customers without their natural gas. Atmos Energy reports if you were not home or at your business when their crews restored service, a door tag with reference to schedule an appointment was left on your front door. You can call the number on your screen right now to schedule an appointment to restore your gas service. Coming up here with Representative Rob Robertson has to say about MS and medicine. Stay tuned.
So the one near Water Valley.
Water Valley is producing hail.
So it is producing some hail. Have we?
Yes, I have a video of it.
Okay. How big?
There's not a size, but it looks to be about
Can you
dime,
hear me?
based off what I'm seeing right now.
Hold on, my spot. Okay, can you say something? Oh, yeah, you can do whatever you want back there. Okay, go ahead and pass at it. I'm keeping up with the score. It's about to be run.
Say one more time. Probably combo.
Okay.
You do it on two. So it listen from the back room. Here's what it's gonna be. It's gonna be weather one. I'll just put two up here when you come over. Does
Okay.
that make sense?
Like full screen?
Yeah, like no. What I'll do is I'll hit the weather two button on this and then pull up your weather
Yeah,
two.
just take it full screen and I'll go from there.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, exactly.
Do you want me to still keep it like a full forecast, like with the watch and everything, or are you just want
Yeah,
to keep
you can do all that stuff. Make sure you have the severe watch in it as well.
Yes, I did the outlook with the expected outcome with it.
Okay, and you probably don't need to go into the individuals on the outlook since we already did that. I was just
Yes, I'm
thinking
doing the bar graph.
the bar graph. Okay, good deal. We're still kind of monitoring things here. Baldwin had hail twice last time. Marble size. Can you get a little more specific than just marble size? Simply because that. Let's see here. We still have another block before weather, right?
Yes.
Okay.
But you don't have to be right.
Okay, quarter size hail near Boonville Blackland Airport, according to a viewer.
That would make sense.
Earlier this week, she reported that the State Board of Education unanimously voted to support relocating the Mississippi School for math and science from Mississippi University for women to receive state university. People in Columbus and Lowndes County have voiced their opinions on why they believe the residential high school should stay at MW. WTVA's Veronica Mejia talked to State Representative Rob Robertson of Starkville, who chairs the House Education Committee and is pushing for the move to MSU.
I wish I could search through here. Okay. So appreciate that report on the. It depends on where you're at on whether or not you are a severe thunderstorm watch or a tornado watch. Corinth had some hail according to this. Okay, hold on. Here, let's get this back over to precipitation mode. Come on. Oh, I still had yours up. I couldn't figure out why I couldn't get it to come up. It's because I still had yours. I still had weather two up. Yeah, see, that's our hail that was right up there by the. Interesting though that was up by the airport. It's got to be south. It's got to be south of the airport, right? It's awfully close. Yeah, just south of the airport. You can't see that yet. I can't point it for you. Sorry. So let's look at the hail size here. Something we don't always do in this situation, but keep it over here for this to load. You put a tornado warning up north.
Currently sitting under a tornado watch for a large portion of North Mississippi, but we're already getting reports of quarter-sized hail in Boonville, dime-sized hail back towards Water Valley. Already the system busy. We'll track the very latest for you and how long this will last. Coming up. Right.
Okay, keep those reports coming. Hail in Boonville, according to someone there a minute ago. Size is always important. Obviously, stay inside. I live in South Lake Boonville. Looks pretty good over this way. Hail is the main impact. Let's be clear about this. Heavy rainfall and hail is the main impact on these.
Okay, yes, yes, we know.
Ooh, Miss Women.
Hailing east of Boonville, according to, and that's probably, right.
I mean, luckily that tail just is not wrapping around.
Yeah, that isn't, thankfully. Okay, that's our updates. Their guesstimate is up to 1.5 inch hail on this, which is not unreasonable. Let's see, three-dimensionally on that. Let me make it a little wider, clear that off. Show kind of a longer loop there. Any MDOT cams you can see over there, just kind of double checking that might have something decent on it.
Does Fulton have a norm?
Huh?
Does Fulton have a norm?
It does. We should have. Man, I'm trying to think if we don't have a good. Actually, Tupelo would have a good angle on this again. We'd finally have a decent angle on this again. Let me. Say that 42 degrees. Maybe not. Not quite up there. Hold on. Where's Michael? I need to pull that up. I need to pull up I think I have spotter locations on in here. Is it 40? 30 seconds. Let's see if I can find where spotter locations. Sure, spotter locations are on there. What about spotter locations? General spotter network. Yes. Ah, I gotta log in on that for that. Okay, hold on. Okay, that's just north of Baldwin, looking back eastward toward it. Here we are. Do we think that that's good? Yes, we do. Okay. Good. Which one is that? That is.
Matt and Gabe have been tracking these storms all day. What do folks need to prepare for it right now?
Most likely scenario, hail, honestly. That's what we're looking at here out of our Tupelo tower cam, as you heard Gabe before the break up there, closer to the Baldwin area where we've seen some. There's a little bit of a clear slot there where we perhaps see a little bit of a lowering, but in general, what we're looking at is, honestly, actually, I'm going to come off here for a second. Avery, if we flip off please, for a moment, I'm going to see if we can get it right there toward the edge. We sort of have a shot there of whatever the lowering is for our Tupelo cam. We'll come back to that in a second. I want to show you one of the shots from, yeah, Gabe, we're going to have to keep a close eye on that here in a second. It's definitely a rotating thunderstorm. Here's kind of looks like that's disconnected. Give me a moment to get this reconnected here for a second as we do the technology thing. There we go. This is, I think, a worthwhile moment for us to look at this. Here's a shot from I believe this is Brian Goss with the North Mississippi Storm Chasers and Spotters. You can see kind of the interaction there. Here's the hail up around quarter size. Estimations from the National Weather Service in Memphis, perhaps up in excess of an inch in size. We'll look three-dimensionally on this storm here in a moment there. And then, of course, there's the stuff where things are going up. So down here in kind of the brighter shot, at least on that angle there, and obviously where things are going up. I do think it's worth our time here to come back here to this camera for just a moment so that we can get an idea on what exactly this is looking like. And as I kind of pull this up a different way, I'm going to try to see if I can change our contrast on this and brighten it up just a little bit. I think this might be about as good as we're going to get it because we're looking kind of through a little bit of rainfall there. But obviously, you can see some stuff hanging down, but this is where the air is going up into this thunderstorm. And while we've seen some broad rotation, I don't have a good enough shot there to say that it's anything more than that broad rotation kind of at this time. Here's a look at that storm three-dimensionally. As you can see, north of Marietta, Again, that hail up in excess of quarter size there, kind of working its way eastward now into the eastern portion of Prentiss County and going to work its way through southern Tishomingo County as well. So we bring this in a little bit closer. I'm going to kind of cut through this, kind of like looking through a CAT scan. I want to kind of look in to see what the heaviest is that this could be producing, because then we can kind of see the movement of the largest hail. And so, yeah, we start getting these bright pink returns like this. It's definitely maintaining whatever its largest hail is that it is producing. I'm going to see if we can go to even man, when I get this up to 20,000 feet, I'd say, yeah, easily ping pong ball size hail possible on some of the largest hailstones of the south of the altitude community moving there toward Burton. Now that we kind of have an idea on where that biggest hail is, we can kind of look this direction as well. You'll notice that you also kind of have that same sort of hook on the backside there that indicates we have the rotation. So a number of things all coordinating to produce that biggest hail at this minute, as well as obviously somewhat of a tornado threat. Let's go ahead and track this eastward. Again, the speed on this about 35 to 40 miles per hour. I'm going to track the hail portion of this, and any rotation would be running just a little bit behind. This is moving this is pretty close to directly east, maybe a little bit of a northerly component. So we have it moving toward a Little Brown Creek Free-Will Baptist Church there at 522. Closer there to Union Chapel by 535. Tishomingo proper, city of Tishomingo there, of course, about 538. Tishomingo State Park about 541, depending on the exact angle that ends up going. Going back to the wind mode here on Storm Track Doppler radar, and you'll notice that's a slightly different area that we're looking at. So this rotation is pretty much directly over top of Hobo Station at this time. Again, fairly broad rotation, but it is there and trying to get a little bit more organized. So if you don't mind, I'm going to take up a little portion of the screen here, just kind of looking at that area of rotation again. Too fuzzy now. I think Tupelo Tower Cam, we're just far enough away that we're not going to have a good shot on this. Spent a lot of time on that thunderstorm. There are others that we are watching. You can clearly tell, looking at that versus the others, that the next ones that are kind of the most interest are down here closer to Oxford and really south of Oxford there, near the Paris community. And we're looking at the wind on that. Again, broad rotation, nowhere near as well organized. And I do think still some large hail possible out of this. And by large hail, I mean, maybe dime size hail. But it's possible it could get a little stronger than that. So the two storms there, the one that's right along 278 Highway 6 and the one near Paris there near 331 are the two main ones we're watching. I'm going to track this whole batch here, and you can tell that there is that storm near Randolph and Pontotoc. There will be something that gets to you before what I'm tracking here. The stronger stuff follows after that. So we're looking at Faxton at 523, Buchanan at 528, Sherman by about 549. Close to our WTVA studios around 6, and Tupelo, generally, depending on which part of town there, somewhere in that 610 to 620 time period, if those can kind of continue to hold together at that rate. Additional thunderstorms develop south of this, and there is a severe weather risk from a tornado watch, as you can see on your screen. But I think more than anything else, it is going to be that potential for some of us to end up being impacted by hail out of this. Now, our meteorologist Gabe Maynard also looking at this line of thunderstorms. He has an update on where things go from here.
Yeah, Matt, currently under that tornado watch until 11 p.m. this evening. So just showing you that this is a very unstable air mass that these are entering into, and these storms are just building and building and building as they enter more into North Mississippi. Looking at radar right now, we are going to see those storms just continue to cycle through the area. Give me one moment. Okay, there we go. So yeah, just watching these move into northeast Mississippi as we speak. Yalobusha, Lafayette, over towards Union County, and along with that main cell we're watching moving towards Tishomingo County. Again, keeping a very close eye on that as rotation is starting to tighten a little bit more. But even on the back end of this, we're seeing several move into the Greenwood area. That'll impact our area later tonight. So it shows you this is not a just now threat alone. It's just now and then continuing well into the overnight as well. Storm Track Doppler radar just shows those storms moving in. A tornado warning just north of Memphis. So that non-zero tornado threat, I mean, that's exactly why we have it. But that frontal boundary, pushing it more in that eastern direction, and we'll see that cycle through our area before that front clears it out completely overnight. Hour by hour through the evening shows temperatures dropping, 66 closer to 9, 63 by 11, but that threat still lasting into the 11 o'clock hour. And not only will we see the possibility of thunderstorms, but even going to see those moderate rain showers as well. So let me go ahead and get up here to show you guys what we're seeing in regards to storm rotation. One thing we look at in regards to helicity tracks, and I'm going to bring in meteorologist Matt Lopp on here. Are we okay?
Yeah, it's a hard 30 though, so you're gonna have to.
Okay, so yeah, I'm just looking at this. We're going to see this rotation just continue well into the evening, and yeah, it's just something we're tracking further and further as we head well into the evening as well. So I'm having some technical difficulties right now, but we are tracking that rotation, and some of these are rotating through the night as well. So we're not alone just right now. But severe weather risk, what we're watching, that level 2 risk extending well into northeast Mississippi and western portions of Alabama. But those primary threats we're watching, it's going to be that non-zero tornado threat, but large hail and strong winds, that's really going to be the primary threats within this system, along with heavy rainfall. Now, looking at that 7-day, we are going to see those temperatures drop into Monday, but then warming back up as the week goes on. Latter parts of our Friday going to be upper 70s. The thing that we'll note is it's going to be beautiful weather once we get past this severe weather threat, Avery.
Yeah, we're all that's left. And we might have like, so yeah.
I didn't know what was happening.
Yeah, I was going back there because I realized that we were going to like we had to get out. That's why I was running back there to check.
Gotcha.
If they were going. Oh, okay.
Not the first time, won't be the last.
Yeah.
Let's get back on. Let's get back here on radar. So the issue was is you were trying to use weather one,
Yeah,
yeah.
I
And I realized that, and by the time you click past,
Thank you for pulling up 7-day.
thank you. I realized that there was.
Yeah, I was just not mentally clicking on that in the moment.
No, you're fine. You're fine. No worries. Okay, thank you. Strong RFD from Michael with Storm Chasers. See, just because it's strong RFD, whether or not it makes it all the way around. He's in position though. That's got good rotation. God, what camera? Maybe you're right. Maybe Fulton North. God, that's a long shot from Fulton. See if you can get Fulton North is possible
We don't have
there.
Fulton on the cameras.
On there, I do not have it on my list here. So you're gonna have to pull it up on 2 or on 3. Okay, you'll notice that they adjusted the angle on this farther south, I'd say that. There. Huh?
You see the lowering on Fulton.
On Fulton?
Yeah,
Let's see
it's up
Fulton.
on 3. Dime size hail and Boonville.
Yeah, shoot. That's the one shot you're going to have to get it. Okay, hold on. So let's leave it on that. I will take that. I think this is 3. Oh, I can't do that on there. I can't zoom that one in. I'm going to have to hack this together another way. Give me a moment to... We're going to have to fake this. In a moment while I look at this. Tupelo. I think I have it in here. Ignore what you see there. That location, all that stuff is wrong. Video to change. Change that to. Do you still have that up on 2?
Yeah, 3.
3? Yeah.
Yeah.
From Angela Public Station. Hold on. I need you, Gabe, to. That's pretty decent hail.
There was one. These pictures right
Hi,
here.
let's get this all popped back up and over here ready to go.
Okay, so we're not doing like any fuel cast.
No, let's get this all ready to go. Thank you. I need that zoomed in.
That's what I was going to show you. I mean, that's a leaf. Look at the comparison. I mean, that's about
That's more than
an inch.
yeah. Yeah. Let's go ahead and tweet that. We tweet that from mine as well. And I need you to come over here and double check for a moment some of these things coming in the chat over here, the combined chat.
The
'cause I
weather
think-
chat? Your weather chat?
No. Over here
okay. Oh, this
specifically on this. This is gonna be the Facebook Live stuff, and it's a combination of that and Twitter and everything else. Just kind of like zoom up through there for a moment.
Okay.
If you would, please. Thank you. Trying to get this zoomed in. I'm
New
struggling here
site.
for a moment. I need that anchor point, top, size, 5,000. Enter. Oh, now of course we've lost it just in time there. Oh well. Well, I guess it's good that it's not obvious.
Yeah.
Obvious is bad. Okay.
Yeah,
About on
Boonville
that.
getting a lot of reports of hail. At about 523, 525.
It's including on them. That's where the rain kind of wraps around, undercuts it with colder air.
Hailing in Lafayette Springs.
Okay.
from Tiffany.
I think it's trying. There's no question. That's trying.
It's been trying for about 3 counties now.
I know. I know. Well, it's trying harder than.
What about oh no, that's just
So
a clear
that's
slot.
this one. See, if the hail's the north one of these two there. How big a hail?
How big do you have,
Hey, so compare it to a
Tiffany?
coin is what we always
You want
recommend
a
if you can.
universal object that everyone knows, and coins are just the easiest ones with that.
Yeah, you're right. There should hold on, hold on. Hail size. Give me a moment here. I think I have it built into this graphic. I do. There we are. So
Yes.
you can see there's some examples of some universal objects, coins, balls, universally sized balls.
Hopefully we're not getting up to grapefruit.
Mhm. That would be most unfortunate. Okay, let's take that. I'm gonna transfer this over so we can show it.
Talia, we are under a tornado watch right now until 11 p.m.
The southern half of the area under severe thunderstorm
Yes.
watch.
I think she's talking about Shannon, so Shannon would be under that tornado
watch, yeah.
watch. Quarter size on video from Jamie. I would have to go back
Want
and
to
look.
send that into
She sent it on Facebook.
Facebook. Easiest way is weatherwtva.com for now. Easiest way. Hopefully we can get something a little easier in the future.
Santana with marble size hail. There's just a lot of different size marbles.
So which one is it? Could you compare it back to like say quarter or a nickel or a dime?
I'll see if she comments back.
I'm looking for here. I need to airdrop this.
Callie, it's a non-zero tornado threat, so that means the possibility of a tornado is there, but main threats we're going to get with this is hail and wind, and we're talking about large hail with that. She
Yeah.
said, Santana said nickel, so that was over in Tishomingo.
In Tishomingo County? Okay.
Yes.
Over here. Accept it or not?
She's saying very little wind in Tishomingo County.
That I believe. It depends on where she's at. Where in Tishomingo County is she? Southern Lafayette County, though. Getting more interesting. See, this one in Southern Lafayette, hold on, we'll come back to that. But basically, the one in Southern Lafayette has kind of an open run at the moisture, so that will potentially help it a little more. Right over Bay Springs Lake, where this one is. And I had what was easily probably quarter size hail. Let's check some of these reports. Back over here. I'm a lot of half statements out of me. Apologize for that. Get my brain turned on in a moment here.
I do want to say it's
Go for it.
not a 0% tornado threat, it's a non-zero tornado threat, meaning the possibility of a tornado is there. It's just not the primary threat we're watching.
Yeah, not so that's a communication error on my fault because I tend to say non-zero, and that's a nerd descriptive value on that. The reality is that there is a tornado threat with these. It's much more likely to get something else.
Lafayette's dime size. But they said in Tishomingo, the city, it's lots of rain and wind, which that makes sense. I mean, you guys are in the middle of that core. We're talking Belmont area, probably a little bit.
And that was near Lafayette Springs, right?
For the dime size?
Yes.
Yes. Well, Lafayette, she said Lafayette.
Go scroll back up and see if it was Lafayette. There was one mention of Lafayette Springs a minute ago there. That's why
Let me find it.
Storm chasers back up. Something good there.
Tiffany, yes, Lafayette Springs. That's right. Wind starting to pick up in Pontotoc. No hail in the town of Tishomingo so far.
So we agree more than inch hail, and where was that one you sent from? I'm struggling here to catch back up on. Okay, there we
Which
go.
one?
Okay, so okay, here we are.
What are we getting? So Corinth is in that tornado watch, and that's lasting until 11 p.m. just because we're seeing all these cells initiate over the top of us. So yes, some storms will roll through, but the possibility of more are still on the way.
Okay, they're going 2-inch hail in their expectation out of
The Tish?
Tishomingo. Yeah. North side of Bay Springs Lake. Let's take a moment here. Let's kind of look back at this. Hold on. Is the air conditioner working?
No,
Hot.
it is not. Scotty, we are not going to go live on TV until there is a tornado warning or until we feel like one is about to be issued. And as of right now, it's just going to be those severe thunderstorm warnings, fortunately. So if you don't see us on your TV, that's a good sign because it means things aren't too crazy bad. Um, 2-inch return on GR2 analyst from Jamie. Jamie, where was that? And also with that hail core, I mean,
Well,
you're going to get
well,
some.
I think he was probably seeing on GR2. He's probably looking at this storm here, and
Which that it's going to be a loft, so it's going to have some melting on the way down. So it's not going to be perfectly 2 inches.
but I'll say this, like, I mean, that is, I would like to see it on GR because I
You
would
want to pull it up?
bet, yeah, go for it. But I mean, just looking at this when I went and cut it, let's see here. Let's just kind of cut into this. I mean, I still have, I mean, at least 60 DBZ returns to what, 30 plus thousand feet? That's easily okay.
So it's
Hold on. Okay, we've just got that in there. So we do have a spotter reporting a funnel on this storm. Hey, in the back room, we're ready to go. Do we have Zach? Hey, Maddie. Let's have Zach pot up the stream. Does he have a stream? Do you have a stream? Question mark. Go ahead and fire up the stream. Let's just get it on. Leave it on for a few minutes here. How close is it to the ground? Question mark.
Adrian should have a stream, and he's right out ahead of it.
Okay, let's see if
Let me see if I can find it.
that's not exactly a cell phone friendly location.
Yeah. It's still broad.
Hold on.
2.19 inches out of this one.
Apologize, we're not talking much here. We're trying to figure out, what exactly this is doing. So give us a second. We'll kind of like finally got a pick, period. Okay, so I'll show you at home. Here's what we got. Now the angle on this does look, okay, we're live on the stream here on WTVA.com. We'll give this a minute here while we're trying to balance a few things behind the stream. We do have a storm chaser on this storm reporting uh, reporting a funnel cloud on it. This would be the part of the thunderstorm, Michael, with North Mississippi storm chasers. on this here. That's what he is monitoring. Let me get. Well, I need to change my focus on my phone here, so it's a little more reined in on what it's showing. Moment. So you can see that there. So that's our discussion back and forth with the Weather Service. I'm going to take that down. Let's go back here, precipitation mode. So if this were to do something, Dennis, obviously we were watching very, very closely for you. Wind mode, God, still fairly broad rotation on that, and he has eyeballs on it right now.
Yeah, Adrian's
I'll see
right.
if we can get a wider shot. I'll have Gabe ask him to send one, period. Here. And I'll get ground confirm when I get it. Okay. Sorry, the reason we're not talking is because I'm I'm monitoring this with the weather service as we're trying to kind of go like basically convey those back and forth. Gabe, what do you have pulled up over there? You have
I'm
the
here too.
okay. Here's what I need. I need you to have chat with the weather service and chat with the storm chasers up, so we can make sure that we convey back and forth between the two of them, since their primary eyes are going to be Michael on this. So I just want to make sure that they have the latest that they can get. Okay, another shot from Michael there. I don't know how it's going to be harder for you to drop it in than I'm going to drop it in here. Match one item. No stream, unfortunately, period.
So submitting what the North Mississippi Storm Chasers submit to the National Weather
Yeah,
Service?
like just make sure, yeah, if we need to. We just kind of, I want to make sure that we don't miss. Oh, right there near Den. Let's double check this. You see, okay, so here, by the way, here's the reason why. Let's go ahead and do a brief cut in here behind the scenes. I think we need to probably at least go in here for just a moment. Okay, whenever you are ready, just let me know. Okay, go for it. Hey, quick one here, Chief Meteorologist Matt Lopon. We're on the live stream, WTVA.com here. This is not officially a tornado warning, and we do have a spotter on it, but as you can see here, an area of rotation very near Dennis along 25 south of Neal. That's the shot with Michael with the North Mississippi Storm Chaser sent in just within about the last minute and a half or so. It does have some rotation on this. Obviously not something where we have a connection to the ground. There are still some significant questions whether or not it can get at that last 200 or 300 feet to the ground in the atmosphere today. Nonetheless, rough looking storm over top of southern Tishomingo County right now. As I kind of bring that down here for a moment, the area we're looking is pretty much right over top of Dennis. Could be moving there near County Road 102 and County Road 993. Again, this is a Highway 25 and County Road 86. They're kind of working along County Road 86 to the north and east. For a slightly broader perspective here, we're looking south of Tishomingo, north of Belmont. In particular, what we're looking at, working its way, generally speaking, toward Bloody Springs there, Pleasant Site. We had a number of hail reports out of this as well. But let's go to the wind mode here for just a moment. This is getting more organized, trying to get some of this rotation to go into the right spot. I don't know it's going to cross that threshold, but I'd rather give a little extra heads up than wish we had got on, a little sooner. That's part of the reason we're doing this cut in here for a moment. So I put our area circulation there. Not a whole lot of folks ahead of this that can watch us here in WTVA 9 News. We show it 5:47 near the Union Missionary Baptist Church here up in Tishomingo County. Of course, current time is 5:45. Listen, not an official tornado warning. We'd be recommending folks get to that safest location if they're in Dennis, obviously now, but ahead of this there, Pogo as well as Bloody Springs there. Pretty close to where this is going at this moment. I'm going to check the wind mode here. Again, on Storm Track Doppler radars, which is kind of poking and prodding this one closely. In fact, I'm gonna look just a little. I'm gonna look at a slightly less effective radar that we do have. And one of the what I'm looking at is just want to make sure I have the exact right spot. This radar is attenuated and shooting through too much precipitation, but I got my positioning here right, I think. So right there, just east of Highway 25 is where our circulation is the most impressive at this moment. I'm gonna bring Gabe in for a second. Gabe, have you seen anything else from the storm chasers on this?
Just that they're very impressed with the structure and that it's continuing to have that lowering. I will
Okay.
say the latest scans have been the tightest rotation that we've seen within this cell. But so far, haven't seen anything in regards to producing, even tracking some of the pictures we've been getting.
Hmm.
It's just a lot of lowering, which
And
is
big
not
hail. Let's not giant
yeah,
hail there.
giant
But yeah,
hail.
lots of lowerings, not getting that rotation quite to the surface. Agree?
Yes, and hail, honestly, I've gotten up to a quarter, and I've gotten reports up to $half within that Tishmigo storm.
Man, that's pretty close to where we would expect to see something right there. The positioning is not quite perfect on this near County Road 37. What we have, sometimes we get the green and red, and it's out here in the middle ahead of where the precipitation is out there, the real precipitation. What we have going on is we do have essentially rotational often. We're looking at it the way it analyzes the storm. It's positioning a little lower. I've tried really hard up here. County Road 86, County Road 37 in Tishmingo County, east of Dennis, south of Tishmingo, north of Belmont. We're kind of looking at this here north of Golden, obviously, as well, moving toward Pogo. This kind of squiggly line there is County Road 37, kind of tracking very near County Road 37 at this time. I can't say for sure that this is a tornado. Certainly have not had confirmation of that. Storm spotters in the field show lowering, show it trying very hard, but luckily at this point, I think we're not quite that level. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and send you back to regular programming. We're going to continue our stream on Facebook as well as all the different social medias, and then on WTVA.com. Give it just a moment. I'll just see if in the next moment something else new comes in, tells me differently. But certainly we need to be in that safest location if you're out here near Bloody Springs, as this one's continuing to get more organized there, tracking toward Pogo, Bloody Springs, east of Dennis. If you live in Dennis, or certainly west of 25 in the Dennis area, give me about another 5 to 7 minutes, and we're going to be fine. And I apologize, we're not really mentioning the north part here, where there definitely is some big hail. Could be hail up around 2 inches in size falling out of this right now. So some big hail as well. We're watching a couple other thunderstorms, including one back into Pontotoc County that's trying to show more rotation on it as well. Still fairly broad. It's still going to take some time before this matures. I'll get you a longer storm track in case this ends up being something that we have to do some additional coverage on ahead, because this is heading generally toward Tupelo and Fulton, locations like that. Tupelo, we're looking west side of town about 6:20, 6:30 or so. The middle part of town as that works its way through, and Pontotoc about 6:04. So as needed, we'll bring you more updates here and send you back to regularly scheduled programming. And of course, live stream continues at WTVA.com. As hard as it's trying, I just can't. This is one of those gray area situations. It's just hard to balance. People wanting to watch news and this. I have opinions on which we should be covering, but
Bay
there's
Springs.
Bay Springs. So that is
I mean, there's no size, but it looks to be about $half.
maybe
Maybe
slightly. $half is 1.25
one and a
inches.
quarter, 1.5.
One and a
I
quarter
think it's one
inches.
and a quarter.
Hold on. Let's pop it up.
Yeah.
God,
Sometimes
we
we
do
need a
hail
refresher.
so often here of decent. Yeah, look at that. Okay, let's pop it up here. Hold on. Then we're gonna get back to.
Which it's tough to tell. So it's like if you do have a picture of hail, please put it up against something
How
so
do
we
I not
have
have
the
it on
size.
here? How big is $half?
What would you like to convert to?
Inches.
Sorry.
Yeah, I'm about to research it. Then
Yeah,
I'll
go ahead
tell you.
and pull it up, because by God, we should know that.
Well, Google's your best friend. It's not.
Man, clearly. Okay, let's get back to the rainfall mode here.
1.205 inches.
0.20. Okay, so yeah, basically 1.25 inches.
Yep.
Yeah, see, okay, so see, this is trying really hard there, but oh man, that's awfully close. So you'll notice that, okay, when you see like the stuff there, it's like, oh, is that debris? The reason I can say for a fact that that area there is not is because there's no precipitation showing up there. So we expect to have a lower correlation because of that fact. We do not have a 6 o'clock show for folks there. With
Seven.
we have
We're
we have a
past-
10, right?
It's
The next
Sunday,
show's 10.
Yes, it's at 10.
Yeah, no, you're good.
Golly,
Fine. Just balancing some things.
it's weekend for all of us.
All right.
Oh,
Okay.
hang on, someone just sent in a picture. Let me see.
Okay, give it a moment here.
It's a Dennis.
We have some decent vertical motion on this. Might be easier for me to just show you guys like this.
Well, because they're in the small right corner. Is there any way you can make it full screen, Matt?
Yeah. It's going to be easier for me to show you like this. You see how there is some, oh, right there. Nope, it's gonna focus. So I would not call that rapid rotation. I would say that that is more broad rotation.
Just
But
trying to
this
get
is,
that.
I know, just in time to go into Franklin County, Alabama. Oh, let's put it back. See, that's the problem with doing that, and then I forget to put it back. Okay. We make sure Zach knows we don't have one. No, we do not. No, we do not. Hey, Maddie, would you text Zach back, please? Is Maddie over there?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Okay, let's come back over here for a moment. We're going to look at these other storms out west for a second. Golf ball size hail in Bloody Springs. Just as it exits the Alabama. Okay. Let's go wide here for a moment. Check out the rest of these. We got to look at Pontotoc County. Randolph. What camera? South Tupelo might be our best bet on that. Let's see here. That Speed Department of Transportation, Tupelo. Actually, what you just saw there a second ago might be our best bet looking at the west camera. Okay, so look, that's a long shot back into that. Let's see. I can forcibly zoom this in. Size. Let's take that 5,000. And position. It's just too far away. You can't see just the general area of the clear slot there that we'd be watching. But I mean, that's way too far to actually see anything of note. Hey, if you need a minute or two, Gabe, you're good.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll be back in a second.
So let's all the storm chasers up there on those Prentiss and Tishomingo County storms. Go back to the radar here. Let's see. Da, 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 da. Yeah, multiple instances there, or the same person mentioned multiple times. The golf ball size hail there. Let's see, ground cover with hail by Deborah at Tishomingo County State Park, or Tishomingo State Park. Okay. Corinth, yeah, we can go up north to Corinth here. Let's go north to south on these for a second. So, it's all mainly south of Corinth at the moment. You can see some additional redevelopment there. That's all got a ways before it's going to produce something more significant. This Frankstown Alpine stuff is, I mean, there's a little broad rotation on it, but it's got a got a ways to go before it gets to something more significant. This Pontotoc storm, this is severe. I know they're looking at other stuff. I'm gonna go. Uh, any reports out of kind of western Pontotoc County? Because this is probably our next. Hold on, there we are. Moment of Randolph. I'll live right on 9 by the DG and have camera up, and it's really quiet. We'll look at Webster County in a moment as well. This, well, I was gonna say they're in Randolph. We should be pretty close to that being something. Let's see how far off you are from that.
Yeah, but you saw how long it took them to issue a severe thunderstorm warning before.
Well,
So
they also have that tornado warning up there.
that's fair. Is that producing up around Kansas?
I do not think it is. Now, Highway 9 Randolph. Let's double check there near the DG. Because it went just north of you there. You got lucky. Okay, Lindsay, how big is that hail in South Pontotoc? Large versus a coin. What about Boonville? Boonville, I'm not as concerned with that storm coming through there now. Hopefully we'll find out how large some of that is.
Did you see
Moment.
Highway 341? That's intense.
When is that as of?
They set it up at 5:51 near Buckhorn, Mississippi.
Hold on. Also, that would be this. I mean, so that's looking kind of back up into that. See it again? Get that, put that up in here, just so that, and put the location and the time.
Okay.
Because that one, we'll get that shot up in here a second. What I'm interested to see though on this is this gonna split? Because it looks like I have a cell split starting there. You can see the top half like sever it right there along where it shows Highway 6 on the west side of Pontotoc. Pontotoc has hill, small Peace Isles, just southwest of Pontotoc proper. Let's see here. There's our warning. Still waiting on Lindsay Mayer's report there on the size. Still heavy in Ecru, 5 minutes from downtown Pontotoc, light heavy rainfall. Okay. Okay, let's come out wider here. And folks asking about south. And again, we're not going to be able to do all locations all the time. We do have a moment here where we can. Again, most of what we have kind of back behind there, all that stuff back behind, it's hail in particular. That's most likely out of it.
Well, here you go.
Getting a little more organized. Go ahead.
Red Bay.
That Red Bay now?
He sent it to me not too long ago. And look at when he expands it out.
Man, that's trying hard. Don't drop that in there too.
Yeah.
This is the Buckhorn storm. Hold on a moment. Boy, that Red Bay storm's close. Make sure actually dump that in the chat with the chat with, what am I going to say, the National Weather Service in
Birmingham? Huntsville?
Huntsville. I say that is, yeah, Huntsville. Man, trying real hard. Still got a little ways to go. Okay, so this is the Buckhorn storm. This is the one in Pontotoc County. I mean, that is trying. That'd be what we call wall cloud. And this I would say looks a little worse than it probably is. But certainly it's an organized thunderstorm. But that is not something that's all the way touching the ground. This is an issue with, and I don't know for sure. I was going to see if it was going to do a live picture thing for me. But we kind of see that area right like that was kind of like whipping around. It almost looks like air coming down sort of wind. But listen, it's an organized storm and it's trying. Uh, More than enough indication of that. Come on, get that put away. Right.
Do you know how to download a video from YouTube?
No. You can screen record. You also might be able to right click, put the link, and there's certain downloaders for that kind of stuff. With my weather call coming in. Okay, we're looking Pontotoc proper here. My rotation, okay, so I've got a little bit on the backside in a couple of spots here. Let's look at the skin. Neither one is quite there. It's interesting. I wonder if that's part of this like north split occurring. Hey Gabe, look at this again with me for a moment. Notice how kind of have the split kind of happening here. You can almost see right there. It starts to split.
Yes.
It's interesting you have that RFD on the backside because I have almost better rotation on the north one there than I do on the south one, right?
Yes. Yeah, I would say so.
Hold on.
Especially based on that.
Whoa. But if I did, would that be anticyclonic?
Yes, it's going the wrong way.
Yeah, that's what I thought. It's anticyclonic rotation.
So I mean, it
Because
depends on,
of course it is.
it depends on where the split goes. Like if it could carry over next scan whenever that splits and go back into a cyclonic rotation, but yeah, that scan is not.
What's interesting, okay, so I mean, but this one, I forget, depending on what we're looking at, depending on which stream, on which one can watch me where, we're looking right there. So there's two areas. You have the one up here. This is what we're talking about, kind of the anticyclonic rotation. That if we look here again, when you do the toward and away the radar, you get that,
Well, I
which
will
is
say,
clockwise. Versus this, it's the opposite. Yes, go ahead.
pull it up on radar again. I mean, you're getting the interaction of this cell split, and so the tail of the northern cell is going in a different way, and that's why the winds are different. So it's not an interaction of these winds; it's just how it looks on velocity.
Yeah, okay, I'll give you that. The thing is the left split like this typically is going to be more of a hailer. And again, the hail potential, waiting to see some of those reports that you're getting. The reason we're not on live TV right now, by the way, is because station policy is that if it's a tornado warning or imminent possible loss of life situation where people could die, high likelihood of somebody dying or even any chance of somebody dying, that's when we do the on-air coverage, right? In this case here, there's going to be a lot of watching and maybes and possibilities. Let's look at this picture. I'm not sure. There's a high likelihood that we see 0 tornadoes today, okay? But there's an equally high likelihood we keep seeing large hail and maybe see a brief one. It's just, I think, honest to God, the 5,000 foot perspective, when I looked at it earlier, I was like, I just don't know there's enough moisture to pull off tornadoes today. Tornado warnings, yes, because again, you need to have a lower threshold when you put out the warning than, hey, we're sure a tornado's occurring. Because if you wait till every time, hey, we're sure a tornado's occurring, that's no preparation for anybody. That's why the Weather Service puts it out before. So we're partially doing this in part because we're monitoring all these little mini supercells with still pretty good likelihood that we're not going to see tornadoes out of most of these. So that's part of the reason, again, the inside baseball reason why we're not, on the air is because we could be on the air straight for like 5 hours for these kind of thunderstorms and see 0 tornadoes. And then what we've done is we've kind of overinflated the threat, and just station policy always has been tornado warnings or likely, injuring and loss of life sort of situation. And that's not necessarily what this is, thankfully.
Matt, it is interesting to point out that when you look from the Huntsville radar site, that orientation, especially on reflectivity, I haven't pulled up velocity yet, but it is not nearly as organized as looking on that Franklin County.
Okay, give me a moment. I pulled up. I'm gonna have to force it to go to Huntsville. Second here, sweeping.
Which I'll look at velocity here. I mean, there is still, don't get me wrong, an interaction between winds, but I mean, you're seeing much more of, I don't want to call it a blob because that's not a scientific way to explain it, but it's definitely more of a hail structure cell.
But it is also like way farther away.
Yes, yes. I mean, you're getting to that in between point, and so you're able to use both radar sets to kind of see the orientation of it. And being that it is, and this is what's interesting with the jet stream and why it's different than typical severe weather events that we get. You know, with the eastern motion of these and not more that northeast motion,
Hmm.
you're not getting that inflow as clearly defined from the Huntsville radar side because the tail is further towards the southwest of it. And that's why you're able to see it better from the Avery radar side or Monroe County radar.
Yeah. I will say that looking at I show it it's about 40 some miles away from GWX and it's 104 away from High Top.
Okay, so yeah, still.
So it's getting closer, but I think that's the reason why you're not really seeing many low level features. Um, pull up because this is online and we will and we can pull up the Storm Chasers camera from Tupelo. They just put in there. I think they have it zoomed in. I'm assuming on the Pontotoc storm.
To the Tupelo one?
Yeah, the Tupelo one.
Oh, sure enough, yeah.
Okay, give me a moment here. Is that on 3?
It is on 3.
Okay, let's
Oh,
pull
let
it.
me make it full screen.
Okay. So this is looking back toward the Pontotoc storm from the Tupelo. This is from the Storm Chasers camera with North Mississippi Storm Chasers and spotters there. On 2, Gabe, pull up tower cam,
Okay.
flip it back around and see if we have a different shot from our Tupelo tower cam. We might still be able to kind of see around it. South Tupelo is going to have a cleaner shot at this. So that's I'm gonna go ahead and take this down in size a little bit. Again, appreciate all those good folks, North Mississippi Storm Chasers and spotters, all their hard work. They're out there, spending their gas money to chase this kind of stuff, and they are a 501c3 if that's something that you feel like is worthwhile donating to. They have information about that on their website.
Is the
Not the worst thing in the world to donate to. Yes.
is the lighting on this off? Because that is very bright.
Okay.
I would say
Now
features.
I have really jacked with that.
Contrast?
Let me think. I did it on 3, so I'm gonna have to minimize 3 for a moment. Give me a moment. We'll go to 3. I'm gonna trade you places. Let you run radar for just a second. I will
It's
get
okay.
that back. I had to really, really mess with the contrast.
Yeah, so what we're looking at is that Pontotoc storm, and you can see the inflow notch that we typically get with rotating thunderstorms happening just south of downtown Pontotoc. You also see a high influx of lightning within that system. Now, what this is associated with really is a large hail core. That's where you can get that brief spin up of a tornado. That's why we said it was a non-zero tornado threat. Looking at that latest velocity scan, I mean, you're not seeing high returns in regards to the inflow outflow interaction between those greens and reds, but still enough to where it's broad rotation. And that's why whenever we get it pulled up on our Tupelo tower cam, you saw it earlier on the Tupelo camera from the North Mississippi Storm Chasers, showing that tail and showing that lowering, but so far not showing any confirmation of a tornado. And that's a great thing right now. I mean, if we want to, and I'm curious, we haven't done a speed on this, have we, in a while?
Not a little bit. Hey, and so I would say, just a heads up on that one, you probably want to be looking at about 200. There we go. Sorry, it keeps losing connection on the tower cam. We'll look at 220-ish degrees if you happen to get. Yeah, that's probably about
Okay.
the right angle. About 220, I'm gonna guess.
So these have slowed down even more. I mean, you're looking at 35. So, I mean, go ahead and putting that storm track on there for you guys where you can kind of expect that large hail to be. Again, still waiting on reports, and that's a great sign because that means that so far not getting that hail to the surface, at least not major hail so far. But the moment we start getting those in, we will let you guys know.
Let's keep that camera. I'm gonna keep that camera up here.
Okay.
That's a rock solid shot of that.
Yeah.
Man. Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
So, I mean, you're seeing evidence of what's happening in Pontotoc right now as that moves further into, it's going to say south of the downtown area, but you're talking more about the Black Zion community right along or south of Highway 6, moving north of 6, just north of Black Zion. So, again, looking at that rotation, still relatively broad right now, but we'll go ahead and just get a storm track on that as it moves more into the Black Zion community. Again, continuing that eastern track. Excuse me for a second. It's tough dealing with that camera. There we go. Okay, sending it right about there. We're talking Black Zion 617, and then on to the first community closer to 620. Just talking about that broad rotation as of right now, but if it were to produce, talking about those communities, but still a ways away. Now, the National Weather Service in Memphis did trim this back a little bit to include the eastern side of Pontotoc County and Lee County. Probably going to be moving maybe just south of the studio. If it moves more in the north path, then we're going to hear it here at the station. And I'm sure we'll be hearing the more than a pitter patter on the roof with this storm. Talking about that hail core, it's just going to be more significant than um, what we typically see around the area. I mean, you're seeing it right there. Going to take this full screen just to take a look at that. I mean, you're seeing the updrafts take place, and I'm going to step out of the way to show you. And lightning with it. So this is a very intense thunderstorm, and just maturing more and more as it moves more in that eastern direction. There's the raindrops on the roof. This is just the start map, waiting on that main storm to move in.
Well, that was a lot more organized a minute ago there. You definitely have some vertical motion on
For
that.
sure, for sure.
I mean, now what? So let's okay. So talk for a second here because we don't always get good shots. That you can stay in. Good. But so what we are looking for here is not just air going up, and it's not just spin. We're looking for a combination of both those occurring rapidly on this. And so there are going to be some little fingers like that kind of try heading upward. You know. Now we're going to leave stream on for a little bit here. So it's not just, we're looking for it to head upward, but we're looking for like some vigorous rotation to go with it. And that's something we don't have. And this looks a lot less impressive than it did even, 3 minutes ago.
Yeah, there was a defined tail earlier, just 5 minutes.
Yeah, and so the thing is, that is to be expected. In the atmosphere we have, if we had more moisture, we would definitely be looking at something that's more vigorous than this. We don't, and so it's difficult to keep the cloud, to keep the it all rotating, get it down to the surface. So so a lot of times you have, and this right there is the fairly decent sized hail probably falling out of that. In fact, speaking of, hold on, I'm going to minimize this for just a moment.
Yeah, I'm waiting to see if there's any hail returns. I want to go check the email here real quick to see.
Go for it. Yeah. I want to keep this up. You can take 2. I'll stay on 1 and 3 with that.
Yeah, I'll keep 3 up. Oh man, that lightning was. Oh no, sorry, that was not like.
Yeah, no, that was changing this thing. Okay, so let's see what that. So the biggest part of that went through. So now coming in kind of the west side Tupelo now. And so yeah, so what we're looking at here. So just kind of looking at there, that part there. They need to go a little wider on that. Hold on. Yeah, go slightly wider on the Tupelo shot. Period. So that part there, that is the heavy precipitation. That's actually, what that looks like. That's a rain foot. That's almost like almost looks microburst like on that, because we've watched that gray expanding southward on that there. That's the heavy precipitation, the hail hitting the ground there, expanding this way underneath. Yeah, so that's a great shot on that. But I will say, our now that I'm seeing more lighter color over there, our wall cloud largely is falling apart. At this moment, that's not to say it doesn't strengthen again. Yeah, but yeah, and you can even kind of see. Watch this pinkish color. Watch right there. How you'll notice that part heads a little bit. If you look at Black Zion Road for just kind of an idea there, how just kind of it's getting closer there to Black Zion Road. I don't know. It's maybe right at it. And so that precipitation kind of coming down there, that's that hitting the ground and kind of coming out. Yeah, I don't have nearly as good a look at that as what we had a minute ago, thankfully. We got a great look at it. It just doesn't look as impressive as it did a minute ago. So that's large hail. Let's go ahead and look outside of that area here for a minute. Dime-sized hail reported in Furs. Give me a moment to pass that along.
I will say Bloody Springs coming in with, I would say $50, if not slightly larger than $50.
Perfect. We'll go ahead and put that in the chat. Not perfect, not good.
Not good,
You already put that in there. So let's moment here. Here's what he was referencing. So this is some of the hail from Bloody Springs earlier. About $50 size, as you can see there. Maybe a little larger. I was gonna say that could be bigger. Yeah, I mean golf ball not impossible. It's kind of that golf ball width. But that's an example of kind of what the hail has looked like so far out of one of those other thunderstorms. I'm just kind of Going through here, we'll minimize that. Let's go back over to that camera from the chasers.
Plane going into it. In that shot.
In what shot?
That tower camera.
Oh, it is right there. You're right. Plane gonna fly in the Tupelo area. They're gonna try to. Well, we're just gonna keep it on that for a moment to see. Obviously, they're also in the foreground, and that's farther back than that.
Close enough for me. I would be.
Yeah, that wouldn't be fun. But they also could be just far enough ahead there. Tupelo Airport is right there-ish. So they're coming in. They're trying to get right in front of that. I don't know. I'm with you, Gabe. I don't think I would have tried that. I don't see a good solid way to get in there. Let's pop this up a little bigger for a moment. So look at this as kind of your right there, where that is on that tower and that one cloud there. So you can see whether or not every time you flip back and forth
I'm
to
sorry.
that. That's okay.
I keep forgetting.
It's also on the monitor behind you.
Oh, perfect.
But yeah, so you can see that is generally that is kind of heading upward there. So there is vertical motion at that point. But this is that bigger hail that's moving into the Tupelo area right now. Give me a moment. Yeah, I was gonna say I agree with Mike there, saying that the wall cloud looks like it's reorganizing a bit. It is at this time, getting a little bit more organized. Let's come. I'm gonna make that slightly smaller for a moment while we're doing this, just to try and make sure we don't miss the fact that we're also, looking at hail, which is the main impact, I would say, out of this storm. And actually, let's just go wide here for just a moment, make sure there's not another one we're missing. Let's track this over here real quick for just a second. I need to back there to 3. There we are. And there's the wider shot. So track that toward Water Valley. Again, one storm working toward you. Again, big hail main impact there. We show Water Valley at 646. 646 for you in Water Valley. Probably hail up around quarter size unless it were to get more organized there. Wider shot. Again, this is where things are coming down out of the thunderstorm. We're looking south Tupelo here, back toward the west. Appreciate the North Mississippi Storm Chasers and Spotters. This perspective there, we're using it online there. And again, they are a 501c3, and they are using money donated to put up these cameras around the region, which is a really cool thing that they are doing, because obviously, as you can see, we know exactly what the storm is doing now that we have a visual on it. So if you'd like to support their cause, their website, NMSCA, North Mississippi Storm Chasers and Spotters, NMSCAS.org. We link to them a lot. We appreciate what they do out there today. So this is that heavier precipitation, that hail that's moving in the south part of Tupelo. And this is the area where we have some rotation, not particularly well organized on that, though,
Matt,
at this point. Yeah, go ahead.
Radar here real quick, and I don't know if it's doing the same thing. I was looking at it on my phone, so I didn't flash the screen. But it looks like it does have anticyclonic motion. I mean, on that Pontotoc storm, it's starting to go more in that northern wraparound. I know it's not showing it on rotation necessarily, but if you watch it trending over time, this southern part's starting to split, and you're starting to see that build more curvature on the north side near First.
Yeah, we can see that.
I mean, I don't know if it'll continue, but it was just interesting.
Yeah, I can see that. I don't know. I think overall, this could look way worse in this scenario than it does now. But I would say moving into the south side of Tupelo there, again, over top of the high school, really all along Cliff Gookin, let's go ahead and hit some MDOT cams. That's what we have missed as we're ogling over the way that camera there looks. We need to go Tupelo. We need to be, this be Cliff Gookin, or excuse me, Easton and Gloucester. Easton and Gloucester only goes north and south. I forgot that. Let's look at westbound there from 45 and Easton. Again, that zoomed in shot had a better one. This is all that hail that has fallen out of that. I know, again, we have a tornado watch in effect. At this point, rotation, yes. Tornado, no, out of this thunderstorm. That part right in the middle there is the one that we are watching. Looks actually slightly more impressive on this particular spot. Let's go back here to that wider shot there. Yeah, interesting for sure. Okay. Sorry, I got this all layered up, different cameras all at the same time. So again, that's where it is there. Near Tupelo High School, you see that flash moving in from there. South of Highway 6 is where the largest tail is likely on that. Look down here toward Reed and Calhoun City. These two little areas of rotation there, long ways to go, but these will produce more hail if they can continue kind of at the rate they're going now.
Matt, I just put up a picture from Block that's showing, I mean, how the downside of my being, you know, it's hard to tell if they're being, but you do have a picture of it. From Tom.
Give me a moment. Yeah, mid dime size hail there, Pontoc. Let's see.
Which they might not be in the quote, this one just down to the state.
Yeah, so it always helps if you have something of common size that you can put on there. That's why we always talk about, the coins and things like that that you can show. And who was that again?
It was from the Maya. Forgive me if I'm saying that name wrong.
Okay. Ikbaya, appreciate that. So I do think we have another warning down here. Now this, I was gonna watch these. See how this has a different angle? Definitely what we call a left split. And so when you get two storms to try to split, the left one typically is more of your big hail producer, even if it has some decent rotation. That's what this is near Canton, eventually working closer to Kosciuszko. I'll bet the speed on that's a little faster. I'm still going to track at about 45 or so, but speed on that could be a little bit faster. Generally speaking, time frame there into Kosciuszko. I'm going to have to take the camera down here for a moment. Show Kosciuszko about 726, assuming it doesn't pick up a little more speed than that. So about 726, some large hail potential out of that as well. Continue to monitor this rotating thunderstorm moving through the city of Tupelo. The rotation portion is kind of right back there south of Furs at this time near Valley Road. I'm kind of balancing what we have. Pull that camera back up again. Double checking Tupelo cam. Unfortunately, we're just looking through too much rainfall on the north side of the city. Thankfully, we have that south one.
Is there one voting at all six on that camera? Try that one.
I have not yet. Well, no, there was one down there I tried. I'm not sure if I tried that specific one. Let's try. Yeah, we're just too far south quite the... You can just kind of see some of that low-hanging stuff right off there as we kind of look west on 6. Let's try the other one, actually. Still think this might be a little too far south to have a good idea. That's south. Yeah, see, that's our camera, and unfortunately does not have enough sky perspective on that.
I can monitor those on 3 on the northern side.
Let's leave the chaser's camera up on 3. You could, but pull them up on 2 if you want to. I'm not particularly worrying about not super worried there. About catching on one of these other ones. Sorry, I mean 4 or 5 things at the same time. Let's kind of check and see what we hear. Okay, high winds in Bissell, pea-sized hail by the hospital in Tupelo. I agree with Daniela. It is trying, but luckily it's got a ways to go. Da, 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 da. Okay, not a ton of reports from Tupelo yet. That's a good sign.
No, it's mainly clouds and what we call SLC, severe looking clouds coming out of the Black Sound community.
Saying that, I at least have a little bit more of a curvature in that RFD, a little hook area on this. A little bit more there. Still a major uphill battle before that were to do something. 3. They gotta go a lot. In saying that, look, you can see some of the vertical motion right there. Boy, they need to go just a little bit wider on that. Maybe just a hint wider. Just a little bit wider on Tupelo camera. Not too much, period. But you can see the vertical motion associated with that one area there. But that's honestly a little too far in the foreground. That's not fur's distance away, whatever that is. That Unless that's really zoomed in, I'd like to know where that tower is that's looking for that cell phone tower. Let's go back to rainfall mode on this. So that camera is kind of up in here-ish, right about there, kind of looking back toward it. So it might actually be looking all the way to the county line there. That's the thing. I agree with the Weather Service there. We should be getting more large hail reports out of Tupelo than we are right now. Baldwin's fine at the moment up there. And again, more than anything, hail is the main impact we should be seeing. Okay, they went a little wider. Let's take a look, see if we can kind of see.
Did you get the Tupelo Hospital?
Huh?
Tupelo Hospital footing hail, like downside?
It's not Fontaine's Hill Hospital. Okay, go ahead and put that. You want to put that in the chat right there?
Yes.
We'll make sure the Weather Service knows that. I'm gonna also check email. I do see additional reports coming in here. Yeah, okay, that might be the one you're talking about, Tupelo Hospital there. It's rough when it went through Bay Springs. Yeah, most of the hail looks like it's fairly small in firs. Yeah, I see we're in the rain there now. That location. So again, we should, maybe right there, we might be just on the edge where we have the right shot now. Because I would say it's going almost dead east. I mean, straight east. Yeah, you're right. The base of the jet there, right? Let's see. We need to get the camera out of Verona. I wish this would just be a little wider. Because this one's going to be too far north, yeah, to have a good shot of it, unfortunately. Let's look in town at a couple of these cameras, actually. You mentioned, I don't know why I didn't think of this before. Why are we not pulling up the one by the hospital where they had some of that hail so we could look in the middle of that? The one on the south one there, it looks like they have kind of tilted more up to the sky than usual. I don't see a lot of hail on that at the moment, but certainly not a pleasant experience to be kind of driving out in this at this moment. Should be pretty close to the kind of center of whatever hail. Man, that camera, I don't know why that camera's not connecting right now. So back to Verona again. Still just a little ahead of it. You can see on the kind of top portion, upper, right behind me there, some of the larger hail, hailing hard at the hospital. Most recent report again. Appreciate y'all's support.
But this is blinding rainfall too.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. Yeah, and the reason why we're not talking about all locations at this moment is, again, there's a lot of hail on some of these, and please send those reports in as they come. Um, but most of this, wow, it's supposed to be a lot. Let's find out where that is. I wish I had a location. Don't have that there.
Here,
Go ahead.
pull up too, because I don't know where I went to find this camera. But you can almost see that hail, the larger stones moving past and heavy raindrops.
Okay, yeah, so the Easton and 45 there. This looks like eastbound Easton and 45. You see whatever it's producing kind of going right through there. So let's go back to, let me think here, MDOT. I'm gonna look at the westbound Easton 45. Is Red Bay okay? Yes, for the most part, most people are in good shape at this moment from tornado threat. Hail's a different story. There's definitely some of that there, and there's no shortage of kind of whipping wind on some of these videos and stuff coming in. Um, from time to time, I believe this storm here when it's kind of back west. When I just look at it and fast forward, I don't see any kind of vigorous rotation. That's part of the reason why, again, we're just kind of we're kind of monitoring some of this, but sheets of rainfall, some strong wind gusts as well possible out of that as well. This is honestly getting a little more organized, I would say. The last few scans here, it's got a ways to go before it were to wrap this around and produce a tornado. If it were to do it, it's still probably 10, 15 minutes away, best case scenario for it, which means it still has a lot of work to go before it produces something worse. Let's see here real quick. Holka, let's go back to Water Valley here for a moment. Water Valley, fairly large hail with that one as well. Look at 3D on that so we can guesstimate out versus some of these bigger ones. We know what previously has given us, say, near a golf ball size hail. Let's see how this compares. This is not quite at that level yet. Put this on a loop. Again, we're looking Water Valley here. There is some broad rotation on this as well. At least one report northwest of Verona. I mean, really kind of western Lee County there of hail that probably around an inch in size. We'll see what some of those Tupelo hail reports come in as we kind of get more information in the next few minutes. Haven't had a lot of those, but see, this is tall enough there again to probably be seeing some hail. I mean, this is that 23,000 feet. Like that's at least quarter size hail there about to move into Water Valley with this. So large hail, yes. Tornadoes. That's got a long ways to go before it were to do something like that. See, I think we're getting too far away to hit this from the radar at the Memphis airport. Oh, we can barely clip it. Ignore the precipitation mode there. I'm going to have to force this to do the closest radar. Give me just a second to do that. And the precipitation mode is not going to look good on this either way, just because this kind of radar gets attenuated pretty easily. Yeah, but whatever that is, whatever the rotation is, I'm going to get you a storm track on it. The more impressive part for the hail is going to be kind of up here on the north side of town. This is the hail track for a moment. So Springdale, we're looking about 6:45 for you. The Campground School at 6:42, 6:43, Pleasant Grove Church. Eventually Pilgrim Rest Church at about 6:51 and Sand Hill Church at 6:52. Clearing that off. Tracking the rotation on this. And again, this has a ways to go before it were to produce something, but Water Valley 6:43, current time 6:33. Again, that's assuming about 40 miles per hour the speed. And there is some broad rotation with this there. Even on the wind mode, we show a little bit of that at this point. Got a couple more things to do before it produces a tornado looking at this, but certainly watching that closely there, County Road 53, if it were to get a little more organized. Right there, watching that. Again, moving close there along Highway 32 as it works toward the east. So the current time is right around, 6:34. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon alongside of Meteorologist Gabe Maynor, watching a storm moving through Lee County here, as well as Yalobusha and Lafayette County. As I switch it back to our location out of Monroe County, a lot of counties were thrown out there, but this is the one we're looking at moving over top of Verona. At least some rotation, but the hail, we have not had as many big hail returns out of this. Hail reports at this point here. No hail reported on McCullough. It was kind of a really, really concentrated area that we were dealing with that. But I do see, I would say, more organized rotation on the back part of this than what we had. Let's go back to see if it's still up. A moment while I kind of check this. This is that camera in Tupelo there, and it's right, whatever it is right over top of that camera. They're going to have to flip that around back toward the east here pretty soon. We'll get this organized there. You're all caught up on that. Okay, let's go back here to, again, the reason why we're not on television at this moment is because we only do extended severe weather coverage on air if we expect tornado is possible. Not the maybe possible we're talking about here, like, ooh, we got to watch this. Um, but instead, when we're talking about, yeah, and appreciate that report again, Mike, the one from the Weather Service there on some of the hail. But you know, it's that maybe that we're looking at here is not quite at a possible enough level, if that makes sense. Because again, we could do this coverage on air for hours. Um, and appreciate Brenda there for the support there over on the YouTube. So let me, so uh so again, looking back up here for a moment, not a lot of big hail reports coming from Tupelo at this point. Appreciate Lucy for your support there. Some folks asking about Red Bay a moment ago. Go wider here for a second. It's been a couple minutes since we've been wider because we're in so close on some of these other thunderstorms. Let's double check everything. Red Bay, you're in good shape at the moment. Most of these storms up north here, Boonville out toward Tishomingo County. They are heavy, have some lightning, heavy rainfall. Not as substantial as that storm moving through northern Franklin County that moved through earlier on. The one in Tupelo, the one in Water Valley, and there's a few others out here that we're watching. But again, the thing is that this we could have to babysit all these all night long, and that's the reason why we may or may not continue talking over all of these until we get something that looks a little bit more like a tornado, if that makes sense. For Houston, let's do some wider shots here. Let's track some of these individually here for a moment. Boy, this was some of the big. Before we go there, no, let's go ahead and do this. Give me a second here. So again, assuming about 40-ish miles per hour, that Greenwood storm, if that were to kind of continue working eastward, again, this is a long track, longer than necessary track, assuming only 40 miles per hour. It could pick up some speed from that there. Let's double check that before we do this. Let's just make sure that 40 is still a good number on these, especially down to a Greenwood. That's a substantially different area. Half hour, there we are. Yeah, that's only about 30 miles per hour. Wow. Slow movers. Okay, let's go 35 then. So 35 miles an hour. You can see there's your kind of time, generally speaking, into Pontotoc. Excuse me, not Pontotoc, Winona. And then farther out there. Again, it will not cast as big of a net as what this kind of indicates there. So let's take our track and let's shrink in how wide. I think it's too wide of a track. There we are. That's more reasonable. Okay, so there's some times on that one. If it would eventually get to Winona, we're looking Winona close to about 7:30, so a little about an hour-ish, 8:30 or so. Generally speaking, 8:15. Eupora, Ackerman about 8:26. Again, there'll be some fluctuation there. More likely to go pretty much straight east toward Eupora there. Starkville could eventually get in about 9 o'clock in Columbus, maybe 9:30. There could be other thunderstorms developing ahead of that, and probably at least a few back behind it as well. Come up here to the Water Valley storm. I'll track kind of that one ahead as well. Again, additional development possible on that. That's too wide of a base. Let's clear that. Keep a slightly short track because of that. Again, there are other thunderstorms running ahead of this as well. Warning coming from Chickasaw storms. We'll look down at that one. There's two there that you could make an argument for here in a moment. So you can see some of the times there on your screen. Eventually toward Takapola, we show at 7:13. Pontotoc about 7:35. Again, another one here. Some hail again with that one. Perhaps some larger hail over top of Water Valley at this instant. Broad rotation there. Nothing that immediately screams tornado or something along those lines. And then come up here to the Lee County storm. Oh, okay. Before we go there, let's talk about these two here: Chickasaw County, Southern Pontotoc County storms. I'm going to individually track each of those. Hail, again, the main impact that we're tracking on this here. Some of the hail may be up to an inch of size if it can get strong enough. I'm going to track the northern storm there. I apologize, I'm not going to end up reading all of the city names on there as I'm trying to multitask a few things here. And then I want to show you this storm that moved through Bloody Springs a little bit ago. Up there kind of east of Dennis. Pretty good size hail. Getting away from the window there. I can leave my dishes for a little later too. But yeah, that's some. Hold on. Some of those hailstones are pretty good size there. That's for sure. Down there toward the ground. Obviously on the ground. They're all on the ground. But you know, some of them right there near that rock retaining wall. Okay, and so there's your new warning for, trying to catch both of these storms here. Hail potential on those that we're looking at. And let's come back up here to this Tupelo. I say Tupelo, it's more Morville, Ballersville, Richmond storm now. Wind still broad-ish on the rotation there. Let's see if they have ever flipped around the camera. Oh, I don't know if they can flip the camera around, actually, now that I think about that. But we can. Let's go back here to precipitation mode for a moment. I'm going to flip Tupelo around. Be a difficult shot to be able to catch this there. Don't have a lot of good east-facing cameras, unfortunately. Let's try. See if this one has a good east look. See, that's looking west toward the next couple there. That's looking north. And unfortunately, east is not high enough up. Check this one, see if we do it reissuing Tallahatchie, extend it eastward into Yalobusha. That's also kind of looking back into another part of that Lee County storm there. Fairly decent structure, all things considered, on that. There's your hail. And again, I'm going to double check in here a second. Dime size hail, Water Valley. Give me just a moment here. Apologize for that. I had to take care of a few things here behind the scenes just for a moment. So let's come back here to precipitation mode for just a second. So there's the Big B Amory one. That's the other storm that we were talking about, kind of this pair here. They have some rotation with them. I mean, all these have rotation with it. But rotation today equals hail more than it equals tornado. We've had some that have tried very hard and been unsuccessful. And hopefully that continues to be the case. I'm just looking at largely just cloud pictures. There's my weather calls and stuff coming in. Just let me know, hey, in particular from my location that the threat is passed, so it calls me back. So that's my extra weather call notification there, for lack of a better way to put it. I thought that was weather call mobile. Call you back at the end and let you know you're out of it. We want Storm Chaser chat. So my Storm Chasers, the Storm Chasers, North Mississippi Storm Chasers and spotters are kind of all reorienting to get around the right spot. And again, these all have a ways to go before they do something. Now, is that one rotating? Yeah, absolutely. Is it rotating enough? Probably not. Hopefully not. Let me think. Tupelo going to be at an angle where I can see that. Problem is, Tupelo camera's in just the wrong spot for some of these. So we're looking kind of northwest now. We'll go with it and take our time to kind of bring it back south. Southwest, straight south. Yeah, we're just talking that thing. But we'll be able to see kind of the back side of the one that just moved through the county there. Nope. No good shot is just kind of get that. You can kind of see there, but it's got a ways. Unfortunately, we're just a little too far north for that to be solidly what we're looking at there. Okay, so again, here's kind of your headline. These are all mainly hail producing. No, excuse me. These are all exclusively hail producing thunderstorms. Now, wall cloud near Nettleton, I believe that. That's nothing shocking about that. Like, these have had wall clouds with them. I do want to know, Lance, how large that hail is there in Water Valley. Give me a moment here. Wait for them to reply back on that. Still really just mainly broad rotation on that. Let's see if tower Doppler we're just outside of range. So here's what we're not going to do. I'm not going to, we're probably, no, nothing on the ground with these. Let's be clear about that. The only thing hitting the ground is hail. We've had a decent amount of that happening this evening, but I'll be honest, the last severe hail report we had was what? The one West Tupelo, where we had that reporter size hail, right?
Yeah, I would say.
The dime size in Water Valley is the largest I've heard recently. And what I don't want to do is overplay where we're at here. Appreciate that, Navy vet for life. We'll go ahead and mute and unmute our mics, Gabe, for a second, because we're just kind of like as we're going. So that way, when we have something, we'll kind of go up and down there. Appreciate that, Navy vet for life there for the subscription on YouTube. Appreciate that. We'll probably be doing a lot more on that in the future. Okay, so looking here near Troy and Nettleton, again, broad rotation on this, but I'd say near County Road 154, they're kind of southwest of Shannon's most likely spot to be seeing some of that large hail right in there. So still probably seeing that. Uh, let's look at the wind part there. Again, back around 41, I do have some broad rotation. I just don't know that we have a good look at it, unfortunately. Gabe's looking at. He's looking at the Evergreen storm. There we are. Hold on. So Tupelo is moved, looking more south there.
Oh, sorry.
It's fine. Don't worry about it. You're fine. Eventually, we'll have a solution to that. But yeah, so I mean, I don't see anything of significant concern out of this portion there. I mean, that's your hail looking kind of south out of that. Let's make sure I'm looking at the right part of that storm for a moment. Yeah, no, I don't know that I have, because let's pull that back up on 3. Okay, hold on. That is looking east. Yes, that's looking east. So this is looking toward the storm. Okay, now I got it. I was gonna say it didn't make sense to be looking south. So this is that area where we had that broad rotation that we've been watching. This is that heavy precipitation and hail, kind of all. And then there's lightning, some decent amount of lightning. We've had that out of it. Honestly, though, we didn't have a ton of lightning over here up near the TV station. But so anyway, watching this area there again, some low hanging stuff. Long ways to go before that would produce something of significance, but uh, definitely, I mean, same thing it's been doing with kind of low hanging clouds from time to time there. So I'm just kind of still looking the same stuff as you. And that one spot there is the one thing I'm kind of looking at. Um, but that's a long ways to go before it's more than just low hanging clouds and heavy rainfall and some hail. And probably some severe hail out of that there. But that was the area where we're kind of looking at that area kind of rotating back around right there.
That, wait, my mic's still on.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead and unmute that.
Looking at that Southern Lee County storm, it has not, what is it, de-intensified? I don't know
Yeah.
what it was I'm looking for, but it's continued to intensify, moving north Chickasaw County into Southern Lee, and I've not seen that get lower. So this hail is getting bigger and bigger. I would argue that, I mean, quarter size right now would not be out of the question. I want to go on GR2 analyst here in a second and see what they're saying in regards to hail.
Go ahead. I'll pull it down. Go ahead and take it.
Okay, I just wanted, yeah, because that's similar setup from what we saw earlier.
Let's see here. Here's some of the hail in Ballardsville a little bit ago.
1.68 inches on GR2 with that. So
4.68 inches. This is that Ballardsville hail. That is not particularly large, but there is some there obviously as it moves through. On the video here, I'm about halfway through this. Does look like it's about pea-size hail. On that one, that was a few minutes ago there. Appreciate, I believe, Renee for sharing that with us. Let's see if this is a different hail video. This is a different hail video, so I'm wondering if that means it's got a little larger. On the next one that came in a second, looks like it's about the same size as what it was, but maybe a little bit. Maybe that might be some nickel size hail there near Ballardsville. Hard to say kind of looking down there. A few of those hailstones looked a little bit bigger. I'd say dime the nickel size hail on that. Appreciate that, Renee. And then Water Valley here.
the Water Valley, that's terrible.
Okay, hold on. That one looks like here, Mir here. I don't know. You would not know Mir here. We used to say Mir here to the kids. I apologize for that.
Is it
Like,
city?
come here. Like,
Oh.
sorry. The things that are in my head that
Hey.
still sometimes. Okay, so here, this Water Valley, that could potentially have been,
That's on 0.5. It looks like
huh?
it's on the 0.5 camera.
Still,
which
even if it's on
expands
0.5,
it.
if you do it versus her finger there, I would say at least half-inch hail.
Yeah,
Maybe,
yeah. I would not count
maybe
that out.
nickel. What do you think?
Nickel to quarter. I would say. I don't know if it's all the way up to quarter. you mind if I take this for a second?
Yeah.
Because I do want to show back towards the southwest. Golly, I'm getting used to your mouse, Matt.
Huh?
I'm getting used to your mouse. This has a considerable tag on it for the hail, which
That's
we have
also
not seen.
Jackson.
Well,
It's
that's,
also
I mean, it's moving towards
North Carolina.
Montgomery County.
Yeah, yeah, no, no. All I was meaning on that was just I think they're going to handle it a little differently
True,
than
true.
Memphis is on that. But yeah, I mean it's probably something. I mean, we've already had inch and a half size hail,
Which is
almost inch and three,
considerable.
yeah, which is considerable. So and they might have had that on there if I remember right. I feel like they had the upgraded one on that. Still some broad rotation. This one is in kind of a little more moisture down there. We'll have to see on that. Okay, give me just a moment here. Gabe, I'm gonna mute mine. You mute yours for just a second. Give us just a moment. Okay, apologize for that. Okay. Here, let's one more thing that if you would do it for me, would you get a hold of Zach and let him know we can probably stop down the stream on the website. We're gonna keep this stream going here a little bit longer. Um, I don't know that any of these are gonna take the next step and produce tornadoes. We'll kind of keep it going for hail, but frankly, we typically don't do extended coverage just for hail, um, simply because when the threshold gets to that level, it just ends up being a lot for a long time. Okay, I appreciate that. I'm gonna move you over here for a moment while we kind of watch this. I do love how that now is getting more interesting there. Here, Abney, and I'm on his. Yeah, hold on. Let me plug this in. Make sure we still have battery power. Okay, there we go. I'll point you back this way while we're kind of working through this. Quarter size hail there in Water Valley. Okay. Give me a moment to put that in. Okay. So let me get the other mouse. Okay. See here, let's come back over and let's take a look at this Fulton storm again. I bet our camera in Fulton, let's double check one more time before we kind of switched over how he had GR2 up on that. Give him a moment. And he's on the wide shot on that. Let's zoom this in a little closer. Okay, yeah, we're just too far away at this point from that one. Give me a moment while I try to bring up those. It's easier for me to bring up the cameras in Fulton this way. See, we're too in it to have a shot. Unfortunately, don't have a good shot out of that one either. Oh, well. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to turn off my microphone to save some power on that for a minute. Okay, let's minimize that. Yeah, obviously, yeah, we're in it there in Fulton. I'm not going to have a good shot at that. South Lee County. Let me get storm chasers back in here. I'm trying to kind of monitor things over on this as well. Hailing in Fulton, if you can get me a size on that, Rebecca, appreciate that report. And almost only always my question is going to be how large. If someone says it's hail in Shannon, of course, how large. When it hails, let me know how large in comparison like a coin or a common object. That way when we pass it along, Jacob Green, see what he previous mentioned. Appreciate Amber, all of your support there. I don't always have time to look through comments, but when largely so this is less like typical North Mississippi storms and more like plains storms here, right? These are moving slower, a lot slower than we typically move. And so that's what is that? Here. Really? What is that? Well, hold on a second. Let's take a look see at that. Again, not our area, but interesting enough to take a look at. Storm chasers have a camera down here in Rolling Fork. Wow, that one is a impressive thunderstorm. Let's take a look again. Not our area, as you can hear the rain picking back up. Well, and this one near moving toward Kosciuszko's got some hail with it as well. Again, this is the one back here. So west of Rolling Fork, right? And man, oh man, that is a thing. Like that's a rough looking storm. So this honestly in a lot of ways looks similar to the one that moved through kind of the Baldwin area a little bit ago when it was kind of west there, closer to Blue Springs and stuff. It looked about like this for a little while. So these are storms that are trying kind of the right side of the screen there. That's where you have all the precipitation. I mean, it's almost identical, honestly, to what the storm looked like when it was up around Baldwin. Question is can you get that last little bit there to the ground, right? Luckily, that has been the struggle today, and hopefully continues to be so. I need one of these other ones to stay on that. Keep that on there. On a moment. Okay, so F11. There we are. Take that more full screen. Just double checking some other stuff here. Where's Michael at? Where's that question mark? Heavy rain in Glen. Watching from Ecru. Windstorm over for us. Not hearing anything. I'm on Highway 41. Anything to worry about? I'm off 6. Are we good? Let's double check here. It just kind of all these. It kind of depends on where you're at. We'll look at the wider shot here. I was watching this one down here. Rolling Fork just to see if it actually would take that next step. We'll see. I guess it doesn't matter if it's still on there. Oh well. Okay, let's minimize that. That one eventually heads east. It could hold together out here. We'll have to see. Got a ways to go. Let's start east and kind of work our way there. Still this one south of Fulton that has some broad rotation on it. It's got a ways to go before it produces anything more than that. Hail is the main storm, and actually, let's look here along 45 just to double check rotation on that, and then we'll kind of worry about hail and all these. So right over top of 45 south there, south of the split between 45 and 45 alternate. Right there is where I'd expect to see it Positioning's not perfect. One of the many good signs that this might not get any worse than it necessarily is now. Okay. I'm up 2-inch size hail in the Itawamba County storm. Just double check the rest of the rotation there. This was the previous Water Valley storm. Still broad, but there. Still broad rotation, all of those. Carrollton storm. Still broad, but there. So it might be weird that I'm talking about rotation on all these, and then we talk just immediately over about hail. A rotating supercell thunderstorm is able to keep what's going up separate from what's coming down, and thus it's able to hold on and produce more hail because of that. Just looking across the area, and we'll use the eyeball test, and the wider shot here kind of does a better job of that, so I can get some city names kind of pop off of that. You'll note there's only really two here that kind of catch your interest. Itawamba County, and down there south of Jackson. All the rest of these are not quite on the same level. Perhaps southern Lee County is closer, and I think it's not as obvious, but you can see how you have the purples near Cardsville there. You don't have colors that show up quite as impressive on any of the rest of them. That's part of the reason why we're, again, continuing to talk primarily about these two thunderstorms because of that. Haven't done as many storm tracks recently just because of the type of storms we have here, but let's do a couple of storm tracks. We'll do the south one first, and I'm going to track, yes, the rotating part. There's, part there on the south end there, but I'm going to track the hail, which is the more likely impact that we see on this. And so you can see some of the times there. Nettleton we show at 7:07, Carolina at 7:22, Flynn 7:27, and Smithfield at 7:30. This is hail. Any rotations behind that a little ways? And then the one that's up here in Itawamba County, I mean, basically on top of Tremont at this moment. They show Tremont 7:11, current time 7:07, so pretty close to that. Kind of working eastward. So this is what we have in Fulton. Obviously, what's come through Fulton, the worst part there, kind of through Fulton. Anytime, by the way, you're saying it's hailing, if you can give me a report of what size hail, certainly that helps out a lot more. So I appreciate that. Any hail sizes you can give us helps us to understand and frankly pass along to the Weather Service. I'm just continuing to check all of my so that. Hold on. I'm checking on the Insta tweets. I'm gonna assume that is who I think that is. Yeah, because there's no. Okay. Where is this at? Penny size hail. Angela Williams. Appreciate that. Man, two things you have to give me: location and how much was the size of a small bouncy ball. Okay, we're closer. If you could tell me versus a coin, I'm gonna pull up the hail size thing here. Coins are the most common because bouncy balls. I mean, I'm assuming that size is the small bouncy ball, but sometimes small bouncy balls can be a little bigger. So I mean that could be quarter size hail depending on how you're describing it there. So it's hard to say. Man, oh man, we'll look at that here in a second. This is again different storm here, but this is that rolling fork storm, and it's very well organized storm down there. But up here, unfortunately, we don't have any shots. We can look at any of these thunderstorms with any kind of reliability. But they've all kind of looked like this, and this is kind of more of a hail producing sort of shape. This one near Okolona, not to be underestimated either. Well, no, that's actually okay. Based on the angle, that would not be a hail spike. And then these out here, again, mainly hail producers as well. Same one, North Carrollton. The one approaching Kosciuszko. I don't know, we've had a lot of reports. Let's see here. We'll get all the hail reports on there. Quarter size, Leotis Shannon. Okay, perfect. Give me a moment. See here, appreciate that. 45 Okolona hail, $50. Appreciate that. Dime the quarter Coffeeville. See here, Nickel and Peppertown. Good, y'all. Maybe I just need to show that graphic with the hail size more often. Okay. I'm gonna check that. Let's close that. Let's see here. Sorry, I'm double checking what we got here. Nickel at Fulton Walmart. Nickel and Fulton, dime size there. Quarter Coffeeville. Okay. Some hail and Tremont, appreciate that. Any sizes always help. Uh, nickel, okay, so we are all caught up. Um, let's check the wind on these just to make sure. Again, there's a bit of wind on that one near Academy. Obviously, some rotation. Kind of the case on all these. There's some rotation, including this one there, just south of Nettleton, but still pretty broad rotation. The Okolona storm trying, but it's got a ways. Let's look back here at this like mess of storms back around Coffeeville. No rotation of intense significance on any of that. 10 miles north of Smithville. Okay, so that would have been on this last storm here. Okay, that's if that was getting more organized. Okay. No hail in Ecru. Power went out and came back in Fulton. Let's check power outages here in a second. Penny size hail in Tremont. Look down Duck Hill here. It's going to change between a couple. They had previously gone with one of the higher end severe thunderstorm warnings on this. They've gone with the standard severe thunderstorm warning. Hail size does not look as impressive. Still broad rotation on this one here. So this hail again, no tornado threat on what I'm looking at on these. Frankly, it's gonna at this point it's gonna have to prove to me it's more than just this for it to be something that I consider for hail, tornado threat going forward. I think it's just largely just spinning storms kicking at hail. That's what it has done. Most indications on what it will do, continue to do. Man, good. Those electric cooperative people, bless them for what they do on a Sunday or every other day. And then this what we'll call left split storm. Some large hail out of that one as well. That's just a cool shot. It just shows some of the overall movements, but largely more definitely just a cool shot. I'm gonna show you this one here from a little bit ago. I mean, you can definitely see how you had air that's kind of rolling in here. Largely almost looks kind of like a roll cloud, more of a laminar layer cloud, but definitely cool and we'll call it scary looking cloud, kind of a wicked looking cloud there. Um, Pretty neat one. Appreciate that picture coming in a little bit ago from Dalton Humphreys in Banner. Appreciate that. Just kind of playing catch up the appreciate everybody's pictures that they're sending in. Let's see here, clear that off. And then check this one back out toward Rolling Fork because it's had kind of a certain look to it, has it not? Oh, that's two. Let's see, three. That can't be current. Hold on. That's not current. That's no way that's current. Hold on. There we are. Well, that one certainly is more than nothing, isn't it? That's Rolling Fork. As you can see there at the top, that is not our area, but watching just kind of an idea on what those storms are capable of. Again, fairly organized thunderstorm. Appreciate the good folks at North Mississippi Storm Chasers and Spotters for their shot here. If you'd like to donate to them, of course, they are a 501c3. They've gone with tornado warning on that thunderstorm there. That's again not our area. That's out west. But that is, this camera there that they're watching. So interesting shot, and I think power's in and out there. Speaking, I mentioned power a minute ago. Kind of bring it back up here for a moment. Sort of kind of reset. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon here, alongside a meteorologist Gabe Maynor. We're just tracking what are largely hail-producing thunderstorms, likely to stay largely hail-producing thunderstorms. In saying that, got a decent angle on this RFD up near Academy. It looks like just more straight wind out of that. Yeah, I went ahead and clicked precip type for a second there, where you see the whites. That's large hail. That even, just looking at this, it kind of can show in there as well. So some pretty good sized hail on that storm. Some broad rotation. The rotation helping to produce hail more than anything else. So the largest hail on that one Kind of trekking right there toward Hamilton, Pierce's Mills, toward the east. Hold on. Where question mark? Hold on. Is this that rolling fork camera? I'm wondering if it's right there in the middle. So report that this one could potentially be producing a tornado. That would be the area I'd be looking for it to keep my mouse out of the way. That camera, unfortunately, is in and out there in Rolling Fork. Again, not our area, but easily one of the stronger thunderstorms. Force that, yeah, that's probably what that is. That's where it would have been. Update there. Camera's probably got to go right a little bit. Does camera need to go right a little bit? Question mark. Does the camera? Okay, so that might be a little too far. Right there. They're looking for that. Again, I would be on the right there a little bit, but anyway. Okay, I'm gonna put that up here for a moment as we kind of watch these up here. Because my angle on that RFD is just about right. My wind is not quite. Let's come back over here. Hail Kosciuszko, how large? How large is your hail? That is the question. When you put hail in there, I appreciate that. And we do need to know that information, and we will pass that along to the Weather Service. But this is the kind of the big question that we don't want to miss is how large is that hail? Because most certainly, the larger the hail, obviously, the bigger impacts. Give me a moment. P and dime size hail on 22 in Tremont. Appreciate that report. Okay, Caden apparently plays with really small basketballs. Nickel and dime, southeast there. I've mentioned 2 or 3 times power outages. Let's take a look here. Marble size. Ariel, I'd ask if you can compare it to a coin. That's always a little better than marble because the problem with marble is marbles can be different sizes. So that's why if we can, equate it back to a coin, that certainly makes a bigger difference. On the wider shot here, just kind of see Kosciuszko is certainly the biggest of the hail potential at this point here. Just kind of looking at the hail size indicator. Speaking of, I need to take a picture of that for just a moment. And I need screen. Okay. Dime size there. A little bit ago, dime. Okay. Dime size Kosciuszko. Give me a moment. Appreciate that report. Okay, back to regular rainfall mode on this. So again, when you compare it to that, it's helpful. Dime size, Tremont High School. So it doesn't look impressive, but it's what we call a left split. You'll notice the motion on it's completely different. Everything else is going straight east. This one's going kind of northeast. Forget the camera's backward. Heading northeastward. We'll see. Maybe we end up with some kind of cell merger out here. Weird things sometimes happen. Whoa. Whoa. Okay, hold on. So this is that rolling fork camera, and there's no question that's a tornado right there. So that is kind of west of Rolling Fork. Uh, so notice how this again isn't our area. Um, I appreciate the North Mississippi Storm Chasers and Spotters for this situation. I do not know for sure that that is all the way connected with the ground at this point, but that is trying really hard. So notice how different that looks than some of the other fingery stuff. We're not going to have a lot of time to look at this very often. I appreciate again North Mississippi Storm Chasers and Spotters for this. We do not cover the Rolling Fork area, and that's why we're not live on TV with this. Um, but no, so we have a moment here to talk about something we don't always have a chance to talk about. Again, for folks that are there, kind of back in the Rolling Fork area, I'll kind of close that down for a second. That's again way back out here, so I'll just give some spots just to make sure we have that there. And let's go ahead and kind of put that on at the same time. So that camera, obviously, in Rolling Fork, kind of looking kind of more west-northwest. You can see right there, kind of on the west side of town, that's where that tornado is. So again, that is completely different than everything we've looked at today, right? That one is substantially stronger. And you could tell I don't have a debris return. Clearly that shows something different there on radar, but it's way on the back side of this. So this is a very much a plains style tornado. This is not going to be one that tells us if we're going to get it, it's not going to look like what it typically looks like. And this is different. They have more moisture there. But as you can see on the screen, tornado confirmed, and clearly you're looking at that. Again, I'm going to make this pitch for the Hazcam, by the way. That is the North Mississippi Storm Chasers and Spotters camera there. So I say that North Mississippi Storm Chasers and Spotters are a 501c3, meaning that you can make charitable donations to what they do. And this is what they put their cameras toward, their money toward when you donate it, is to putting up these cameras, which they have just been putting up recently. And had they not been doing that, we wouldn't be looking at the view you're looking at here. So appreciate those good folks for everything that they do. But I started to say this a minute ago. Notice how, this is a very well-defined funnel there. It's not this like fingery sort of stuff sitting down, right? Like that is a much more sharp-edged cone, right? That's what we're looking for when we're looking on radar. Sometimes you get the broader stuff. I mean, you can actually see the circulation all the way up there if you look closely at that definition. It might even be more visible on your perspective there. Man, I gotta tell Stan. Man, dot 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 Stan, dot 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 that camera period. I'm just looking back through some of the pictures up here closer to home. We're going to look at a different storm here in just a second. We'll leave that up for some folks. I'm going to leave it up a little smaller. Let's come back up here, precipitation. Let's make sure we don't miss something up here. Again, the storm now crossing over into Marion, Alabama, has tried over and over again. That rotation's still broad. You notice how we look back there, it was like that pixel to pixel right next to one another versus this. Hold on. That is locked up again. I just realized that. Ah, there we go. Okay, there's the updated. That camera keeps locking up and coming back. We might have missed. We'll just have to go over there and keep hitting refresh on it. So again, broad rotation. Amory up here. Again, very broad rotation. This is not the same thing. Okay, this is not that. This is something completely different. In fact, to prove that point, yeah, I am going to go away from a tornado for a moment. Prove that point because I want to make sure that we're clear on what we are seeing up here closer. I know, rule number one of, let's come back down here. So now this is the camera in Amory. And note it's a vastly different shot. There's some lightning. It's definitely moving around some. Again, North Mississippi storm chasers and spotters with this camera as well. And that rotation's still fairly broad, though watching it obviously on the northeast side of town closely. I don't know, watching that on the northeast side of there of Amory. So we have a good look at it. But obviously, again, what we talked about, not just little things hanging down, but you saw that sharp funnel there. But yeah. So I'm gonna minimize that for a moment. Again, watching that, but it's a completely different scenario on how strong that one is versus the one we had in Rolling Fork. Saying that, like, again, I don't know that we're going to be effective at getting a this rotation any closer to the surface up here closer. And this is all fairly broad stuff, mainly hail potential out of most of that stuff as well. This one west of Winona, still fairly broad. Get that track on that. The hail, bigger hail. There'll be some rainfall before this, but the bigger hail there. Winona shows 7:47 current time, about 7:32. So it is getting closer. I'm going to look back at this one here because it's not often we get to have a conversation about a tornado and it not be one of ours. So give me a moment again to kind of pull up. Hold on, I'm gonna have to pull up a couple of these. Right click. Nope. Nope. Gotta pull that camera. Oh, come on. Nope. That is not their camera. That is. There we are. Oh man. They are having some definite power and other issues. There we are. Camera's back. Boy, I know that frustration when it's going in and out and you're trying to get it pointed the right way. Boy, and that's scary right there. I don't know if you saw that for a second, the temporary buildings and stuff that I mean, still after recovering from that tornado they've got. Gotta go to the right a little bit more. A little more to the right. A little more to the right. Anyway, let's come back. That one's probably lifted. Come back up here. I'm really interested to see what the next one of these. Last scan we have. There we go. Again, on the right there, you're looking at North Mississippi Storm Chasers and Spotters camera in that would be in Rolling Fork. And on the left, I'm looking at a storm that's over top of Amory as I'm just kind of showing broad rotation on that there. Not a whole lot more than broad rotation. Let's go back and I'm going to minimize that for a moment. We'll go back and we will get back up to Amory on this. Yeah, there's just no visibility, no good visibility on it. Unfortunately, we've now hit that time of night. Let's bring Amory back up here. So there's Amory. As far as Tupelo goes, there's another storm back west. Probably hitting more south at Tupelo than anything else. That Ackerman storm has some hail potential on it as well. Let me come back out. You know, about 7 times I've mentioned power outages. let's hold on a minute. Okay, pause. Let's look for those power outages, shall we? Okay. I'm not showing a ton of power outages, actually. Is that correct? Nope, not really showing a lot of power outages, thankfully. Okay, give me a moment here. Let me pause this for just a second. Okay, you there? Uh, so that's Amory there. Let's go ahead and minimize that. These are still the two that are the most interesting. The one out here near Bexar, still the green, and I don't think the lower levels are structured well enough to do anything more than hail. That's largely, hopefully, the same thing on this one here, though. North of Hatley, there's still just very broad rotation. It's not super tight. And our window, okay. Okay. Hi, I'm here in Pontotoc on the north side and facing south. There's a wall cloud. Well, let's take a look here. See if there's. Now, there will be some low-hanging stuff. I don't know that you would be able to see, because in order to see a wall cloud on this, you'd have to see all the way through all this rain here and get to the south side. So I don't know that in Pontotoc you'd be able to see it. You'd have to see all the way through the thunderstorm. There's no real good shot there. Now, you might see a shelf cloud on the front end, but a wall cloud probably not on this. Let's double check what we've got. Come on here. I'm going to. Hail doesn't kill power, generally wins moderate best. Pontotoc, Fulton, bad wreck on 371, going to Amory and Richmond. Eesh, that's no good. Um, yep, 2-year anniversary for Rolling Fork is tomorrow. Hail is the main issue. I mean, that goes for everybody. Even that Rolling Fork storm, hail is still largely, easily the most likely issue anybody runs into. Come back through here, kind of checking back through some of your guys' comments. Okay. Get back out here to real time for a moment. Okay. So let's kind of reset here for just a second. I appreciate all your reports and everything that people are sending in. Kind of the wide shot here, a couple of storms we're watching. Again, as we talked earlier, outside our area, but a tornado touchdown in the Rolling Fork area a few minutes ago. I'm going to check the camera back there again. Does not look like from that shot there if they have a good shot anymore that can confirm it. Gamer, you can't confirm it either. Man, rolling forks down. Okay, so wide shot. Let's reset. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawfon. These are hailstorms. Period. We have power outages sometimes. Let's start south and work north because we spent less time on some of these down here around Ackerman, French Camp, working toward there, Ackerman in particular. Large hail potential. This could be up in excess of quarter size. Could be maybe up in excess of 1.5 inches in size. And yeah, so hail potential main issue with this. My times might be a little slow, actually. They absolutely probably are. Let's get it. Let's get a motion on this. Yeah, that one's about 45. Most of my storms have been a little slower than that. So I'm going to go on my squall track up to 45 miles per hour. Let's watch that there. That's pretty close. Unless it takes some kind of dramatic change in direction. I'll check up here with Memphis. Gotta play some catch up, don't we? Let's double check some hail sizes on these. Let's see if anybody got any new hail sizes here with the red. So the red is a tornado warning on a storm out toward Rolling Fork. Honestly, there's probably a little flooding potential here as well if these end up lining up for a little while. Let's come up here. Let's go kill Michael next as we kind of work our way up and through. And Winona. Again, hail main impact on any and all of these. There's some broad rotation there. Down here kind of southwest of Winona. Let's go ahead and you can see where it shows the white there where the hail is the most likely, kind of on a quick estimation on radar. Most of these have been moving close to 35, obviously already kind of in Winona. And there's some times as it works eastward. This, some delayed video from Fulton. Get this back reconnected. Okay. Get this back up for you for a moment. This is some of the hail video there in Fulton. As they were trying to move the vehicle as under there as they can. There's no good on that, unfortunately. So yeah, some big hail a little earlier on there out of that thunderstorm, unfortunately. So that thunderstorm there is kind of on the far east side here. That's the one out here toward Hamilton. Has it had rotation? Yes. Has it produced hail? Yes. That's been more its story. I showed north of Hamilton, on the north side of Hamilton. That's where the hail is most likely the largest at this point. Again, this whole thing kind of moving eastward. I'll track that portion of this thunderstorm. Not a ton of folks in the path of this here. We'll show South Haleyville by around 8:14, Glen Mary 8:15, Del Mar around 8:16. That's the one that we showed you that hail we looked at a minute ago. Now looking down here toward Amory and Parham, looking at wind here. Most of the wind relatively broad. I don't see a lot of rotation of major significance. There has been a pretty decent push there closer to Nash Road. Right there you kind of see the mouse. That's where we're watching some of that. But more than anything, I think that's just some hail and some gusty winds. The hail more on the north side, that we haven't had a lot of hail reports recently. I'm going to go through your reports on that here in a minute. I'm going to track the north storm and then the south storm. North storm there, again, the hail portion more toward Detroit, Henson Springs. Kind of working eastward there. Detroit 7:50, 8 p.m. Henson Springs, Stinson 8:15. Look at the Amory storm, again, more directly east. Yeah, this is the kind of the second one to move through there. Amory 7:45, Hatley 7:52. Splunge 8:07, Sulligent 8:21, Beaverton about 8:31. And if we were to get some gusty winds out of this near Parham there, you can see Parham 7:46, Splunge about 7:54. Again, some other spots that I mentioned the other track, but that's the one that's kind of doing that. And then near Pinnell, I haven't had a lot of reports out of this one recently. Broad rotation, but again, hail, what this one's more likely to do. And some folks that saw it earlier, like Shannon, 8:20 for you as it works eastward. How large is the hail? That is the question. that we'll always come back to. How large is your hail? Um, in saying that, near Bruce and Pittsboro and Banner and Bounds and Big Creek, watching this kind of batch here for you, um, I'm gonna have to change my squall here back to, let's just say 40. It's a nice middle ground. Yeah, if that were to kind of keep going that way. It's really gotten a little bit stronger there just on the south side of that recently. There's some times on the screen. Hold on. Probably a bit of wind on that one as well. Do power lines, a few things like that, all we've heard down so far in the Rolling Fork area. Hopefully it doesn't get any more significant than that. That's mainly in the county so far, but we'll see what that ends up coming up with. So I do think one of our bigger hail producers at this time probably is this Bruce Calhoun City storm moving kind of generally toward Vardaman. Let's look at this 3D. Give me a moment for that to load in. Yep. That's some pretty good size hail. And again, hail's the main story on all these. Typically, we don't continue doing this. I can't say we're always going to do this, but tonight we're just kind of watching these, babysitting them while we do it as well. I'd say some decent sized hail on that one near Bruce. So we should be getting those reports out of Bruce here pretty soon on that storm. Okay. That's what I'm going to do. Okay, Winona. Hold on, let's look down here where. Any rotations broad on that. That's for sure. And honestly, that's nowhere near as impressive as it was just a little bit ago. Yeah, it's dropped a lot of its hail near where. Hopefully we're stabilizing the atmosphere in Winona. Whatever big hail this is putting out, it's probably doing right now. We've given you a storm track a few times. I'll give you another one here. And then I'm going to look through some of your reports. I mean, if I have not been going over top of you, you are largely in better shape. Crazy lightning there in Hatley. Listen, the tornado threat is not high for our area. Oop, hold on. That's not good. I think I kicked that. Hopefully that didn't mess something up. Let's see. Oxford and clear rest of the night. Yes. Splunge is a hot spot for these rotating storms. It's so close to the radar site that we can get a good look at it. Okay. Yeah, the folks out of Jackson would be wall to wall for tornado warnings on this. Yes, the North Mississippi Storm Chasers cameras, Dylan was asking this a little bit ago. We have the ability to use them, yeah, online here like this. Um, but viewers can look at them as well. If you go to NMSCAS, North Mississippi Storm Chasers and Spotters, just take first letter from each of those. NMSCAS.org. You can look at it there, and you can also donate to what they're doing to try to put these up, because what they do is good stuff. I have not seen significant hail reports really anytime recently, so that's a good sign. You see pea-size hail in Amory. Moment. Okay. Look back at Southwest again. We were watching that rolling fork. Yeah, looks like that camera's straight on. On now. Nope, it's back. Backside of that storm. I wonder if I can't rotate it anymore. Did the rolling fork camera, can you rotate that back around a little more, question mark? Or is it at its max? Man, dot, dot, dot. The voice text is not working tonight, period. Can you rotate rolling fork a little bit more to the east, question mark? I didn't know if it was at its max, period. Okay. About 20 minutes ago, hail there. Hailing in Winona. How large is your hail size there? Shania, how? Well, yeah, I was gonna say things look a lot better on that Rolling Fork storm. That's for sure. Obviously, it's east of Rolling Fork now, but it's definitely not what it was. Man, but that was a Great Plains style sort of look there, as opposed to here. That did not look like a Mississippi HP storm. That's for sure. By the way, some new weather calls going out there for locations around Houston. Again, this is the hail and wind potential on that one there. Again, that's probably come out in the last few minutes. Does not look like that. Is that there again? Okay, there we go. That's unfortunate. Okay. Hail, what we're looking at on this one here. Looking at wind mode. There could be some gusty wind on it as well. A lot of lightning. As you can see, the lightning making it difficult to see everything else. P size. Stop start Samantha. Let's see where Samantha's original one. Hailing in Pittsburgh. Anytime you can tell a size. Alex Toll. Figuring out how large. When you put it in there, put in, both the location and the hail at the same time. Yep, severe thunderstorm warning for Houston. This will not be an all-night storm, and honestly, the tornado potential, if that's what you're worried about, I mean, I would say come back when you get your weather call on that if that were to happen, because largely that is not the case out of these tonight. What about Bruce? Hey, that's what we're looking at. We're over topping Bruce, and it is there's some wind clearly, and there's some hail out of that, and those are the main impacts with that one there. Each of these has had some rotation out here toward Hamilton, out here toward Detroit. It's just that rotation has never been able to get past the fact that we just don't have quite enough moisture out there to pull off tornadoes, despite the fact that we can see rotation, which is what we have seen over and over again. Likely still are. P-size Amory. So back up there a minute ago, where was the person who mentioned healing in Pittsburgh? I really wish Alex Toll. If you can tell me, Alex, where your hail was from and say, this is Alex, this size hail, this location, this time. Perfect scenario if you do all three of those. Where was it? When was it? What was it? That's important. To kind of go on the wider shot here again. I know folks always want to know the all clear. There are still some other thunderstorms kind of behind this. And again, later on tonight, it's not possible to get some. There's not going to be a tornado threat with those. Any tornado threat's kind of on the leading edge down here of where some of these are. And even then, it's not a particularly impressive one at this point. Obviously, you saw that brief tornado they had down here. Um, there we go. Yeah, fortunately, that data's in and out of that rolling fork camera. Someone was asking up here, Tishmingo County, a couple storms there. And again, up here northwest, likelihood of tornadoes is low everywhere, but definitely what we have come through later on tonight will not be a tornado threat. If you see anything, maybe some additional hail possible on the backside there. Some of our models have tried to regenerate some of those eventually on the backside. The two that I'm watching the most closely, this one has emerged from a cell merger out here. And we just had a bunch of like storms there kind of merge. And then this one has a little bit more of a southeasterly sort of direction. Again, I think hail, again, the main impact on that. And I'm going to go a little faster on that at 40 miles an hour. That might be a little too fast. Wind there. Again, broad rotation on that. Broad rotation, good food. Not really so back on any of those. Over top of Winona, still there has been broad rotation, continues to be. All that's probably hail rotation and all those probably. And Ackerman, compared to the rest, as you can see, definitely less blacks and purples now, but still could have some hail with that. Just haven't had a lot of reports of that recently. Okay, let's leave it on the wide shot here while we kind of address some, leave that on loop. Come back through here, vitamin clear. No. I mean, from tornadoes, yes, but no, that storm's coming pretty close to Vardaman. You still have some stuff to go. It was west of Amory, had a lot of hail. Very calm. Amory had hail again. Man, maybe one day in the future I'll stop having drainage. That'd be great. Okay, so anybody worried about tornadoes? Let's say this, the likelihood of any of these producing tornadoes remains very limited. I would be fairly surprised if they took the next step and produced tornadoes at this point. They have had plenty of opportunities to do that and have just largely failed. I mean, you know, in a different scenario, you'd look at this rotation and go, well, now hold on. But with the way in which the atmosphere has struggled to this point, the wind is just not at the right spot at the lowest levels. So they are spinning, but holding up hail. Be interested to see if we get a cell merger here on this one near Troy and Holka. Sometimes that can enhance things of this as it kind of gets ingested in that. Weirder things have happened than that. But it's got a ways to go. I think even on the Rolling Fork storm, they then canceled that one because the storm is largely falling apart. I mean, listen, most of these, yeah, I'm watching you for Troy. Still watching that. Okay, so as far as sheltering is concerned, right? Because that is one of the questions that people, consistently ask. If you're in a sturdy structure, you're fine. Really, from any of these at this point. Hail is the biggest impact you'll see. So watching that one near Good Food, And we'll see. I mean, we still have 10, 12 minutes before that merger happens to see if something weird is going to happen. Vardaman, though, the hail is getting closer to you. Let's look at just the hail tracker on this. It does a better job of just, doing the quick, okay, well, what catches your eyeball, right? And you can see that Calhoun County storm is the one that should catch your eyeball the most. Thus, it is the strongest at this instant. Excuse me. So this one, let's look at it 3D. Hold on, lots of stuff coming down over here. Hold on, and they are going for. Let's hit the two east storms after this. We're going to cut through this and look at the hail. So the hail size is not as big on this as some earlier. Huh. Or perhaps that hail is falling out right now. Let's take a look. Let's go back. Let me let that loop populate. This is not going to be an all-night thing. This is not last weekend. Let's be crystal clear. This is not like last weekend where we have such a large duration. Well, it's not purely one and done. The tornado threat is not that big after this. Someone mentions they're in a big house. Hey, listen, no matter the size of your house, you're safest in the middle on the lowest floor. With the exception of if you have a storm shelter and wherever that is, which will probably still be on the lowest floor. I'm still getting some of those heavier returns up to about 30,000 feet. I have this cut to just the most intense stuff. And that's about 25,000 feet. Obviously, the other parts are. Hold on, I gotta take a picture of something. Let's check and see what else people sent in. Okay, Troy, Chickasaw County, see when this was. Largely pea-size hail. Okay, let's go back wide on this. A couple of different warnings out here on these. Start east. So that Russellville storm wasn't anything until there. But it's just far enough east that's out of really where anybody could watch us. The TVA 9 News, that's largely Huntsville's area. No, no, no. I'm not talking nonstop. The audio should still be there. I'm just not talking. There is not a tornado environment. There's not a tornado anywhere at this moment. In this moment. Okay, hold on. Time size Lloyd. Um, Okay, we've had a little time here. So Lloyd, we had dime size hail report out of this a minute ago. Someone again, the heaviest was maybe just a little bit south of that. Appreciate Matt Croft for the sharing that. Uh, dime size Detroit. Hold on. Do Again, hail is the main issue here. That's what I'm largely just kind of going back and seeing. Renee Dax. Let's see where Renee is. What Renee was saying. Okay, Vernon and Hamilton. We'll do our best there again to cover that. Yeah, it did. And Alex, a touchdown, pick back up there in Rolling Fork. No reports of injuries or anything like that as well. Thank you. And, and ultimately, as far as tornadoes go, the likelihood remains low for any of that. Let's come over here to Detroit for a minute. Like looking at wind, nope. Um, Looking at rainfall, again, the hail, pretty much right where that arrow is pointing at that. Right there. So went right through Detroit and north of County Road 16 there in Lamar County. Some large hail out of that. Still a possibility. And again, both those have some broad rotation even back to Parham. You might ask the question. It's an easy thing to ask. It's like, well, hold on. Why is this not worse right here near Parham? It's because it's so close to the radar, we can't scan high enough up. So that's why it's like, well, why is it just like kind of cut there? Well, it's because that's as high as the radar can scan. Because believe it or not, we don't scan with the radar up like this. The highest we scan is, pretty limited in height. In fact, I need to double check my number there. At one point I knew it, my brain doesn't at the moment. Uh, Hold on. I'll answer that real fast. Wrong one. There we are. Yeah, 15 degrees is as high as we scan, which is not, if that's 45 and that's 33, 15 is fairly low scan, right? So when it's this close to the radar, we don't really scan up very high, unfortunately, because that's just the kind of way it works. So some really broad rotation on both those storms, but again, hail produces what they primarily are. Okay, we've had some time for this to have whatever cell merger it's going to do back toward Troy. Let's see what it's doing. Not quite, but it is moving a little more southeast. The movement on these is now a little east, a little south of east. Some broad rotation on this one here. Near Good Food, County Road 413. I have it actually here closer to the trace, just south of 41 is where it should be. Let's go back a scan. See the last time this moved, get it all lined up. There we go. That's about the right spot. We'll have to watch this one. Again, my concern with this one is a little more upright. I'm a little more, let's see if I can get this right. Like that, right? It's going to move like more like that as opposed to just sitting like that on its side. So the angle there, the difference in angle kind of is one of the things that's a little more concerning about this. And then watching this one near Thorn and Vardaman, again, it's kind of got a little better angle as well. Has some wind in it, has some rotation, but hail, I'd say, is the bigger impact with that. Let's go back through some of your reports here. Is there any good food there? Supposedly there was. That's the reason it was named that. It used to say good Ford on this radar here. I have another radar it says good Ford on that I'm gonna have to fix. But good food. There's a woman there that called me up and let me know that one day. It's take shelter. Listen, I'm watching a decent amount of rotation on these. Um, I would say again, it's going to be a tall task for one of these to produce a tornado. Um, you can hear the hail in Vardaman, then that's a little north of you, but I appreciate that, Matthew. That's kind to say. Okay, we don't always do this, and my nose and everything is starting to cut out on me, so my voice is going to go here in a minute. So I'm probably going to have to like start talking less. But Tupelo is fine. Lights flickering in Dorsey there. Still fairly broad rotation. So here's what I'm watching. So you know kind of what I'm looking at, why I'm still kind of sitting here on largely. Typically we disengage on these hail events because you could track these for 7 hours straight, and you know it is what it is. Whoa, where is that? Where is that? Question mark. And when? Question mark. I need to know when Laura Neighbors got her hail. Kosciuszko. Never mind. Dot dot dot. Just saw it. Period. Well, now this is some hail. It's a little delayed, but man, this some this is some hail. Hold on. Mm, okay, hold on. So here's some of the hail I was looking at. Let's go and pop this back up. See, no, why does this keep disconnecting? Thinks it knows what I need. Stay connected. There we are. There's our hail. That's some big hail. So that was Kosciuszko hail. That's some rough looking stuff. But I'm watching these two areas of fairly broad rotation. Hold on, let's come up here to this one. The angle on those is just a little bit better for the moment. I'm not willing to write either of these two off. I would say the tornado potential on these is not particularly high, but it's the highest of the two that we're watching. I need to look at a few other things. It's hard to do while still talking about it. So give me a moment to try something here. I need to post that picture real quick. Laura Kosciuszko. Delayed from Kosciuszko, period. Where are the books of face? A moment here. I'm gonna post this on there because it's big. Small hail and thorn. Appreciate that. Hail from Laura in Kosciuszko. Finish posting. There we are. Good. Again, the best way to share your pictures at the moment is using Facebook. Excuse me, is using WTVA weather app. Let's see here what you've got. Again, man, that's really curled around there pretty good. Yeah, the part we'd be most concerned with. Okay, why I am live here. The reason we're not live on TV is because we could take over TV for 6 hours on a day like today. But the reality is that's not prudent because again, the likelihood of this producing life-threatening, life-dangerous, severe weather, there's a possibility, but it's not nearly as high as in other situations. So that's the reason why we don't get on the air and just blow out people's programming for hours unless there are tornado warnings. Now, there's enough hail on this that it's worth doing this. And speaking of, let's double check some of your hail reports. Appreciate that. Not trying to. Yeah, I'm sorry. Not trying to. So the woe was the hail. I should clarify that the woe was the hail. So I apologize for that. And frankly, if the whole house is watching me on a night like this, I probably should shut this down because y'all need to experience a Sunday night with the family. Um, hail in Troy on the Chickasaw-Pontotoc County line. How large is the hail? You tell me there was another one coming. There's multiple batches of hail, unfortunately. Hail and flickering there. Yeah, hail, hail, hail. Can't say it enough. Uh, not mean to scare anybody with how with my woe a minute ago. It was just really big, like that. That's just a really big hailstone. So I apologize for that. Uh, Catching up on what the chasers have put in here for a moment. Okay. And that one still has some rotation, this one near Houston, but again, it's mainly mid-level rotation producing large hail. Um, so again, that's what's kind of that's what's moving into Houston, where you see it flash there. That's where the hail is the largest. This one up towards Shannon and Leotis. Briefly looked like the wind was a little more organized. Honestly, more in this version here. You can see more of the straight line portion of this for a minute here, kind of heading down toward Okolona. That's more the issue. And even the broader shot side here, you can see how this is not likely to produce tornadoes. These are hailers in particular. We just get hail so infrequently around here. Hold on, let me see the last couple scans. Interesting to see kind of this flaring up there. Just a sign that the jet stream becoming a little more active there and kicking out a few more storms. Look at the wider shot there. It's been a little while since we've been down here toward Kilmichael. And again, another one back toward Winona. Again, hail on these. Now listen, this shot here coming in from Jamie, an example of a really scary looking cloud. This was near Smithville a little bit ago. And again, like that looks a bit rough, right? Low hanging stuff. I mean, clearly, this was where air was going up into it because there's lower pressure as things kind of come together and try to go up there. Um, and so, but that's not a tornado, despite what it kind of looks like. When we saw that rolling fork tornado earlier, right? And you saw it had that very clearly defined funnel that was right there, the really sharp funnel. That's what we're looking at more than this. So hopefully it gives you an idea. You're going to see some spin and things in this because wind, if you look at it at a parking lot, doesn't move from point A to point B in a straight line. It kind of swirls. It's going from point A to point B. So there's always going to be some swirls and stuff in the air in the clouds. It's when you get the very violent, rapid rotation, that's when we have the issue, right? Because you think of a tornado, it has to be rotating 60, 70, 80, 100 plus miles per hour to cause damage. That's when you're talking about a funnel cloud of significance. So you could have broad rotation that's gradual and slow, 40, 50, 60 miles an hour, that's not going to produce a tornado. 60 is still fairly quick, but 30, 40 miles per hour as it's kind of going around. That's something to watch. This is an example of something that would have been something to watch. Um, but that's not the kind that ends up producing a tornado. Let's watch these two up here. We've been kind of keeping a close eye on them. South of Houston, near Sonora. It's still fairly broad right there. Kind of approaching where the Natchez Trace and the bypass kind of come together there on the southwest side of town, where that is on County Road 254. Listen, it's just really broad rotation more than anything, and hail the biggest thing, right, Mr. Maynard?
Exactly. Hail, hail, hail.
Hail, hail, all hail,
All hail the hail.
all hail out of all these. Thankfully,
Are
you
on
missed
one?
Rolling Fork.
I saw the video that they sent. Oh, trust me, I've been monitoring it.
I know, I know.
But these were getting a little bit more interesting, so that's why I was like, hey, let's go, let's go.
Yeah, I know.
So
These two like are trying to wrap around. I mean, they
that
see
structure is exactly what it should look like.
that is the structure. Well, in saying that though, it is and it isn't. Again, if I were asking you what direction would that storm be moving to produce a tornado, right?
Mhm.
You would say, if you knew nothing about the pattern, this way,
That's
right?
typical northeast, yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
But which way is it moving?
East, so it needs to be on the south side.
So yeah, so it'd need to be, well, it'd need to be on kind of on the west side almost,
West side, yeah.
right? Which is
Yeah.
what Rolling Fork was, right?
Yes.
So I always called these, actually my chief in Texas called these front feeders because it's like they're perfectly feeding in where they get the good warm moist air to go in just the right spot and just kind of feed in like that. So the whole way it's just feeding. So he would call these front feeders. And front feeders typically produce giant hail, um, but not, yeah.
What is that?
So this was in Smithville a little bit ago. Somebody sent us that picture there.
That's fun.
Yeah, I mean,
That looks
listen,
horrifying if I saw that.
exactly. But what it isn't is it's not what you saw on Rolling Fork, right? Where you had a tight funnel there. Hold on. That is quarter size hail.
Is that
Would you
cool?
put that? Yeah, would you put that in Birmingham chat? That was 8:13, about 10 to 15 minutes ago.
In Hatley,
Yeah. Uh,
10 minutes ago? 15?
well, hold on. That'd be Hatley, Detroit. Hold on. Let's double check that. Let me clear that out for a second. Because Hatley, Detroit would actually be Memphis. That'd be Hatley, Detroit Road. Yes. Yeah. Let's put that. Yeah, put that in Memphis. That's what that was. That was the hail, quarter size hail, Hatley, Detroit Road. Okay. Come back to these two. So front feeding in all likelihood, again, rotating, producing damage, but
You said 10 to 15 minutes ago.
yeah, I mean the picture came in 10 minutes ago and they said hailed for 10 minutes. So I would say the likelihood is not high for the person asking about Hatley, Smithville, and tornadoes. The likelihood is not particularly high. Because again, the angle on this, it's the wrong angle. In saying that, screwy things happen. If I put a percentage on it, I would say less than 10%
For which one?
producing tornadoes
Just in
out
general
of these.
tonight?
Well, out of either of these two storms, which are two of the most interesting storms we've had in a while.
Yes.
But less than 10% if I were putting an odds on it.
Well, the interesting thing is the one to the southwest of that, moving into Montgomery County,
Mhm.
has the exact structure you'd want for an east moving storm.
a certain extent, it does. You're right.
It's still a little bit too southern almost.
Yeah, it is a little bit. Honestly, the Kilmichael one's
See,
kind
I'm
of.
learning that my radar is not the same as the station's radar
Let me see.
on radar scope because it looks more like that on here.
So the color. I mean, we have a different color table, obviously, and the color
Yes.
table is what you're looking at, and you don't have any smoothing on that.
Nope.
The difference between smoothing and color table makes a difference. And I have our color tables specifically chosen to look a certain way. If that makes sense. I mean, listen, it is an odd setup. That's what the thing is that this is hail. The question you have to ask is there a reason why we have not talked heavily about this the last few days? And the answer is yes. The tornado threat's not high, not moderate, fairly low. But you just got spinning storms doing spinning storm things, and so we're babysitting. Typically, we wouldn't have a live stream up in this situation, and so y'all wouldn't be as worried about it because we wouldn't be live.
Golly, that Houston storm just looks good in regards to structure.
It does if it were heading
Yeah.
northeast, and it's not. It's heading
Man.
east. Thankfully.
Yeah.
Golf ball size hail in Dennis, my family reported. That would have been earlier.
That was the first storm, wasn't it?
Power's out in Hamilton, Alabama. Okay, let's take a look at that real quick. Hamilton's good, mainly south. Yeah, Dennis would have been the first one. Let's see here. Can we go to bed in Wamba County? Man, oh man, that sounds like a good idea. 8:30 bedtime. Yep, in Wamba County, I'd say you're fine. That's not to say you wouldn't have more hail and lightning. It's something that rumbles you and makes you go, let's go back through here. Looking.
Man, this is why you need something to compare it to. Look at the size of that one.
Where's that?
Fulton.
Whoa, that was Fulton? When?
It's up here recently, 825. It wasn't anything recent.
We need, yeah, we need to set, you can, okay, what would we call that?
That looks $50.
At least.
But that one doesn't look too impressive.
Yeah, it does. I mean, look, you start, think about
Oh,
that.
yeah,
That's
'cause it's
that's
all
falling
different
off, yeah, it's
sizes.
falling off the roof. That's a lot there in Fulton earlier. So delayed from Fulton,
Yeah, how long
at
ago
least
was that?
$50. I just put delayed in Fulton, $50 size hail. Of course, want to do something until they realize Matt Lawpon's watching. I do enjoy your crazy comments from time to time, I've got to admit. Yeah, and this is mainly a hail event. I guess we only really have 1 to 2 hail events a year,
Yeah, it was in June 2 years ago.
which is the reason why Tree on a House, Oak Lake Circle in Houston.
That's still Memphis, right?
Yeah,
And where?
Houston.
Do you want me to say the specifics?
Yeah, you can say Tree on a House on Oak Lake Circle in Houston.
Houston.
Viewer report.
Okay.
Thank you all for all your reports. I'm just kind of playing catch up here on everything that's gone down.
Maddie's gonna come talk to us around 9 to figure out what we're doing for the
Okay, 10 o'clock is you. I will be home by 10 o'clock.
no team coverage.
No team coverage unless you really, really want team coverage.
Matt, you can get your day. I promise.
Matt Lawpon ain't scared of storms. Storms are scared of Matt Lawpon.
You put that on a t-shirt, I'll buy it.
You put
Or actually, put that on suspenders. There you
it
go.
on suspenders. Most people don't wear suspenders. I'll keep that one. I'll have to give that one back to mom. When we get home. Okay. So just kind of playing catch up here on what everyone else sent in. Hey, I get it, Talijah. You know, I'd be worried after and have anxiety after one hit my house like yours. I've never had that happen. It would make me more anxious, certainly. Luckily, hail is the main impact with these. Not that that's good for everybody's cars, because some of it's been pretty good size. Let's back up here. Kind of look at everybody as a whole for a moment. Make sure it's not something else. Again, they are noticing that rotation, that one west of Winona again near North Carrollton. Let's get a track on that. And I do feel like that had a little bit more of a northerly angle. It's a little bit. I'm going to include Winona in that track. It's probably going a little bit north of that. There's the track there as I kind of play catch up on.
They canceled Pontoon out of the warning. The one thing, the lightning is
Okay,
wild.
safety. I mean, largely, I would say for most locations, it's safe to go to bed. Like, this is hail. These are loud. These are annoying. These aren't stay up all night.
This was Itawamba Monroe.
Yeah, see, that's just rough looking. Like, it's gross, right? Gnarly. Maybe not. Hold on. What happens? I'll make it big. Like, that's kind of gnarly looking, right? I wish that it would get its act together and try to work on the brightness. There we are. Gnarly looking. But what you can't tell based on the resolution there is unlike what you had there in Rolling Fork, it's not that tight area of rotation, right? That tight funnel, rapidly rotating. Might be very broadly rotating. When we see tornadoes and they've got stuff sticking off the side there, those are also tightly rotating cones and things like that. We call vorticity tubes that extend off the side, basically little areas of spin. That's all broad. It is a look-alike, but not the real thing, thankfully. Somebody said, not God, can't say 100%. That's right. Like, got nickel size hail in Troy.
Troy, not Alabama. What am I
No, yeah, that would be in Memphis's area. No. I would say here's what I would say about the Elliott tornado. That had tornado warnings on it. Let's be clear. Yeah, and at 9 and 10 o'clock there was nothing on that one there, Caitlin. But it solidly looked like it was producing a tornado as it was approaching. We were covering that. We expected that one in the Elliott area. You know, the difference between that and what we see here is it's a completely different setup. And there were a number of strong tornadoes that were expected and happened. There's nowhere near as much moisture and instability and everything for tornadoes tonight. That's one of the things that luckily has helped us to this point here, thankfully. Let's see here. I will say this, Gabe. I need to remember in the future that we need to um need to remember there's only usually one big hail event in the spring a year. We need a plan to cover it pretty extensively.
Okay.
Right? There's only usually one. Typically it's like, well, it's not tornadoes. Maybe the one long hail day we'll cover.
This is our one long hail day.
This is our one long hail day.
No, last wasn't 22. It was in June, right?
But and sometimes it happens in June or July. We get one northwest flow. Hold on.
I mean, that's not the velocity returns, but that
I know, the
based off reflectivity.
Base reflectivity makes things that make you go, Well, I'm telling you, dew 0.5 degrees higher, we'd have a problem.
I would argue that dew 0.5 degrees higher, you were looking at possibly last Saturday. Because did you see all the storms popping up?
Yeah, but
And they all had that. You also don't have the flow correct.
You don't have the flow correct. Like there's big issues, big differences.
Yes, for
but,
sure. But there was a lot of activity with this one. I mean, at one point, just expanding things out and looking at the severe thunderstorm warnings being issued, numerous, all in that slight risk.
Let's see here. Let's go up. Oh, hold on. See, this is why we don't do it. Golly, that's why we don't change it. Because I never remember to change it back. The Stream Deck. That one's trying. There's no question that one's trying.
What's it entering into? What's the environment?
Would you be willing to check that?
Yeah, are you on 2 or 1?
I'm on 1, yeah. What'd you say?
So what am I even at? Or
It's always
always on.
always on one. So what's interesting about this southern Chickasaw is there's just so many mergers going on. It's just like whoop, merger, merger, merger.
I mean, you got low 60s. You definitely have a moist.
Low 60s.
Yeah. The mid 60s are still out there towards Greenwood.
That's the difference. Okay. Miranda in the Parham community near Hatley. Let's see what we got here. It's a lot of hail. Sounds like we have disconnected again.
Avery and Fulton are at 63.
I need to go eat some dinner, Mr. Maynard.
Get out of here. Got it under control.
I know you do. And give that one more scan. And I'll hand it off to you. Okay, so let's look. This is Parham. Pretty good size hail there, filling up messing up the plants. At least there's not a lot of leaves on the plants yet. A few weeks we'd be shredding those off with all this hail. Luckily, that has not been the case here. Quite a bit of hail there. That was Parham, but not a lot that severe hail, meaning of a large enough size.
What?
Okay, yeah, this was your Fulton hail
Yeah.
a little bit ago. And pull that back up.
That's big.
That's big hail.
Unless it's a small hand, but that looks like an adult hand with.
It does look like an adult hand. That's just a lot of hail there.
That's
When
a
you start
snow.
seeing those black and purple returns, that's what that is. Has been not just large hail, but a lot of hail.
There's your spring snow day, in
Shit.
Mississippi.
Gabe Manor got the jokes. Whoa. What is
What's up?
this? Hold on. Let's look here.
Is it one of their cameras?
I think so.
That'd be Amory, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Let me go five. What's up there? They're getting that on lightning strikes. Let's pull that back up. This is the Amory camera. Oh, that was an interesting
Yeah.
looking one. That's, I guess, probably looking back east toward. Actually, we need to find out what direction that's looking. 291. That'd be west. That'd actually looking west.
That's into the inflow.
Yeah.
Probably.
So they're looking back into the inflow on this one here. Again, I've said this before. I'll say this again. North Mississippi Storm Chasers and Spotters you see up there, 501c3 nonprofit. And they are putting up these cameras all around our part of the state. These cameras have and will save lives. Okay? So if you're looking for someone to possibly donate to, their cause is a good one as they're putting these up. I know. And Gabe's looking right there.
That's the tail.
At the area rotation on it. Moving toward the Amory area with that. But anyway, 501c3 nonprofit. If you'd like to support them, I know they would appreciate it. Because again, as we're sitting here looking at radar, and I'm going, well, that is some rotation there, and it absolutely is near Ren and 41, the intersection there. You know, what does that look like in real life? Well, it looks like this in real life. Let's just get a storm track on that. Again, this is broad rotation. It's more hail than anything else. Nothing on that regard has changed. That was.
It looks like there's two.
Yeah.
There's one right here as well. That's the more defined one, in my opinion.
Okay, I think I cannot see how many degrees it is. I see on the small one there.
11. Right here, Matt.
Huh? No, that's tilt up at 11 degrees. I think 291 is what it was at one point. Hold on. Is this? That's a still. They took a video, get the still. And the 291. So I think they're probably looking at the lights there, same angle. So 291. What does that mean? 291 is how many degrees we're looking at here. And so from Amory, where they're at kind of on the south side, 291, 270 be back here. So they're looking into that. And so the center of the camera is 291 up there, so that left side's right there. So that is that area of rotation. So if it's going to do something, we're going to see it there. Let's look at wind and check out, again, hail, main impact on even that stuff back there. Someone was asking about Greenwood way back here. We have had that storm that moved out of Greenwood toward Winona. Let's not miss the fact, I'm curious if they have put out any flash flood warnings, because yeah, I was wondering about that. There's just been enough there, and there's still more coming, that this could potentially be a significant flash flooding threat for some of those spots as well. So don't want to, again, the severe weather becomes more of an issue, but like, yeah, don't want to miss the fact that there's a flash flooding potential there as well. Storm chasers are. It tried, ... but CC wasn't right, period. Hey, would you put a link to that camera in the chat with the weather service?
Yeah. Shall I find the link? I gotta get the weather service chat. Because I'm in the old Slack. I realized the other day.
Really? But it deletes you out after a while if you haven't used it.
Well, that might be something we can handle tomorrow or something. Because
Well, I just need you to email.
is it this? Yeah. Memphis, yeah. I'm gonna say looking at.
Yeah. Looking at the Monroe storm. Hit enter.
I did that earlier.
Yeah. I mean, that's a wall cloud. It call it what it is. It is what it is. It's a wall cloud.
If that rotation was any bit tighter, they would issue it. Because that's. Oh, sorry. I should credit.
Go give it a thumbs up. Okay, back here to, I mean, you can see it right there in the middle. There's no question what we're looking at. Shrink that down a little bit.
Why is it doing this?
What?
The radar is glitching on radar scope right now.
Chasers are griping about that too.
This is awful. Can you look at that Winona storm again?
Yeah.
Because reflectivity has it positioned where it needs to be on at least the app. But the velocity, if it was what it was, lines up really well. But I just want to see it now.
No.
Yeah.
Well, hold on, that's not latest scan.
So is it actually just glitching?
Where are you looking? Show me.
Well, like, there's where I have it, but like the velocity, it's from 11 minutes ago.
Yeah, it's just some kind of data issue. It's fine. It's fine on here. I'm pretty sure. Well, let's double check.
What time is it? 8:44.
Yeah, no, we're good. The latest scan is as 8:44. Yeah.
Okay.
Right at the county line, on the backside there.
The radar scope needs to get their act together.
Okay, this one up here, Detroit. I know we've watched this view. A couple of these come through there tonight. That bigger one, a little south of you. Man, that's dropping some big hail now. And maybe it's not even just big hail. It's maybe just a large amount of hail. Ewan, that first one kind of went north of you. This second one's not. That second one's bringing the big hail to town. Skew in at Winfield there. Track that east.
Chickasaw, Monroe counties. Seems like an octopus.
What?
I mean,
A little bit. I can see that. Okay. Freeze again. Sure did. Man, that's the problem. Internet access in Mississippi. Here we go. Yeah. So again, the wall cloud on a thunderstorm is where things are going kind of up into the cloud, right? Things go up in at that point there because it's lower because the air pressure is lower. Because as air comes together, it can't go into the ground, so it goes up. And so as it does, the cloud base forms at a lower level.
tour possible. Severe thunderstorm warning for the storm just west of Amory. So that
Okay. Look at that shot. The storm chasers caught that.
I mean,
That's now listen. The wall cloud looks a little bit more separated now.
yeah. Well, it is clearly, yeah. There's a
Yeah,
clear line.
it's a
through
little
that.
bit more. Okay, let's go to the other storm here. So as you can see, rotation detected on this. Obviously, what we've kind of stopped everything and been looking at here for a moment. Rotation was felt driving on 45 in Nettleton. Our weakest locations: cars, trucks, mobile homes, manufactured homes. You know, those are where we don't want to be really in any of these kind of thunderstorms. You know, if we don't have to be, the cars and trucks in particular, they're at the top of the list for a reason, though. And then hail's the main impact, you know, the main issue I think most spots would see. Look down here toward McCondy for a moment. Now, my rotation's not substantial enough, not in the right spot on that. But the hail, you can clearly see that's what we have here, South Oklahoma. That is hail. I say it like I said hail.
Say like a true Mississippian.
It's hail. Lots of hail. Occasionally just comes out now. When I start saying hail like that, the transformation will be complete.
You're not a Texan anymore, man.
I wasn't a Texan to begin
You're
with.
not a Kansan.
I was never a Texan. I lived there, liked it, but
I can't get over how numerous the hail is. That is awful.
yeah, just copious amounts of hail. Okay,
I like that
still
little
watching
tree.
that, whatever it's doing there. Let's get you, we had not done track in a little bit. Let's at least get a track on it. Again, watching this rotating part of the storm. Let's get the angle right. So give me a moment to do that. And I understand, part of the reason I have not put a track on this, I want to be clear, is because I understand the nerves that go along with people that live in Amory. And I'm conscious of that, and I don't want to overly worry people. We'll get a new scan here in a second. We'll see if it's something that requires more concern. There it is, whatever that is. It's more right there on the south side.
Did you see this picture from Burton earlier tonight? The bowl of large head.
No. See, that's how they're trying to get their snow cream. That is not true. My angle is incorrect on this. Let's go ahead and change this angle. Should be more like that. There we are. Again, there's some broad rotation that we've been watching there. Still showing up. I think my angle still isn't. Okay.
That's a cool shot. Someone got the hail quote.
Nice. Glowing
Like
up
with
there.
that green.
That's cool. You might not be able to tell it.
Mallory
wanna
takes
go full screen.
some amazing
Mallory's a
pictures.
phenomenal photographer.
I mean, she sends them all the time. I love it. She does. Okay, now here's what I'll say. Look at that real quick. That is downdraft. That is not like that does not that is okay. So the fact this is a good sign as we get closer. Hopefully that's the case. Again, this is all toward the radar right here, right? And then this is away. When you get it like this, that's more what we call downburst. Looks like a downburst sort of signature as opposed to tornado sort of rotation. So that's a good sign there. I appreciate all the folks for helping us kind of police what's going on there. Be kind, please, to other folks. The one thing to consider is that we do have a lot of people who have, storm PTSD around here, and they're going to tend to ask questions over and over and over again. Just know that the people that ask questions over and over again probably have lost either family members or property to tornadoes in the past. So I know that that can be frustrating to some. I would just try to caution everyone to try to be as helpful as we can. But know that there's a reason why folks act like that, and typically it's because something bad has happened to someone they know before. So as far as the same storm is concerned, yes, there is a rotation detect. I'm gonna pull that camera back up. We have had it down probably a little longer than I'd like to have. Let me check here for a moment. Okolona?
Yeah.
Go ahead and put that in there. What would I would say that is
Dime to nickel.
dime to nickel.
That looks
Yeah.
nickel right there.
Yeah, that one looks nickel. But that's the one you just sent in. Okay. Okay. Of course, I have not been looking. Okay, so we're in close on whatever that feature is. Look now. So we'll wait for the next lightning strike. Huh?
Oh, man. I'm blind. I can't see that far.
So there's your shape right there. Your general
Oh man, yeah, I've moved close.
structure.
I'm
It's
over there
got
looking
it's
in the
got
distance.
yeah, no, it's gotten close. That means we can also get away and maybe get away with having a little smaller. I don't know if that's as wide as it can go.
If it is, then it's right over Amory. How far above the surface do you think that is? That cloud deck.
I mean, it could be 2,000 feet, 1,500 to 2,000 feet, don't you think?
Yeah.
2,000 might be a little high. 1,500 feet. 2,000 keeps coming to my mind.
It's one of those things where it's whatever you say first is the right answer.
You know what?
How's that
I'm
feel?
gonna feel better in a week. Didn't I say that last week?
Yep.
I'm gonna feel better in a week.
I'm gonna say it next week too.
I feel better in a week. I'll be done coughing and hacking and everything else in a week.
For the next 6
Okay, now
months.
that's
Bright.
that is a fairly bright. Let's think about this for a second here. That's away from the radar.
That's what they're trying to get, I think. And there it is.
They're not trying to get this. They're trying. Are they?
Yeah, they spun it around.
No, they're trying to look down here though. Like they would be looking down toward this.
Oh.
Yeah.
Don't they have a camera in
Aberdeen? Yes.
Yes.
Pull it up on that one. Pull it up on 3 real quick.
Yeah.
I'll take this one down because we're about to get. Yeah, we're getting in the rain, so it's gonna be that. On that, you can leave that one up and go to a different tab. Take the rolling forward. Yeah, change that one to Aberdeen. Thank you. Yeah, that enhancement there is more. Let's see here. Oh yeah, I'm about to have voice issues if I keep going. Probably done talking unless it's actually something of substance. Okay. So someone's asking about Eupora. I have to look at Eupora. Okay. This is heavy rainfall. Um, there's some wind, play of lightning, some hail. Let's look at the hail on this.
Yeah.
Man, that storm north of Winona. That's one that previously had the Tor Possible on it, but that's a hailer.
I feel like we should have just had a count in the bottom left corner of the screen of how many times we'll say hail tonight.
Depends if they hadn't had that on their bingo card. Okay, you have Aberdeen up?
Yep.
Okay.
I
They
think
are.
they're looking
Yes,
for
they have it on slow motion. That's what I want to see. Okay, so this is their Aberdeen camera. Like I said, those storm chasers got a lot, and they need your help. Donations. I want to type it in here. Give me a moment to donate to the. Okay. Uh. Okay. Yeah. So let's look at Winona here while we keep that up there, looking at Aberdeen. Come back and look at Winona because it's a hail beast at the moment. A lot of lightning on that. Uh, let's look at the wind, broad rotation, but nothing of significance as far as rotation is concerned. It's just a hailer. Same thing, kind of Eupora. Both of these, just hail. Just hail. If you're in your structure, your sturdy structure, you're fine. Like, just hail.
Just cover your head in circumstances like this.
Huh?
Just cover your head and cover your car if you can.
It is what it is. You have insurance for that. Should have insurance. Let's look at this Aberdeen one. So this is that storm coming into Aberdeen. So anyway, so you pour up. The other thing that I don't want to kind of miss before we go into Aberdeen, we're going to go into Aberdeen in a second, as that's coming in there. But the purple box represents a flash flood warning as well, and I do anticipate that causing more and more issues, because obviously flash flooding likely when you just have so much heavy rainfall, heavy precipitation, and hail and everything. So there will be some flash flooding issues in with this as well. Wait, see the bugs and stuff flying in toward the Kramer location. That's nearly nonstop lightning. So sign of the strength on that one for sure. Looking over here. So you got the storm coming in, then you have the main storm kind of back behind it. If I'm honest, I don't know the exact location.
For where?
So it's just south of town. Yeah, what time is it? After 9. Okay, so they're still.
Yeah, but they agree with the RFD surge. I'm so sorry. Okay. Yeah, that was not positioned correctly on that unit, so
Hmm?
that is just not positioned correctly.
It's not. It's not the.
Especially now.
Pull the aimer camera back up over there.
Yeah,
I'm gonna take that down for a second. Let me know when it's back up. What do they got?
Alright, good to go.
A lot of lightning. It's just in the rain. We're not gonna. Boy, I'm telling you, even a little higher dew point. This would be a much worse night down here, Hatley Road. We're looking south of Hatley. It is trying.
It's getting another rotation with it.
Huh?
It's
Which
got
one?
rotation
Yeah.
and then rotation on the south side. It's got
No,
the
that's all the
interaction.
same one, though.
Yeah, but it looks like it just might be because look at the reflectivity. I mean, that is just a mess.
Yeah. You're just so close to the radar
Yeah, true.
that you're also like quasi shooting under it. If it is elevated enough and not getting that rotation of the surface, then it's largely, I mean, yeah, anyway. Look at the overall shape. Like that is, oh, gotcha, because that's the cell merger. Well, okay, if it's going to do it, right now is its time
Mhm.
because of that cell merger and any kind of beneficial whatever it gets off of that. Wider.
Let's see if I can see anything on this king. Lightning.
No shortage of that. Let's go wide, make sure nothing else we're missing.
Let me go talk to Maddie about putting together.
Go do that, and
Yeah.
then I'm going to cycle out here in a minute. Once that one gets through Monroe County, I'm going to let you take over. Okay. Yeah, it's south of Hatley, but the thing is, it is not in it yet. Broad rotation for residents of these areas. Okay, so right, tight rotation. Okay. So tight rotation would be if instead of there and there, that worked great. Well, let's try this again. Okay. If instead of there and there, it would be tighter rotation if it was there and there. That subtle difference might not seem like much. It's a huge difference on the positioning on how this is shaped. So that is tighter. Broad rotation, again, relative term, difficult to necessarily perfectly spot. In fact, you kind of have this like generally on a fairly wide scale here, all this green, right? And then it broadly have this red generally back, right? All here, right? So that's a fairly large area. When you look north to south on that area of like concentrated rotations, 3 or 4 miles. That's broad, right? If it instead were, hold on, let's get the delay scan, and we'll explain that a little better, possibly. Yeah, that's not doing it. Whatever RFD surge has undercut whatever was going to happen there. Okay, so we can go back here to Rolling Fork for a second. Boy, that's a rough looking one. We'll come back to that in a moment. Okay, I'm gonna make this a 2-hour loop so we can go back and catch it. Okay, so this in Rolling Fork, right? This is where we had that tornado earlier on. And you'll notice the green and the red are right next to each other. And you know it's like a mile or so, right? So this would be tight rotation. Because again, if we were looking, I'm zoomed in a little closer than we were a minute ago. If you were looking 3 or 4 miles, that's how wide that would have been. So this is about the same width we were a minute ago. So comparatively speaking, this is tight, and the other was broad. So this would be tight rotation. So when you compare that, which produced a tornado, which you saw in the North Mississippi Storm Chasers and Spotters captured on their camera, North Mississippi Storm Chasers primarily is what they go by nowadays. Bring it back to the latest. Make this a 1-hour loop. Yes, I do have the green next to the red, but look what this says, toward and away, right? So if you take that literally, as we should, you just, generally speaking, where are we at? Have all of this largely toward, right down here, and then this little batch where this is away. Even on what we call storm relative velocity, you can kind of see it. It's rotating, yeah. I'm gonna do that. When I gotta blow my nose.
Look at this.
The considerable damage. Or
Significant.
yeah, that's the high end.
Oh, no,
Is it for hail? Is it for wind?
know. Wind was high, yeah. I was curious what that.
Here's what I would say. Let's look at the wind on it. We're looking back at what we thought. Yeah, that's some go velocity, just regular velocity. Yeah, that's what it is. It's wind. I mean, probably wind driven hail. Okay.
65.
Go back to Aberdeen, if you would. Where our visibility on anything out of Amory is shot. Anyway, so that's your broad and tight rotation. Golf ball size hill, duck hill. When was that? Hold on. Hopefully that made sense, what we're trying to say on all that. Let me go back here to Duck Hill for a moment. Hold on.
Did you get a picture of it?
No. Okay.
When was that? When was that have been sent?
A little bit. I mean, it would have been south of Duck Hill. Let's see here. Sorry, catching up on what we're at in case we've missed something here.
Aberdeen's looking right into it. And it's on 3 if you want.
Okay, hold on, 3. And there we go. Now here's our view from Aberdeen. And again, this is why the cameras are so important, because you get a good solid view on what these are looking at. Again, appreciate those North Mississippi Storm Chasers. Is Ren okay? Yes. These are all rotating some. Let's see here. I'm trying to get through all of your stuff. Okay, now let's go ahead and, okay, so they're kind of moving that around. I'll click this back over. I'm gonna get the flash flood warnings off of that. I'm gonna take off the lightning. We've got enough lightning. I think we're good. Hey, we need to go.
Good, I'll call.
Let me double check that. Good enough for me. Let's go.
All right.
Hold on. I'm gonna move you over here real quick. We need to stream. Hey, whenever you're ready, we need to go fast.
Thank you.
Now, bring me Amory camera. Hey, it doesn't look like much here on the rainfall mode on Storm Track Doppler radar, but it does look like we might have a rotation strong enough to possibly produce a tornado here in Monroe County. Make sure Weather Service has this, Gabe, by the way. And we're going to get our Amory camera up here in a second. Again, not an official tornado warning at this moment, but we've been watching this area for a little while here, and it does look like it might have just tightened up enough in the last couple minutes near Weaver Creek Road and Nash Road there south of Parham. Again, for perspective here, here's Amory, Aberdeen's down there. We're watching other thunderstorms, but right where that's pointing is our area of circulation that could potentially be a tornado in the development phase right now. Let's put up our tornado safety rules here for a moment. If you live in Parham, 6C Fork there in Monroe County, north of Quincy, north of Greenwood Springs in particular, the area that we are watching this moving eastward at about 35 to 40 miles per hour. Largely, hail has been the main factor on these thunderstorms, but out of an abundance of caution, the fact that this is night, let's make sure we're in our safest possible location here. So we're talking about a sturdy structure in the middle, lowest floor, a small windowless room. We can wrap up with blankets, pillows, put on a helmet to protect ourselves from the potential for debris, and stay there until we can give you the all clear. Again, not an official tornado warning on this for a moment. Um, and there's some questions still whether or not it can get the rotation all the way to the surface, as these have tried over and over again. But I do think the National Weather Service will probably have to end up issuing a tornado warning on this if it continues at this level here. So if you do live in Splunge at 9:19, current time, of course, still a couple minutes away from that 9:11 for you. We're looking Sipsey Fork at 9:22, Detroit at 9:28, Union Ridge Church there at 9:32, Liberty Church at about 9:33. Now, as we were talking about a moment ago, National Weather Service in Memphis going ahead and issuing a tornado warning in effect for Monroe County, as you can see there. So we pop off those tornadoes, why it's issued for a moment. That's in effect until 10 p.m. It'll be out of Monroe County before 10 p.m. We'll just say that there. So a reminder, we need to be in a safest possible location. Again, unsafe places, in particular cars and trucks. We don't want to find ourselves in those in this situation. Not a lot of lead time on this one, so I understand if we are where we are on some of the rest of these, but certainly lowest floor of a sturdy structure where we are aiming to be in this situation. Let's clear this off for a moment. I do think that our circulation is certainly weakened just a little bit here in the last scan. And we're going to look out of our camera also in Amory, which we've been watching very closely off of the air behind the scenes here, looking through the rainfall back at this. The rain kind of wrapping around the backside of this. It's going to be very difficult for us to be able to see it. But near Nash Road, we had a tornado actually move through here at night a few years ago, caused some sporadic damage there. That's about the location where this is. So again, not a particularly super populated area. And looking at the debris mode here on Storm Track Doppler radar, perhaps the weakest debris signature there showing up on that latest scan. Let's go ahead and put it in the ultra sensitive mode with Storm Track Doppler radar. I do think right there in the center. Let's check what we have. That would be the right spot. I do believe we probably had a brief tornado touchdown there near Nash Road in Monroe County within the last couple of minutes here. This is east of Hatley. Again, a fairly low population center there near Guy Parham Road, south of Parham, north of Greenwood Springs, where we're looking at kind of moving in an easterly direction. We are not expecting long-lived tornadoes out of what happens here tonight. So we're hopeful that whatever this is could lift fairly quickly if it is still on the ground at this point here, but we do think it's reasonable that we possibly had a brief tornado touchdown. So as of now, 9:13, I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon alongside our meteorologist Gabe Maynard watching a tornado warning from Monroe County, an area of circulation that briefly has probably spun up a weak, likely not talking about strong tornadoes today, but I shouldn't jump to the conclusion necessarily to say it's weak, but still possibly some damage detected on the latest scans there, Storm Track Doppler radar. Actually, I would say the very latest scan. It's possible that whatever very light debris return there does not show up as well at the current time. So hopefully that is the case. But as we kind of move this east just a little bit to show you kind of the location we expected. Again, Nash Road near the intersection of Guy Parham Road is where we expect it to show up probably in the next couple of minutes here. Again, for a wider perspective for a moment, this is north of Greenwood Springs. This is south of Smithville. There are other areas of circulation. We've watched on a lot of other thunderstorms tonight. This has easily been the strongest one that we have seen in our area. Did have a brief tornado touchdown back near the Rolling Fork area. Of course, that's not in our area. We'll hopefully get some more information on that as we go into the evening, but only reports of some power lines and tree limbs down from that one, at least in the early reports. Watch the storm back in Aberdeen. Let's pull up that Aberdeen camera if we could, Gabe. I just want to make sure that we don't end up getting caught with another one here. So broad rotation kind of on the north side of town with this. It's not as tight as what we had a moment ago there in the east of Amory, east of Hatley. But again, kind of some broad rotation on this. So let's get a storm track on that, and we'll go back up to our tornado warn area up there in northern Monroe County in just a moment. But we show, of course, over top of Aberdeen First United Methodist Church, 9:15, that's the current time. We're 9:16 there at Blue Bluff Recreation Area. The dam site access points there in Aberdeen at 9:17, East Aberdeen 9:17, Lackey at about 9:22, and eventually Deerfield by about 9:27 if it continues again at about 40 miles per hour or so. So it's going to widen this back out. Let's go northern Monroe County. Again, a tornado warning has been issued until 10 p.m. I do not anticipate this, whatever circulation tornado it is, to be on the ground that long. It's likely, if we were to see something, it to be very brief And frankly, looking at the latest scan, I don't know that I can pick out exactly where it would be. I can guesstimate my way through it, but again, very briefly, right there, looks like we probably had a pretty tight circulation. If it didn't produce a tornado, it certainly tried about as hard as anything has. So as we kind of extrapolate that out, move it forward, where it could be, and whether or not it ends up being something we have to continue to track there. I mean, I do think it's largely dissipated at this point. I don't think that's a stretch to say at this moment. It's deep enough back in the precipitation list. It's going to be very difficult to pick it out outside of that brief wind return that we had. It's also in a location, though, that there's some trees down here near the radar site that sometimes cause this to feed back less accurate data at just this exact spot there because it just happens to be so close and cluttered with those trees. So we will have better data here in a moment on the next scan on this. But I would say maybe just south of Nash Road and a wider shot there, still showing again some of that broader rotation. I'm going to bring up meteorologist Gabe Maynor. I want to talk to him for just a second. Any information coming in from the folks out in the field, North Mississippi Storm Chasers and Spotters?
I have not heard anything as of this moment. Also tracking the National Weather Service for any reports that they had, and so far I'm not getting any confirmation of that. But just looking at what you were looking at, definitely lining up that debris signature with that rotation. I do want to say, tracking the rest of the storms out towards the west, we are staying clear of any more rotating cells as of now. Hail, the primary concerns with those, but this is definitely the strongest rotation that we've seen.
Okay, that's our meteorologist Gabe Maynor. Appreciate that. Watching the storm down here toward Aberdeen as well, kind of on the west side of town. Of course, there's the 45 bypass on the west side of town. Some broad rotation on this as well. Got to poke and prod it a little harder once one of these has done something to make sure that we don't get something else. Also, just kind of looking at the general look at the wind there. If it was going to do it, this as it kind of rotated in would have been the way for it to happen. I don't know that it's lined up well enough for that to happen, hopefully. So I think this one's still a little out of balance and trying to produce a tornado, thankfully. The other one was kind of ratcheting towards something, and then we've done that in about 6 or 7 times tonight and then didn't, and this one did. So Aberdeen here, north of Aberdeen on the north side of town there, moving toward Lackey, the area we're watching this. Hail more likely up on the north part of this. Some gusty winds certainly with this as well, kind of moving into the area, into the Aberdeen area, but kind of right back there on the backside in particular is the area that we're watching the most closely. So we kind of reset things here for a moment. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon alongside our meteorologist Gabe Maynor. A tornado warning issued technically until 10 p.m. By the National Weather Service Memphis for the northeast portion of Monroe County. Brief tornado, we believe, possibly touched down there near Nash Road. Looking at kind of the latest here on where everything would be on that, perhaps closer to Sipsey Fork at this instant. I could still kind of see that fairly broad rotation. This is not as tight, pixel next to pixel rotation what we had a minute ago there, but watching that closer to Sipsey Fork. I forgot to pull up that camera down there in Aberdeen. So while I'm up here watching Splunge, this is what's coming into Aberdeen as well there. So we're going to be watching that. Gabe's watching that closer. Appreciate the North Mississippi Storm Chasers and Spotters putting together that camera network around the area to catch these, and we appreciate everything that they're doing as far as that's concerned. Sipsey Fork there, north of Sipsey Detroit Road there, moving again toward I think Bison Road. Is that right? Yeah, Bison Road there along Lost Creek Road out here. This is going to be Lamar County, Alabama. That's where this is kind of moving into there if it can continue at this rate. I'll be perfectly honest. I do not have a high confidence level this is producing at the tornado at this moment. Is that a fair statement to say, Gabe?
For sure. Rotation has definitely broadened and no debris signature detected. Just going to still be some heavy rainfall and some large hail.
Yeah, I mean, you can see just tornadoes are difficult with this setup today. The fact this one was able to do it, you can see how it just briefly, boom, just for that one scan, and largely any of that rotation is gone at this moment here. Let's bring Gabe up, Gabe's mic up again. And yeah, Gabe, what were you going to say?
I was going to say, the radar site being right there is a very difficult scenario. And so I think they're going to ride this out a little bit more until it moves further away from the radar site to definitely confirm that there isn't any rotation detected. It's just very unfortunate placement.
Yeah, it is. Well, I mean, and fortunate. We're able to catch, I mean,
exactly.
it's sometimes the lower level winds, I'm not gonna say the radar does too good a job when it's really close there. But there's certain noise that we don't see when it's farther away. But clearly we were able to detect this one, and if it had been Calhoun County, never would have caught it. Just because the radar's looking too high up. But in this case it was. So current time is now 9:20, just about 9:21. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpond. You just heard from meteorologist Gabe Maynard watching an area of rotation here in northern Monroe County that's prompted a tornado warning. As we track that ahead based on kind of where we believe it to be, very near where you see Sipsey Fork on your map. We do have Solent, we do have Beaverton in the path of this area of circulation. It might just be some wind. It might just honestly still be more hail than anything else. But there is still some potential this could try to produce a tornado, and thus the reason we're giving you this storm track here. So, of course, Sipsey Fork's over top of you right now. We're looking at Pine Springs there at a 9:29, Cruise at 9:36, and 9:42 Beaverton. Again, this is Doppler radar indicated rotation. May potentially try to produce a tornado again, but still some question around that. Let's look a little closer. Then we got to go back down to Aberdeen here for a moment. Whatever area of circulation we had, again, going back here, it has broadened. I can still kind of make a broad argument here, but nothing tight north of Sipsey Fork. Not like what we saw a minute ago. Not even, none of the winds are anywhere near strong enough to probably pull that off. Now, I'm going here more to the straight line winds. You can see radar-centered wind there. And most of what you're seeing here is just the straight line winds kind of spilling out, spreading out in all directions, as you can see there. So this is probably more of a straight line wind threat, moving there toward Alabama Highway 17. So could hit some high-profile vehicles and cause some problems there. But your area where you would look for an interaction is kind of right there on the north side of that. And I don't have enough of an inflow on that to spin that up. So I would say that our area of circulation probably is exiting Monroe County if it hasn't exited yet. So I do anticipate they're probably going to have to cancel this tornado warning here pretty soon if it kind of continues at that rate there. Let's look down here toward Aberdeen. Let's look east, and I'm going to pull up that camera in Aberdeen again, as it's kind of in the heavier precipitation near Dan Taylor Road. I do not have the same kind of rotation even on this storm that we had a few minutes ago. So that's a good sign. So hopefully that continues to go through a bit of a weakening phase. It does look like the National Weather Service has gone ahead and canceled the tornado warning for northern Monroe County. The circulation has moved out. This is still some strong winds there. Sipsey, Greenwood Springs, Solent moving toward the east. I'll get you a storm track on that. We'll look back west to make sure there's nothing on top of us there. And then from that, we'll probably send you back to regularly scheduled programming. We'll keep our live stream up here behind the screens, behind the scenes as we have through the evening. But let's get this track here ahead. And so you can see Gapman, we showed 9:23. We're looking at Pine Springs there at 9:28, Solent at 9:30, Cruise 9:34, and Beaverton at about 9:39. Again, that's kind of tracking the whole area here of concern. But again, the tornado threat, honestly, for about a scan or two was there. Has not been for the last few minutes, thankfully, even though it's possible we had a brief tornado that touched down. And then as we look kind of back in this batch here, broad rotation, high up, nothing tight, nothing close to the ground, nothing I think that requires us to stay on simply because I don't think there's anything strong enough for that. I do want to get a kind of a longer shot on this one here. This definitely has some major hail and wind and potential rotation with it as well. To give you a long shot there for Kosciuszko. Kosciuszko in particular, look about 10:39, assuming it doesn't pick up speed. That's expecting it to go about 40. You might be going slightly faster than that. Updates at 10 o'clock on WTVA 9 News at the latest. If something changes, we'll have updates here, of course, Facebook Live, as well as WTVA.com. Keep it here for the latest. Okay. So still on the live stream here with you. Well, that was something.
Wake you up.
Thank you. And that's the reason we keep talking. Because occasionally the weird one happens.
And now that you're free for a second to
Yeah.
think, did every single one of these cells just decrease in strength, or is that a radar glitch?
Oh no, radar glitch. It's attenuation. It's right over the radar site there.
So they're focused on that.
Yeah. So it's the radar site's scattering too much, absorbing too much. So no, they didn't all just get weeder.
I was about to say, it's like, this is all okay, we're good.
No.
I will say, if you want to keep track of one down towards south of Dancy, it has the right orientation for it, and there's definitely some broad rotation right there. and it has that western development.
I don't know if it has a large enough centroid for it.
Yeah,
I don't know if it's a big enough storm.
that's fair.
But but you're right, it does have a better orientation. Well, no. But I would. Then let's look at it. Let me just. Mm,
Yeah, nothing on velocity.
no, because I would argue,
Could that be the angle out of Monroe?
yeah, because so like, see, that's more convergent actually, because you would want it to be, over here and here, right,
Mhm.
side to side. I think we're okay on that one for now.
The golden
Probably,
words.
probably for good.
See,
Okay,
those
so
winds intensified on the east side of that storm.
on this one,
Yeah, I mean it's not a tornadic threat, but I mean the winds are pretty gusty on that moving towards Lamar County. That was definitely, I mean, it lines up with the debris signature on that one scan.
it's trying, and then
Yeah, right there.
see, I don't know that it's there, but I do think in the next one that,
Go back to, do you have velocity on there?
yeah,
Yeah.
it's the right spot. It's high enough reflectivity. Let's turn off smoothing just to make sure.
You want this on low power? Or close?
Oh, plug it in over there. Yeah. Okay. Apologize, this is going to be all pixelated. Uh, yeah, that would be, I mean, that'd be the right spot. That's probably, and it's possible, no, there's a very noisy picture here. I mean, it's not unreasonable. Not unreasonable in that situation to assume that is a tornado. And the one before right there. Well, the good news is this is largely trees.
Mhm.
All that there. And let's pull off that and that and that. I say that, and I mean, it's largely trees, but there's a house there. There's some houses there, so hopefully it was once it got in the trees there, because that's a lot of woodland there.
The fortunate thing is we haven't gotten any pictures saying yes, confirmed.
Let's go ahead and leave up this stream and turn off that stream. So go ahead and turn off the website stream. We'll leave this stream up here. I have not got any pictures yet. It's a little early for that. Okay. I'm playing catch up here on my chat for a moment.
Did you see that video that they just sent?
The Winona one?
Yeah. Well, this is it on the back end.
I mean, it's hard not to. The trees in the bottom. There's trees in the bottom there too, though.
Yeah, but that one that was at the end of the video where it
At
lit
the
up.
end.
Yeah, I'm trying to see what seconds. Like 6 seconds. You can see that funnel on the right side where it's not in the trees.
Be careful on our term. Are we sure?
Oh yeah.
That's the word we want to say. It's a scary looking cloud for sure on the SLC. Okay, let's get radar back on here for a moment. Let's go. Radar sweeping, severe warning outline, that there, severe warning fill. Okay. Okay, so let's look out here on this into Lamar County, and I need to put smoothing back on that because what it is doing now, if you want to just play the weird stuff happens in Alabama game here, you're back to the S shape right there, right?
Yep. We'll try again. That's a boat. Some strong winds though.
Yeah. I do not see any there.
I'm getting 40 to 50 mile an hour winds.
That's significant attenuation there. That's really only that one spot. Okay, let's play catch up on what everyone's saying, and we'll go from there. Okay. Chickasaw is fine. Chickasaw's fine. I think Hamilton, Alabama, mainly south. There's a few storms up there. Interesting to see these Lee County storms. Let's take a look.
Yeah, I need those storms to get off Monroe County radar, so we can really.
Yeah, so we can actually have a good look. Luckily, you don't have the same issues with degradation on the velocity data, but
Yeah. Well, but look
precip
at that
data.
Jackson. I mean, just the intensity of those storms down south is completely different.
Hold on, hold on, hold on. Sorry, no. Okay, sorry. Somebody mentioned that the tornado hit a pasture. Their family lives on this specific road. So I'm checking that out. Okay.
Are they saying anything on this storm still? It's still got an interesting shape.
The
No, it's
Lamar?
fine. Yeah.
Lamar's trying again. Hold on. What time is it?
9:30.
Hold on. So let's see the green. You have the green back there near the 17 sign. Let's take a look here. Could that be another surge? That's an RFD surge. I'm going to try to wrap back around. Henson Springs, north of Beaverton there. If I were guessing,
Where are you putting the $1,000?
$1,000? Let's make it a bigger circle if that's the case. It's gonna try. It might be all the way here before it does, but I'm gonna put it there for the next one. Right that way. Y'all. Okay. Let's see here. Trying to come back and catch and see what else we've got here. Give me 2 seconds. I gotta fix one thing with the audio on this.
Are you seeing that?
I appreciate that. We had to get a couple things straightened out. Okay, let's see here. I don't know if that's gonna wrap back around well enough. Do have that little surge there. Hey, Brad, if you need to get stuff ready, you can. We are off of the stream for a few. Thank you. Okay. Activity. God, that's trying though. God, I say that, Brad. Hold on. We might have to go back on.
I think time it out for 5 minutes and see what the next 2 scans do.
I don't know that I want to wait that long.
No, I'm saying like on air, just go ahead and time out the next 2 scans, and if it broadens out again, take it off. I think it's
What are we
worthwhile.
airing?
Uh,
Anything? I mean, we already messed it up. Um, hold on. Lamar County watching storm coming in from Monroe County. What time is it? 9:03. That's earlier. Okay, hold on. Get down here to where we need to be.
Well, if you're getting the RFD,
One rotation across thoughts across state line, Marion County.
Marion's down south, isn't it?
No. That is Birmingham, Marion.
Well, are we looking for Lamar? Marion, we don't. I'm shocked they're not looking at it.
But well, then, but like, see, Marion, that would have been that person I think is explaining that incorrectly. I'm sure they're looking at it. I don't think there's a doubt. Yeah, Monroe County. This is the wrong angle over here. That's why I've disengaged from this one. It's the wrong angle. Okay, now hold on. Now that's just for. No, that actually is all the way. That is random. Let's get the new wind. Come on. Man, I learned to hit that watch when it makes the ding from you, and it drives Emily nuts.
Okay. Touchdown for Hatley, Mississippi. Is that confirming what we said?
Yeah, that's see, but that hold on. That is a
That's yeah, media. No. What is that?
that's a ham radio. What we need to figure out is
Are you looking at a Birmingham at all at this point?
no, I'm not. Does it look different out of Birmingham?
Yes.
Um, where does it? It's a straight up comma, isn't it? Man.
The more impressive. It's not rather with a wing.
But it's so high up.
Yeah. Should look like that.
Huh?
I've seen Monroe County fix itself on this intensity thing.
I know.
Is it still just me, Matt?
Okay, have we heard anything from Monroe County from the emergency manager?
We did.
What-
There's no damage reported.
Okay. Do we want to have her come on and say that?
I mean, I guess we can. Need to.
I'd like to, yeah, if we could. Let's just have her at the top there. I can handle that part, and then
So you are being part of this now.
probably yeah.
Okay, let me go to the train.
Thank you.
I'll text you and ask if she can and give her a number to get it. Yeah. All right, cool.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay, back over here near Beaverton, Henson Springs. See, I don't know that we have a good enough channel. Get this back in there, right? So I have that like back in there. This kind of there's this zone like right there where this is trying. It is interesting to think how deep into precip it was when it did it on the last one, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, let me catch back up on what everyone was saying. Hold on. I totally missed what everyone said for a little bit here while we're looking at this. So let me catch back up. Caitlin. I'm going to look at the whole area here in just a second, but I'm trying to keep it in here for just a moment to let this do what it's going to do. Thank you. Oh, the scans seem slow. Well, now, I'll tell you this. Certain other radars are a little slower tonight. Radar scope on Gabe's phone was fairly slow, but see here, sounds pretty bad there in Cruz, close to Beaverton. Bama, let's see here, Red Bay is clear. I'll go wide here in just a second. I just want to wait out this little area of circulation here just to make sure. Lots of wind and lightning and heavy rainfall with some of these there. Check the western storms again.
Me.
Yeah, just double check that. Sorry, I'm going through all y'all's comments trying to catch up.
Maddie, you're like Zeus, show up in the thunderstorm.
We'll still have that hail video right after 8 o'clock though.
Perfect, yeah. Hey, Matt, leading into you, they're
Yes.
playing hail video.
Good. Okay. I appreciate that. That's fine. That works. Thank you.
I mean, rotation's still broad, but I would say the one to watch for is just outside of Maven, and actually we have a camera. Or North Mississippi Storm Chase shutting camera, seeing you.
Hold on. I'll pull up your weather too for that real quick. So I'll let you drive that for a moment while I'm going back through here, just checking for reports. Okay, so we're still good. Okay. Just wanted to get through all y'all's reports. Okay. You're looking at Maven?
Addison. Maven wasn't available on their website.
Yeah, there's been some data issues. That is the one problem that happens with these cameras from time to time. You can't only so much you can do with Mississippi data. It's better than it's ever been before.
Well, Addison would still see within that. If anything were to be
I think it's a fortuitous positioning on a
murdered.
shower on a merger there. Yeah.
What about on the north side, near Cumberland? Within the rain.
It's
It
still
looks like
broad.
hail.
I think we're really pushing to try to pull something out of that. I really think it's probably only eastern, northeastern Lamar County if we're gonna have something.
Decent hail. I would say the hail potential has significantly lower.
No. God, there's that area back in there. It's trying.
Something to point out too, because I don't think they've said that they're continuing the tornado watch for all of our counties
Until
until time.
no, but they have to extend it to a certain time, so I didn't know what time they were gone.
I think they're just going to. I think they just continued it till 11, but they canceled out counties up north. So I thought they might cancel some more northern counties.
Did they not?
Really? Unless I looked incorrectly.
They did not. I mean, nothing like a high quality. What was that? Tornado to make you extend it another hour.
Yeah.
But I don't blame them there. It's not a bad move. Let's double check this other severe thunderstorm watch, how long it is until. So I'm assuming it's still till midnight.
They shouldn't extend that. I mean, there's some outside. Belzona, I've learned since last week.
Belzona.
So why is it Belzona?
Why is it Louisville or Saltillo or just why is it Gabe and not Gab
That's actually what I'm gonna go by.
or Matt and not Mott?
You're Mott and I'm Gab.
Okay, Gab.
There's the duo.
Gab and Mott back on the television screen again. Okay. So what Weather Service did is when they extended the tornado watch, they extended the time and then pinged everybody's phone again. Now the odds are still pretty good that we're done with tornadoes when you're back out here, Grenada, Coffeyville, Calhoun City, probably Chickasaw County, Pontotoc, Lee, probably not most of it, Wamba County, um, Tishomingo County, north and west. The odds are pretty good. It's pretty good. We're not going to see it anywhere, but very good that you're done for those spots, but not zero. And so that's part of the reason why. We have not looked at this one in a while. Man, okay. And if you're wondering, this is what Gabe keeps talking about is like how the radar looks completely different up here versus down here. It's because there's too much of the energy from the radar is being absorbed by the storms up kind of up around the radar site. So that makes the rest of this look less interesting. This is all still very broad rotation though. And so the thunder and lightning you're hearing back up here in Tupelo, just a little area of instability. Well, we already have the instability to a certain extent, but just a little area of lift kind of expanding northward off of that. I would almost say, let's go. I wonder if we can see the outflow. Think that's outflow?
Which one?
Up here, Pontoc. No, it's not. Because I don't see anything. I see whatever is causing it there heading north, but I don't see actually outflow. So I don't think it's outflow. Some other kind of elevated feature.
Where's the front at? I haven't even looked at that.
You know better than think I checked that.
I'll check it for you.
Thank you.
Gab has you, Mott.
Mott and Gab.
Oh, it's still just hitting Memphis.
That's the reason why they left it. Hold on. Which storm's he on?
Hey, Avery, can you send that over?
Okay. So that's largely exited that portion of Lamar. We're fine back here. It's all fine. It's all fine. All fine, all dandy. Nothing of significant concern at the moment.
Well, I guess even though Ole Miss won today, you could still say that we are Hail State.
I would say it's going to be here on all week, but that's only a Monday, Tuesday thing. Your daily chuckle.
You have permission to use it if you want to.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and leave that one to you.
Do what?
Brad has spoken. Where are my? I gotta blow my nose. I gotta find
I'll
out.
get you. You want tissues?
I just bring me two, and that'll be funny. Thank you. Okay. And apparently some of them thought that was funny. Oh, I'm not gonna make it home by 10. Nope, not gonna make it home. I'm hungry though. I could use some food. No question about that. Exactly. We don't have time for where the front. This is now casting. Try to look in. A lot of lightning, a lot of heavy rainfall out of the strongest of these. But what we have come over the station, non-severe and elevated. We do have a few limbs down on Nash Road and a tree down on Fulton Lane. Okay.
Which, depending on the size of the limbs,
I mean, that's probably what it was. It's probably the debris we saw. Excuse me. Sorry.
And then
Yes.
enter a number and she said it has a plants and trees now, so I take it to
Perfect. Thank you.
you.
This is Matt Lobhon, dot, dot, dot. I will call you a few minutes before the show, period. Thank you so much for speaking with us, exclamation point.
I'm domain.
Yes.
Yes. Thank you.
Monroe, EMA. Okay. Still broad. Not enough there. Good. 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 Okay. Let me think. What time are we at? Wait, 9:52. Okay. Time to look at the mesoanalysis. Give me a moment. This is going to change. Apologize for that for a minute, but I've got to look at a few other things just to make sure I got my brain on correctly. We need to go to this, that, and her, and there. So that's that kind of residual trying to out of here. Okay. And we want did you let Weather Service Memphis know that we had that few limbs down on Nash Road and a tree down on Thornton Lane? And then I need to figure out where Thornton Lane is. Double check that. Okay. So basically for a moment here, I'm just looking to see
What was on Thornton Lane?
tree down. Both from the emergency manager in Monroe County. Okay, so edge of the moisture mows or moisture nose.
If that's any sign of the show to come, people will
If I
definitely tune in.
able to flip back on here, Matt.
Yes, you can flip back for now, and then yeah, as long as you'll remember
that-
as long as you remember to flip back when we get the main weather, we're fine. Set up whatever you need on 2 for first weather, and we'll just do 2 through 1 if you're okay with that, or do you just want to do it all on 1?
What do you mean? I thought they were just going to do 2 for main weather and then 1 for first.
We could do 1 for first. That's fine. I didn't know if you had anything else you want to put in. Okay, I'll do the rest of the.
Which I can do whatever you want me to do in first. I just
That's fine.
figured-
I'll probably leave you the watches and hour by hour. We should probably double check hour
Watches
by
and
hour,
hour.
make sure it's good.
I'll actually show it this time.
I'll leave all of main weather for you unless there's some good reason why you think otherwise.
Not unless anything gets crazy in the next 10 minutes, but
Okay. Inflation.
they canceling some.
No, they're talking about with cancellation of most recent warnings. Okay, 5 minutes out. Thank you. Okay, that's fine. There's that flash flooding potential. Just kind of looking at some stuff here. Everything says a lot of moisture, a lot of sound. Okay.
So interesting to note that the herd has it building. You know how it just did in Pontotoc?
Yeah.
There's a building right there as well, going into 12 o'clock.
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe.
I mean, instability wise, stretch. Could have had some rain.
Yeah, I'd agree. Okay. So let me get this all set back up. And we'll wait for it to delete its stuff. Oh, Thornton Lane's right at Nash Road. Thank you. Appreciate that. Having to look over just the right spot.
Are you good with 40, 30, 11, and 3?
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay.
I trust you. Okay. Say 56, so we have 4 minutes. Okay, we got that.
Okay.
Actually, do you have enough time to put like 3 or 4 pictures together?
Can I do it on my phone?
You do it
Try
on
to
your
do it on
phone, or
Apple
do you want to
TV.
do it on the iPad? Here, you just download them from the email. Just use the sticky note to write the order, and then you can go to the pictures. What you do is you just click there. No, that's not it. Okay, get rid of that. Okay, see if that's one. That's not it. This one. Okay, well, okay, pick ones that have actual images. Big ones. This is the big one. That's the big one, right? There you are. Click download there. They will all be under photos, right?
Mhm.
Make sure that that is under TV. You want to play this? If not, we don't have to.
Yeah, give names of it. Does it
I
fit?
prefer if you did. You can write them down in whatever order
Who
they're
gave you
in.
that one? 'Cause I never saw that picture.
That is. I'll save that. But I like that. Oh, yeah, I don't remember where that one. That one was Kosciuszko. If you want to, or you don't have to. We're a little late on trying to do that. Should have thought about that a few minutes ago if we're going to do it. I'm going to put your 2 watches in here. I want to make it the view where it is. Stand left, Control Alt S. If you can get it done, great. If not, just shake your head and I'll have you do the 2 watches.
Okay. Am I gonna
And
be
then
over
the hour
here or
by
over
hour.
there?
Huh?
Am I gonna be over here or over there?
Be over there. We're good on hour by hour?
Yes, it's all been adjusted, temperatures and. I'll show these 2 photos here
Okay.
real quick, and then I'll do the
I'll
watches.
take y'all over
I got
there
the
real
names
quick.
with it too.
On over. Thank you. Pea-sized hail currently in Phoebe.
When do you, determine the expected outcome?
Oh, shoot, right now.
Okay.
Let me do it. Where's my phone at? Caller. That's my bad. I'm glad you said something. I mean,
That's just right. You're good. My bad.
no, my bad. Hey Tracy, Matt Walpon. We'll be on here in just a minute if that's all right.
Okay.
Okay, I appreciate your time. I'll just kind of keep you in my pocket and I'll just mention you and we'll just talk when the time comes. Does that sound good?
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Many folks across our area deal with a lot of rain, light, and plenty of hail. This video was taken from the Brookville area. We've been keeping an eye on all the weather all day. Now, our chief meteorologist, Matt Lawon, joins us right now with the first look at our severe weather ability forecast. Matt?
So we've had, as you mentioned, tons of hail reports. That's what most of the boxes you see behind me here are reports of large hail, in some cases up in excess of golf ball size hail around the region today. Still a few severe thunderstorm warnings out there that we are tracking at this time. And in general, with most of those, I'd say hail remains the biggest factor, though the only argument I can make is this one back here, Winona, Kilmichael, Eupora. We also have flash flood warnings in effect for some of these locations, so that an impact as well. When we look at rotation here on Storm Track Doppler radar, there's some broad rotation, but for this evening, most of the rotation we have seen has been something that has provided the potential for hail as opposed to something else like, say, rotations that try to produce tornadoes. There is a notable exception, and that was with this thunderstorm here that we do have that's moved closer to Winfield. Within the last hour, especially in the northeast portion of Monroe County, it looks like we might have had a brief tornado. With me is Tracy Farr. She is the emergency manager from Monroe County, and sounds like we might be getting some reports of damage from there east of Amory. Tracy joins us now as of 10:01, almost 10:02 on WTVA 9 News at 10. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
So are we getting some reports of damage coming out of your area this evening?
So far, it's just trees. We had some limbs down on Nash Road, and there's some a tree down on Thornton Lane. And we just had a report of a tree down on Hill Road.
Okay, near Coontail Road and Highway 45. That'd be what that's west of Amory, right?
Yes.
Okay. So I mean, the location you're mentioning, you said it's just, some tree limbs and stuff like that down near Nash Road and Thornton. Is that what you said again?
Yes, most of it's been Hatley, Detroit.
Hatley, Detroit area. That's where we think we might have briefly had a tornado. Any injuries reported?
No.
Okay. And nothing more significant than just trees?
So far nobody's reported nothing other than trees down.
Okay. Okay, but that's good to hear. Now you mentioned the Coontail, was it Coontail or Little Coontail Road?
Coontail Road.
Coontail Road. Okay. And any reports of power outages, things of that nature? Anything you want to pass along to folks at home?
We haven't reported so far, but if any homes you think is damaged, please call in the office and we will come out and assess it.
Okay, I appreciate that. That's Tracy Farr. She's the emergency manager there in Monroe County. Thank you so much for joining us on WTVA 9 News at 10.
Okay, thank you.
So again, Gabe and I were watching this. Of course, we've been watching it on online all night long. But I think a brief window there where we possibly had a tornado touchdown east of Amory. It's been within the last hour. And again, as you heard near Nash Road, really east of Hatley, I should say, to probably be a little more specific there. Just for a scanner tube, 909, we showed that right there. Little tornado debris detected on radar. National Weather Service will have to determine whether or not they're going out there to check out and determine whether or not that was a tornado. All indications are, maybe a very brief one. Now, that thunderstorm, as we mentioned, has moved now into far eastern Marion County. Any rotation with that is broad and not something that is overly concerning. For Vernon, this is heavy rainfall for you. We briefly had some rotation on this one. It was back closer to Aberdeen, but nothing like what we had in northern Monroe County. And looking at the wind mode here now, I would say it's mainly straight line wind trying to come through. And of course, that wind-driven hail that unfortunately has been the story all evening long. We're looking from Vernon there, if that were to hold together. Again, moving straight east. Not a lot of folks in the path of that over the course of the next 15 to 20 minutes or so. As we wind things back out, though, lots of other thunderstorms have kind of redeveloped. It's been the story tonight. That's why flooding rainfall is on the mind there. Even back here toward the Tupelo area, we do have tornado watches that are extended now. They were supposed to expire as of 10 o'clock hour. More information on that from our meteorologist, Gabe Maynard. Gabe?
Yeah, so watch is still continuing as we head into the afternoon and evening. Really evening. Yeah, sorry, it's been a long day, guys. But taking a look outside right now, tornado watch is in effect north of Highway 6 and including parts of Highway 6 and as far south as Monroe, Chickasaw County, and Calhoun County. Now, these are set to expire around 11 o'clock, so this is going to be something we're continuing to track as we head further into the evening. The primary threat that we've seen with this is large hail development, and that's a part of our severe thunderstorm watch in effect for portions along and south of Highway 82. You're seeing as far north as Clay County, but even the Golden Triangle extending parts in there. Now, we've seen strong wind gusts, large hail development, and that's where we do have some large hail development that was submitted by you guys. Just give me a second to pull this picture up here real quick, and we can walk through that. Give me a second to reconnect it. But yeah, large hail across the area, not just in a specific spot because of how numerous these storms were. this one over in Kosciuszko submitted to us as we got into the early evening hours, and that was by Laura. So thank you for that picture. A very large hailstone. I mean, we're seeing that to be about 2 inches. And the things with hail is it varies in size. So we're seeing anywhere from an inch all the way up to about 2 inches, as you see there. Now, we also got a picture over in Fulton, and that's completely other side of our viewing area. That was submitted by Patty, and you're seeing about an inch and a half. If you want a comparison, about a $0.50 in size. So definitely some significant hail causing some dents and things as we head through as we headed through our afternoon and now evening. But this has just been the primary threat as we head across our Sunday and into parts of our Monday. Luckily, that threat is diminishing as we head further into the night. 63 by 11, 57 by 3, and then waking up tomorrow morning, low 50s. Thing with that is rain chances just continue to diminish. By the time we get towards the 3 o'clock hour, just a steady shower, and then by 7 tomorrow morning, we'll be seeing clear skies across the area, and a little sneak peek of what's to come. It's going to be that way for a good while. Avery, this is something to look forward to as we've been in quite the severe threat here this afternoon.
If you're okay, are they at home waiting on you to get home?
Not until we're home late, so they're probably going to sleep.
Okay.
We're not.
Gabe, you got 4 minutes.
All right.
In the next break, or
No, for full weather.
I mean, I say we just kind of keep this going a little longer if you're good with that.
Are we waiting on this to get done, or
Your judgment call. And we've judgment called you. We will need to plug it back in over there because this thing sucks down battery power. Like I mean, it's one of those like from full to dead. When it's streaming, it's like an hour and 10 minutes. Like if it is like powerful laptop, but it sucks it down. That's for sure.
Yeah.
You're not this next break, are you?
no? I'm. Hey, we're going into B, right?
Part of music.
Yeah.
But
Hailing Cedar Bluff. Yes, Horn Lake, good to go sleep.
this one, after we had it.
Okay. Yeah, I'm doing these.
Yeah, that's. Sorry.
Let's see here. Yeah, whatever tornado it was east of Hatley. If it was. Again, National Weather Service will figure that out. So yeah, it wasn't. It was east of Avery, not east of Aberdeen. West of Avery, I should say, Coontail. Looks like we're getting chippy in the comments. Just remember, some people get very, very anxious about storms. And that's understandable because we've had a lot of bad storms. So try to be nice.
United against President Donald Trump's tariffs on Canada. The protests happened just as President Trump's reciprocal tariffs on Canada and Mexico are set to take effect on April 2nd. Jacqueline Francis tells us how demonstrators hope to get the attention of those in power.
We probably need to pull down the lower third because it says. Go. I'll go tell him real quick. Like this.
What are you doing?
Hmm?
What are you doing?
I'm just going.
You don't want to put those plugged in?
I'll take that one.
Oh, is that yours?
Yes. Well, yes.
Oh,
No, but yes. It's the one I take home.
gotcha.
So I can log in and do all the stuff at home.
Getting a live look outside. Still going to be a busy night.
You're getting a live look outside. Still seems to be some severe weather happening when we come back to you, Roger, and Matt Mabon, and here on go ahead and give you the latest.
Oh, they said it was me. Oh,
Okay, let's see.
It's just Gabe.
Do what?
Because I told him it was him.
I'm just here.
I'm just you.
You will have to do what you do
Manage.
on one though when it comes time.
Whenever it comes to the stream.
Yeah.
Yeah, is it okay to work on your workplace? Or do you want me to load mine in?
Over here? Yeah. You do whatever you need to do over here.
Are you starting?
No,
Okay.
it's all you.
Hello.
Is this just for
We got one.
Yeah, just for the online people. I'm gonna Want me out of the way? You good?
Solid. Thank you for coming up. See ya.
Bye, Max. Have a good night. Max, take care.
We'll talk about places in the clear in a second. But yeah, the go to sleep should give you guys a good indication of who all can go to bed. And we'll keep monitoring it for those that are still watching it, especially the Golden Triangle and South. So yeah, Matt is going home right now, so tell him have a good night. But I'll be with you guys, so don't leave just yet. Thank you, Cora. Maven's still in that threshold where there is still some weather moving in, but we're expecting it to be thunderstorms. But if anything were to spin up, we'll be right here. So keep you updated. They're going east. It's a 2 box, right?
Thank you all so much.
Yeah, there's certain areas that are in the clear, but still monitoring it as those storms move across. But here's the theme of the day: hail, and lots of it all across North Mississippi. Just looking at a few of those reports, just going to get a few of those. As we saw in Kosciuszko, around 2-inch hailstones down there. See it right there around 7:15. But even on the far northeast side of our area, getting anywhere from an inch to an inch and a half. So significant reports all across the region. The one that we talked to you guys about at the top of the broadcast was over in the Monroe County area, where they did report some trees down and some limbs down. Now, that was a part of some rotation, and we did see a debris signature with that. So National Weather Service in Memphis will hopefully send crews over there to take a look at that damage and assess whether that was tornadic or if that was just some straight line winds. But expanding things out and looking at what else we saw, we did confirm one tornado based off of our one of the Storm Chasers cameras over in the Rolling Fork area. We saw that funnel touch down and luckily lifted pretty soon after. So not anything too significant so far, but still, I mean, where you get a tornado, it's pretty significant. Looking at where we're at now, tornado watch is still in effect for a large portion of North Mississippi, but a few counties excluded in that, including Tippah County, up around Alcorn County, the rest of us, Prentiss, Tishomingo, Union, Lafayette, even further south towards Chickasaw, Monroe, and Calhoun, under that tornado watch until 11 o'clock. And let me just make sure here real quick to see if they have not extended that. It's still looking like 11 o'clock. So hopefully in the clear here in the next 40 minutes or so, but we'll keep watching. As for the southern portion of our area, Highway 82 and south, they're under that severe thunderstorm watch until midnight tonight. Now, those storms still impacting a lot of areas, whether that be rainfall or significant storms, and seeing that flash flood warning in effect for parts of Montgomery County, Choctaw County, and Webster County. We're looking at those storms right now. You see that main line moving through parts of the Golden Triangle as we speak. I'm talking about Starkville. You can impact it here soon. And Atala County, moving north Atala right now. As we move this, it has been varying in speed over the last couple of hours, anywhere from 30 to 40 miles an hour. But we're going to keep it at that 40-mile-an-hour mark. And give me a second while I adjust this. We're basically going to be moving east, and you're seeing those towns listed right there. Let's go ahead and walk through that. Columbus, 1021, New Hope, 1041, Louisville, 1125, and then on there towards Noxapater around 1139. So just continuing to progress through the area, but you see by around midnight tonight, a lot of those storms clearing out and not expecting a threat beyond that point. Looking at hour by hour through the evening, we are going to see those showers slowly but surely clear out of the area. Late night hours and early morning hours of our Monday, seeing the last of that precipitation clear on out. Morning time should be dry across the region, should be enjoying a great forecast moving beyond that point, and we'll see that right here. Give me a second to go ahead and change this over. But basically, seeing those showers progress out of the area, again, still relatively significant on that leading edge. But beyond that point, as those move south, we're not going to see that threat for severe weather beyond that midnight hour. Even that's a bit of a stretch with the instability that we have left. But still, we're monitoring it just in case, and we'll be here with you guys if anything were to stir up. But looking at those low temperatures tomorrow morning, upper 40s, low 50s, so that moisture keeping those temperatures at bay, making them pretty comfortable for our morning commute. Nothing too cool like what we've seen the last couple of days. But walking through Storm Tracker through our Monday, going to be a fantastic forecast all across the region. A few clouds moving here and there, but overall going to be dry throughout the day. 3 o'clock, we see those temperatures going to be in the upper 60s, low 70s, as will be the case throughout our Monday. And honestly, those temperatures going to be the lowest this week as they just continue to climb as the week goes on. Looking at Storm Tracker through the rest of our Monday afternoon and evening, a few clouds moving in and out, but overall going to be that dry forecast that we know and love and I've come to appreciate here with the recent severe weather activity. Looking at the rain chances the next 5 days, I know it's not anything to see, but that's the story. There's not anything to see. No rain chances for the next 5 days. So finally, a calm weather pattern and a calm weather pattern for a long period of time. So enjoy that. Make some plans Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, or hey, maybe even Friday, just to take advantage of that and pick your temperature anywhere from low 70s to mid 70s to upper 70s all across the week before showers and possibly even thunderstorms moving back into the forecast next weekend. Always a busy pattern, Avery, so we do appreciate whenever we do get that lull, that dry spell. So finally getting that this week once the last of these showers clear on out.
Have more March Madness happening, and some of our Mississippi teams are oh, this probably the oldest year basketball team. The Rebels play in their second game of the NCAA tournament today. And we get the coach right there, and I should have replaced it with. Give us a second though. Here we go. It was a little madness, but we're going to March Madness into the sports. They took on number 3 Iowa State today in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. The final score was Ole Miss 91, Iowa State 78. The Rebels are headed to the Sweet 16. Yes, you heard that correct. They are Sweet 16 bound. This is the first time since 2001. Been a minute. So congratulations to the Rebels. Moving on to the women's side of things, the Lady Rebels took on the 48 for today at 3. And man, that game was exciting. Let's check out their highlights. First quarter, Bailey turns the ball over. Number 24, Madison Scott retrieves that ball. She's going to make her way down the court to pass to number 3, Penny Todd Williams for the 3. It's good for 10-4 Lady Rebels. Proud of her. Lady Rebels proud. Second quarter, Lady Rebels ball. Waller makes the lady score 26 after the Rebels. Third quarter, it's probably be for another 3-6 on fight. Lady Rebels fans love them. That crowd five, 4, 8, 8, 5, that game. Third, Lady Rebels ball. Number 4, start there was the big and 1. That's what I'm talking about. That's why you work in the paint. And she reached into the points from that score. 44 minutes after that. This game was so exciting. But one team would win, and that would be Ole Miss. The final score was Ole Miss 9, they 33. And Lady Rebels won 6. Both the Rebels are and then jump.
Yeah, what happened on that technical issue? I can end the show. I'm just gonna do the watches. Is it coming straight to me or is Avery tossing? Hey, is Avery tossing to me or is it just me? Straight to me. Okay. And the show. Just okay. Yeah, just give me a time, then I'll. Yeah. All right, I can do that. Avery, prompted. Tornado watch still in effect until 11 p.m. this evening, as there are still some strong storms making their way through the area. As for the rest of our area, under a severe thunderstorm watch until midnight as these storms progress on through. Currently, where we're seeing them sit right now, again, that leading edge towards parts of the Golden Triangle, going to be giving them heavy rainfall, lots of lightning, even some small hail development can't be excluded in that. Still watching the potential for some tornadic development, but overall, we expect that threat to be passed. Still, strong thunderstorms progressing through the area. Going to give you one last storm track on that as they continue to move in that eastern direction. Let me go ahead and make that leading edge, draw this out, and get it going, just extending it a little bit. And there's you some times as we progress through the rest of our evening. Of course, we'll continue with the coverage if we need to, so we head overnight. But if not, we'll see you bright and early on WTVA 9 News Today. Good job. Yeah. All right. It probably will, but I'm used to it at this point. All right, I'm just going to reposition you guys over here so we can get a little bit more comfortable. We'll be monitoring these storms as we head further into the evening, so I'm not expecting anything major, just in case anything does happen. We're just monitoring it just in case. Now, figuring out the computer. It's the biggest weakness of the night. Where are we at? Okay, bear with me. Those late night brain cells coming in handy, figuring it out. So yeah, let me go ahead and get you guys over on the workspace, and we'll go ahead and walk through what we're seeing. And it looks like you guys can still hear me. If you can't, let me know. We'll figure out something else to do. But let me just go ahead and ask or see what questions you guys are asking. I think a lot of people are asking for the all clear. Well, let's go ahead and walk through the all clear right now. I'm going to draw you a line, basically listing that out of where that all clear is. Actually, I mean, we can go ahead and extend that. There is going to be some more thunderstorms. This is not going to be all clear from thunderstorms. This is all clear from the severe weather. So let's go ahead and draw that out. And I believe you already put the text file on there. There you go. In big old letters, you can now go to sleep. If you are in any of these areas, and I'll move this over here so you can see it. But basically, if you're north of Chickasaw County, I'm going to go ahead and draw another line. Bear with me because, yes, we are seeing a bit of thunderstorms. There's your line. So West Point, it is moving through your area right now, but that's going to be out of clear of it here pretty soon. So we'll be able to draw another line here in the next 10, 15 minutes or so. But more than likely, I mean, looking at it right now, you'd be more than happy going to bed and being okay in the Clay County area, at least on the north side of Clay County. Oktibbeha County is starting to come down a good bit right now. So go ahead and take a picture of this. Let's go ahead and take it. And if you are in any of these areas, have a great night. I hope you sleep well. But for anyone on the southeast side, let's go ahead and walk through what you guys are seeing down around that area. So far, just going to be what we've seen all night. And that's just going to be heavy rainfall. It's going to be lots of lightning and even a bit of small hail. We have this program that shows us hail size, and you see those little blips of green right there. We're talking about just west of Starkville on the west side of Oktibbeha County and even over there in Choctaw County. We're seeing some of that small hail development, and we're talking about, I mean, little pea size to dime size hail. So still enough to make a loud clatter on your roof, but it is going to be not anything too significant. Definitely not what we saw earlier. I mean, 2-inch hailstones was insane. And I understand completely. And honestly, looking at Aberdeen right now, I would say that the city of Aberdeen is good to go ahead and head to bed. I could have put that down a little bit lower, but those storms, you're seeing that those big reflectivity numbers, those reds, those purples, that's really what we're watching for the possibility of some more hail development. But that's now moving east out of the area of Aberdeen. So all Aberdeen's going to be dealing with this in moderate showers. Amory, same thing with you. Yes, there is this line of thunderstorms, and you can kind of see how it's developed over time. Basically, the segmented line that's shifted together, and we're hearing it here in Tupelo right now. I actually got some small hail here at the station not too long ago, about 10:05, 10:10. And so definitely still packing a punch, but are we talking about severe thunderstorms? Are we talking about a tornadic threat? Definitely not within this line right now. Nothing of concern. We look at some of those those velocity numbers or winds. Not anything that's sticking out to me of concern right now. Jumping back down on the main line, though, that's really where I want to keep our attention pointed to. I see some of you guys asking about Webster County. Yes, Webster County, Tiffany. It depends on where you're at in Webster County, but overall that threat is over. You see those high reflectivity values just south of Eupora, moving into Choctaw County. So overall, Webster County, you're in the clear as of this point. Winona, clear. Houston, clear. Aberdeen, clear. Amory, you're clear. Keep going. And again, yes, we are seeing showers. We are seeing thunderstorms still. We're hearing it right here at the studio, but not expecting anything severe with this as of right now. Several places list. Vernon, I see where you're asking. You just got out of the thunderstorms. I would go ahead and say, Vernon, keep paying attention, because let me do one track on this. And again, it might just go just south of Vernon, but it's close enough that I want to just go ahead and pay attention. As that moves east, and you know what, I'll move it a little bit northeast to include you. We're talking about 10:59, so 11 o'clock, it moving through. So if you haven't gotten ready for bed, go ahead and do so. And by the time we get done getting ready, then we're going to see that already be in the area, or we can confirm that it is out of the area and not a concern by that point. Overall, I would say better safe than sorry. Let's go ahead and keep watching just in case as that moves through. Hail in Adeton right now. So let me go ahead and see that. Do you have now I don't want you to get hurt, Nicole, but if you have a picture of that, if you wouldn't mind submitting it, just letting us know how these storms are continuing to strengthen, what strength they're at. We're talking pea, nickel, dime size hail. I do think that's important, and we can let the National Weather Service know as this line moves on through. And hey, maybe get out of the severe thunderstorm watch early, possibly. Starkville, you're in the heat of it right now, so Terry, just buckle up for some strong thunderstorms. Not anything severe as of now, but wouldn't be surprised to see some small hail developing. Smithville, you guys are in the clear as well. Seeing that move out of Monroe County as we speak. Definitely Caledonia, you're probably going to get a pretty decent hailstorm as we see that moving over Columbus Air Force Base. Not like we saw earlier, but in regards to getting some hail, you guys do have some high potential with that. Lee County, Yeah, we talked about Lee County. Lee County's in the clear. You're probably getting some thunderstorms right now, Cameron, but it is just going to be a pretty hefty thunderstorm, but not anything severe as of what we're seeing right now. I just do want to keep an eye on it just in case. Yeah. This thunderstorm or tornado threat pristine. So let's go ahead and put the watches up because it has been a second, and this is about to expire if we're being real with each other. Tishomingo County, Prentiss County, you're still under that tornado watch. Monroe County, Chickasaw, Calhoun, Yalobusha, Lafayette, all under that tornado watch. And if we look right here, and you don't have to just believe my words, at the top of your screen, you'll see 11 p.m. It expires at the top of the hour. So 24 minutes from now, should see that expire. And I see no notions from the National Weather Service of extending that watch up in Memphis. So despite it being a pretty significant system, it's not seeing anything tornadic as of right now. But I mean, we did see in Monroe County earlier that possible tornado touchdown. So there definitely was when we say a non-zero tornado threat, that's what we mean. The possibility of a tornado is there. Is it a main concern of ours within these systems? Not the highest, but it is still a possibility. And that's why we keep an eye on it as we head through the night. Give me 1 second. All right. And then I want to show you this, a severe thunderstorm watch in effect. And when we talk about severe thunderstorm, we're talking about winds 60 plus miles an hour, hail greater than an inch. And so we're talking, that's about a quarter. So this is just something that we've seen develop. We've seen an inch, inch and a half, 2 inches across the area with these cells, but the threat's diminishing, but that line is still, I mean, when we talk about it, let me go ahead and pull up radar. I mean, yeah, it's in Oktibbeha, Lowndes County, Atala County, so it makes sense that those severe thunderstorm watches are still in effect. I would argue, and let me make sure before I bite my tongue on this, I mean, Grenada trending out of that severe thunderstorm watch, even though it does expire at 12. One thing that is important to note is we are still seeing a lot of thunderstorm activity out here along the Mississippi River and the portions of northeast Louisiana. That is moving in that eastern direction. It might clip parts of Atala County and Winston County, and even up to the north. You see this developing right there south of Louisville, around Indianola. As that moves more into Montgomery County, it is still going to be a decent cell, a decent thunderstorm. So that's where we just can't fully rule out those areas despite the thunderstorms having moved out so far. Now, one thing I do want to see is where that front is currently. And there's your rhyme for the night. Ashley, as I said earlier, if you're able to get a picture safely and let us know, or at least see the size of that, I think that would help us out greatly just to BB size hail and 8 to 10, maybe a little bigger. Okay. Okay. That helps. So yeah, pea size hail and 8 to 10, which is not nearly what we saw earlier, not above severe limits. So you're not going to get a severe thunderstorm warning in that. But I mean, Nicole, I think you can vouch. It makes the rain a little bit louder whenever you incorporate hail within that. So this is basically, I know it's a lot of greens and browns, but what it is that front that's continuing to push across parts of Memphis right now. We're seeing it move across parts of South Haven. It's going to take that moisture with it and move it out of the area and move it in that east-southeast direction. So clearing us out of that moisture, making it much drier for tomorrow, and actually making it slightly cooler as well. I mean, if we compare that to temperatures too. Second. The moisture's still there. So it's not going to show it completely. But, I mean, we're going to drop into the, what did I have? Low 50s by tomorrow morning. So, a bit better. And then by the afternoon, only reaching into the upper 70s, which is not as bad. I mean, we were at upper 70s today. So, well, Judy, funny you mentioned that. We actually do need to do another storm track on that just to measure the speed of these to make sure they're still moving around that same speed. But I'll tell you this is a very consistently
northeast moving storm. So there we go. Give me 1 second. So yeah, I'd say let's go ahead and go 40 miles an hour, go on the safe side. Rather let you guys know too soon than too late. I'll bump that up a little bit. Give me a second. And going to give an overall storm track on this as it moves in that east direction. There you go. There's a look at time. So if you're wondering about your area being in the clear, and we're talking about just from thunderstorms, severe threat will more than likely end before that, as there's not that instability that we saw earlier. There's a look at times. So go ahead and screenshot that, use that, and yeah, I mean, we're talking about New Hope, 1051. I got a few questions about New Hope, so there it is at the top of your screen. So just letting that clear on out. Lake Lowndes, 1059. Kennedy, 1108. McMillan, 1115. Louisville, 1131. Louisville, you've been relatively calm all night. So finally, your turn to get some of these storms, but hopefully, and fortunately, what we're seeing, it's not nearly as strong. Gordo, 1221. I know you guys were dealing with the tornado from last week. Luckily, not going to see anything tornadic tonight. Possibility of some small hail, yes, but fortunately not an EF2 like what you guys had last week. Macon, 1221. Adamsville by about 1238. So yeah, this is where we sit right now. Let me go through and see if we have any questions. Oxford, Mississippi. Oxford, I mean, you're in the clear. Yeah, go ahead and go to bed. Tanisha. Saltillo, Guntown, where can we sleep? So the thing with Lee County is that it's doing a very interesting setup. It's an interesting position. Watch just how it backbuilds over time. So you basically see nothing, and it's just building that tail more and more. And now the tail extends into Pontotoc and Lafayette County. This tail is not going to be anything significant. It's just going to be a decent downpour all night. I'll tell you what it would be concerning for, coming to think of it right now. We've been dealing with rain over the station in pretty heavy amounts for the last 42 minutes or so. And I know there are susceptible places to flooding. So hopefully that won't take place. But if it does, I would not be surprised to see some isolated flooding threats, especially if this just continues to develop that line. Let me keep going up. Hail has stopped. Jasmine, I forgot where that was. It just said Steens. As of what I remember, Lowndes County's still under that. And Steens still seeing a good bit of it. So just let those storms clear on out. Of course, Judy, same to you. Let's go ahead and do a line for the all clear, because I know several, that seems to be the highlight question of the night is, can I go to bed? And some of you can, for sure. And we're trending more in the all of you can here in a bit, but just let me go ahead and draw this out. And I'll really nitpick this line for you guys. There you go. Right there. Yeah, Matt, these winds are very gusty, even on the leading edge. We're not talking about severe gusts, but we'll look here in a second. I'm going to let this just sit on the screen for a bit. Talk about those winds on the leading edge. It's definitely something to note that leading edge packed a punch, whether it was severe or not. Starkville's still coming down for you guys, so go ahead and yeah, Amy, you're proving what I'm saying. You spoke before me. Yeah, it's gonna be a pretty decent storm there in Starkville, right? As we were saying, talking about some possible hail. We definitely had some hail in East Oktibbeha County and West Oktibbeha County. What's in the center of Oktibbeha County? Yep, Stark Vegas. So could see some pea-sized to BB-sized hail there. Heavy rainfall, lots of lightning. So there we go. Amy saying hail and Stark. Amy, do you have a size on that hail by chance? Sydney, same with you. Sydney, are you seeing hail as well on the MSU campus? Yeah, North Columbus, you're in the heart of it. Alex, appreciate you and William watching. Hopefully get you guys to bed here soon. Pea-size hail, Starkville, pea-size, tiny like little rocks. That's a good description. Did you ever throw rocks in a lake? Yeah, everyone knows what that's like. Hail in West Point? Right now? Or was that earlier? Morgan. Dime size hail? Jessica, if you could get a picture of that, I would like to see that. Because there is a difference between pea size and dime size. It's very little, but from a meteorological perspective, that does matter. Hail and Saltillo. Okay, that's a good point. Because we're talking about these packing a punch. I mean, not severe, and I'm sure it will remain below severe limits. But we're talking about Saltillo. Yeah, would not be surprised at all. Seeing some of those hail returns. Well, let me see. Hail in Caledonia. Does not surprise me at all. Amanda, what size are you getting over there? Power's flickering. Jenny, where is that? I'm trying to go back to your comment. Saltillo. Okay, okay, great. Well, my house might not have power. Power out in Saltillo. Let me go ahead and look, and we can pull this up on a different monitor. So bear with me for a second while I navigate this. Probably just gonna be staring at that Saltillo storm for a second. I do apologize. Some will probably be Tom Bigby. Let me cancel some of these things out. Okay. Let me refresh this. Okay, either it's delayed or it could have been lightning. It definitely could have. I mean, you're seeing some of that lightning activity. 5 strikes over the last couple of minutes. So I'm waiting to see if Tom Bigby reports anything, but as of right now, I'm not getting significant reports of power outages. So we'll see. But with even some small hail, Amanda, you said dime size. Caledonia. If anyone is able to get a picture, again, safely get a picture, then send that over to us to our email. And let me see if we've gotten any over the last little bit. Yeah, and we can look at some of those rotations just to make sure. I mean, overall, I'm not going to see anything significant as that tornado threat is past. Yeah, just trying to see along this leading edge if we have anything. Yeah, overall, relatively tame. Okay. We are seeing some rotation. Just walking you through what I'm seeing. Right, entering into Itala County, talking about Kosciuszko, and I'll put that ring where the rotation is, and you're getting high returns from the input output, and you're seeing those bright reds, bright greens interacting. Still a bit away from developing, but you can see as it's gone over time, it's definitely started to wrap back towards it, meaning that inflow going back into the storm is happening. You see that on reflectivity too, with that little nose right there. Watch over time. It goes from having that bowing segment to more of a jutting out portion. And that's what you look for whenever it starts to have that rotation and the possibility of it tightening. So keep an eye on that. Definitely something we're watching. Now, it's entering an environment that's not the most unstable, and it's also a bit away from the radar site. So we're talking about winds aloft. We're not talking about winds at the surface. So fortunately, that is not happening on the ground, but it definitely could translate to the ground over the next couple of minutes. So keep an eye on it. And let me make sure Jackson. Okay, I want that velocity scan to catch up. Latest scan does not look nearly as impressive because you saw that nose earlier. I'm not getting that anymore. It's kind of merged back into that Boeing segment just slightly. Oh, I just want that to catch up here real quick. I apologize. I will scroll back down. I will, yeah, okay. Returns aren't as strong. It's still there, do not get me wrong, but not as strong as what we saw earlier. But let me go ahead and move up the line. Starkville's still in the heart of it, going to be getting some small hail developing over the next couple of minutes. Louisville, you're still, I mean, you guys have been quiet all day long. So now's the time, right? At 11 o'clock at night. So that's going to be moving into your area here shortly. The thing with these storms, and it's not typically what we get here in Mississippi, you're getting them moving in that eastern direction. You can kind of see right there. I guess it would be more of an east-southeast as of right now. Okay. So looking at that, I mean, in regards to anything tornadic developing, we're far from that. But if we go ahead and do a storm track, especially on these near Atala County, and then moving in that Louisville direction, and it's extending it east, southeast. Louisville, we're talking about 1141 or 1126. I apologize. I was looking at Louisville Country Club. 1126. And that's why that severe thunderstorm warning or watch is in effect till midnight because these storms are not moving through your area until 11 to 12 o'clock. So that's why it's in there, just for safekeeping, but also because the potential's still there. But overall, I'm not seeing anything nearly as significant. Well, there's a great sign. Tornado watch is gone. So they went ahead and expired that early. Even if it is 10 minutes early, it's early. So not seeing any of that tornadic development like we were earlier on. So in regards to anything tornadic, I would say that we are in the clear, but still going to get some decent thunderstorms. Let me go ahead and draw it out. Right here. Along that triangle, just south of the Golden Triangle, talking about Atala, Winston, Noxubee County, even Pickens County, going to be getting that further into the night. Lamar County, still in the heat of it as well. I always say the heat of it. You're not talking about tornadoes. You're talking about heavy rains and the possibility of some small hail. Columbus still going to be getting it, especially as this moves in that east southeast direction. Let me see. Yes, just because there's rain chances does not mean there's severe weather chances, and that is key because as you see up here, I mean, we're talking about more showers south of Memphis. We're talking about over here in Lee County, Etowah County, north over there in Tennessee. So showers are going to develop behind this. But in regards to seeing anything of severe or anything like that, we're staying void of that through the night. But we did see Saltillo did get some small hail and lightning. For those that lost power, did they get it back? Yeah, to my Starkville people, please do not go to Cookout right now. Let this pass on through. Cookout's open late. They'll still be there here in the next 30 minutes or so. And then you can go enjoy whatever you want to get, a quesadilla, a burger. It's up to you. Louisville, Christy, as I was talking about earlier, we Louisville's about to be getting it, and there we go. Okay, remember the storm we were talking about earlier in Atala County? They went severe thunderstorm warning on that, mainly because of that hail core. You're looking at that hail all on the backside of the system. But yeah, we saw rotation earlier. I do want to say, or look at this over time. Got interesting right about there. But then over the last couple of scans, it's kind of bowed out and not been as significant. Getting some decent winds. Let me look at some of the winds on that for my folks in Kosciuszko. I mean, 35, 40 miles an hour, not out of the question at all with this. And hail wise, I mean, you're getting some out of it for sure. Maybe dime sized. So, Saltillo. Well, it's good. It didn't stay out for too long. Makes me happy that my power will hopefully be on whenever this ends. Choctaw, Ackerman getting pretty rough. Are we? The hail threat may not. I don't think that's too significant over there. You are seeing, I mean, decent 10, 20 mile an hour winds, heavy rainfall, lots of lightning. Can we talk about the lightning with this system? Golly. Sounds like it could be hail, but I haven't seen any yet. Well, Laura, don't get hurt looking for hail. Please stay inside and stay safe if you can. It's just if you have a safe way to get it and take a picture compared to a coin or compared to, we're not seeing any golf ball sized hail, but let's talk coins. Um, then that'll help us and we forward that all to the National Weather Service. Northeast Itawamba County. Let's go ahead and walk up to Northeast Itawamba. I can see why. Yeah, I mean, whenever you get those purples reflecting those colors, it shows heavy rainfall, of course, but it also just shows a strengthening within that thunderstorm. And getting strong returns like that means that hail, whenever you get strong updrafts like that, hail could definitely be forming within that. So small hail, and depending on some situations, large hail, definitely could see that. Amanda, I will look for those emails. I'm a one-man band right now, so. Okay, got a picture down in Starkville. Let me see if I can show you guys. I'll take this full. Will it take? Will it take? Is it too bright? Can I turn down my brightness and that work? Look at that. Tech savvy. Yeah, so that's about, they said a centimeter. I'll trust their measurement. And I'll just send this out real quick. But that was down in Starkville, so it does not surprise me at all. And I'm sure for the folks in Starkville that heard that, even small hail, I mean, it was probably pretty loud. Hail sounds so much bigger than what it is. Right. Let me just take a look at this Atala County storm still. I mean, you're still getting that same formation. Let me compare this velocity to what it was earlier. It's so far away from the radar. It's in that awkward threshold of in between two different radar sites. So it's tough to get an exact reading. We're talking about Monroe County being too close. This is honestly too far. So looks like the velocity couplet needs to catch up with the reflectivity. So hopefully that happens here in the next couple of minutes so we can confirm if this is strengthening, weakening, anything of that matter. But definitely something to keep an eye on for sure. National Weather Service doing that in Jackson. They're saying hail around an inch and winds about 60 miles an hour. Columbus, you definitely could get hail with some of these. Starkville just got it, and Starkville is heading east All those storms are. Let me just make sure that path is still the same. Yeah, so it looks like it's going more in that southeast direction. So you might stay void of it, but I'm definitely looking at this and thinking that's some pretty decent hail right there, just southeast or southwest of Columbus. Let's go ahead and look at our hail core. I mean, you're getting some readings over. You can line it up close to Artesia. Let me look. Yeah, Gab, where's Mott? Mott had to go to sleep. He's worked too hard and he has to work all week ahead. So, looking at the threats, we both agreed that it was all good for him to go to bed. I was going to sit and monitor this, but overall, not having anything too crazy to worry about with this. And this is really the main one we're watching. What's up?
Tornado watch is expired.
Tornado watch is expired, and
Need me to stay until severe temperature report expires.
I don't think you need to. The only thing that I was watching is down here in Itala County.
Yeah.
It's just got more interesting formation, but like the direction it's headed is almost out of the viewing area.
If it's out of the viewing area.
Well, it's not out yet.
Oh, no. I'm saying it's
So that's just the one I'm watching. It's going to go through south side of Itala County and then into like Alice and North Bend. So that's really. Wait, hang on. Okay, hang on. That was catching up. Sorry. Once that clears, then I'm not worried about any of these 4 minutes.
So you want me to stay till then, or?
Will Pat let you come to work late?
I'm already coming into work late.
I'll bet. I mean, it's your call. I think yes for now.
Like, you need me to stay.
In like 5 minutes, I will come and talk to you and let you know.
That's fine. But you know, I'm Joe called out, so I'm Joe.
Where's she gonna be?
Huh?
Where's she at?
She's sick.
Oh, dang.
She's got allergies.
Amen.
All right. I was like, damn, man. I was with a migraine this morning because of allergy issues. Oh, darn. I wish I'd called out first.
No, Maddie, we need you here.
No. Lord, I had a horrible migraine this morning. And I only had one drink.
I mean, latest scans are not impressive. Do not get me wrong. We can go ahead and do a storm track on that. And again, we talked about it moving in that more southeast direction. So I'm going to put it through that. And so Kosciuszko 11:11, Patterson 11:25, Vowel 11:35, Alice 11:39. Then we talked about Noxapater 11:56. Is that my?
It is.
My
It's created a nice little ring on
oh,
your desk.
great! I'm so glad that it washed everything out.
Get paperwork.
Well, thank you. Are you working on anything over there?
Wait until you're good.
Amen. Me too. It expires at 11:45. We're not staying here till 11:45. Thank you, Margaret. I appreciate that. Yeah, we'll see if the Gab name sticks. If I get called Gab in public, then that'll be something. Lee County is in the clear. Yes, I will say that. I do still hear some rain on the roof, so do not be surprised to hear a shower or two. Itawamba County, don't be surprised to hear a thunderstorm. But in regards to severe weather, we're past that. I'm talking about Lee and Itawamba County. Don't get me wrong. We still have a severe thunderstorm warning for Itala County. That's moving into Winston County, probably going to be on the southern side. So just be wary if that's moving towards your area, if you live in those select areas. And we have seen rotation with this. I mean, still seeing some broad rotation within that. Overall, not overly concerned with it, especially latest returns. It was really when it was entering into Itala County that I was really the most concerned, but not seeing that as of right now. Hail Corey, though, yeah, you're getting some hail with that. And that's just been the word of the day. Hail, hail, hail everywhere. I've seen a lot of Vernon, Alabama. I want to go over to Vernon, Alabama to just talk about that. So, Vernon, we talked about that storm, and guess what? It went a little bit south. So, praise God. It was worth the wait. You guys can now go to sleep. That is now passing out towards your south and east. So, Vernon, Alabama, you are good to go to bed. And we'll go ahead and I want to draw that line for you guys as we're doing these checkups. And I know it's going through like half of Vernon, but being that it is on the southeast side, if you're not on the southeast side of the storm, you're good. Go to sleep. Of course, Carrie, sleep well. They're continuing that severe thunderstorm warning. Does not surprise me. Makes sense. Yeah, Adriana, I hope the phone's okay. I apologize for scaring. Yeah, you're gonna get a pretty hard rain, no doubt, with these cells, especially if it's moving into your area. Uh, we've been seeing that all night, and it's almost like it's a blinding rainfall. So don't have any late Sunday night plans. It's time to sleep. Prep for the work week. Hailing in Ackerman. Yeah, I would agree with you there. Michael, did you get the size of the hail by chance? Greenwood to Winona. Yeah, so these are just going to pack a punch. I mean, they're just going to be a strong thunderstorm. Might even have some pea-size hail. So not talking about anything too significant like what we were earlier. And these are very small cells. And you can see, I mean, they've been pretty small over the past little bit. Definitely, you're seeing those cells merge together and strengthen a bit, but not expecting anything severe within that. I will say these are just, this line is action packed. A lot's going on within it. And it's that front just pushing it south and east. Yeah, Lamar County, it's on the southeast side of the county, so you're almost in the clear. If you are in Soligent or even Vernon, as you can see, it's, yeah, Vernon, you're in the clear now. Millport, it's moving east of you, so not seeing that threat anymore. And then it'll be moving more into Fayette. I've seen some Fayette, Alabama in here. And Fayette's still gonna get some decent thunderstorms. Starkville, looking at the latest, and let me make sure here real quick, because it's been a while since I've been in college. So it's moving through MSU, I believe, right now. If I got my geography correct. But downtown Starkville, clear. You are good to go to sleep. Or if you are surrounding downtown Starkville, Adeton, clear. Good to go to sleep. Double Spring, Sherwood, Eupora, Maven. Now, when I say you're good to go to sleep, you might get a thunderstorm overnight, but not gonna be anything too significant. Want to keep an eye on this one down in Tala County. Yeah, that's a much better look than what we saw before. Columbus Air Force Base. Let me roll on over there for you. And still seeing some decent cells over on there. Artesia, but Columbus Air Force Base, you are in the clear. Should stay south of you. So Sydney, that's good to hear. Reform definitely in Pickens County, and I know that you guys were just dealing with that whole uh, busy weekend last weekend. You guys are going to get a few more cells, but overall going to stay below severe limits. We are still under a severe thunderstorm watch in effect until midnight. With how things are trending, being that we do have that severe thunderstorm warning, I think they'll extend it to midnight and go ahead and like keep it till midnight, not change that at all, and not end it early. Um, but a storm track on the northernmost storms. Well, Katie, if we're talking northernmost, that's over here in Tupelo, Itawamba County. Those are not going to be anything to worry about. If anything, they've already done their damage, and that was just a few small hailstones and some powerful lightning reported by some of our, can you call it Saltillians? Saltillo residents? Ethelsville, Alabama. I'm sure. I mean, there's a lot of lightning. Let's just zoom out and look. Look at all the lightning on the leading edge, especially around Tala County, Choctaw County, Montgomery County, even southern Octabaha. Students getting ready for their week ahead, getting quite a show. Monroe County, okay? Monroe County is okay. You guys are good to go to bed. Matt is hopefully asleep, Blaine. He came in earlier today and has been working hard, and he's getting some much needed rest. New Hope in the red. If you're seeing red, if you're seeing yourself in the red, it means that you're dealing with heavy rainfall. Matt is sleeping, Ava. He's tired. He's been working hard. Clay County, Clay County is in the clear. Lee County is in the clear. Lee County could be getting some more showers. Do not get me wrong, but we're not talking about anything severe. My throat is dying. Hang on. Columbus, I would say. Let me see the trend of these storms just to fully confirm. Everything should stay to the south of you. So fortunately, that is a good thing. Well, I would go ahead and wait it out just to make sure. I mean, same thing with over there in Vernon. We did see it go south of Vernon like we expected, but it's better to be safe than sorry, in my opinion. And what's a couple minutes, in all honesty? Crazy Thunder, okay? I'm sure. Yeah, I mean, look at all the lightning there. Just in southern Oxabala County, we're talking about. Let's go ahead and let it buffer. 82 strikes. Yeah. Soligent, I believe we said you're in the clear. Yes, you are in the clear. Steady rain overnight. In my opinion, good sleeping weather. Some people disagree. West Point, you're in the clear. Let me just keep an eye on this. So Gab is sticking, I see. All right, bet. Between Kosciuszko and Ackerman, I mean, you're going to be getting some hail. This is definitely intensified in regards to hail. And I would not be surprised if they move this warning more to the north. Talking about Kerr, Ackerman, McCool, and McCool. You're asking about McCool. There you go. Um, so I'll do a storm track for you as that's moving about 40 miles an hour, especially along that main core. And honestly, it's moving. Let me get it right on this. I would say directly east with this one. McCool, 11:18. So what are we? 11:15, 3 minutes. You're going to be dealing with some possible hail. Keep me updated. I want to keep an eye on that, where the McCool comment was. Well, if you are in McCool and this once the cell moves through, let me know if you hear hail or if you see any hail. Just curious how this core is developing, especially being that this is kind of our one severe thunderstorm warning that we're watching, except for those that out in Arkansas and Louisiana. Kosciuszko, Kosciuszko, you have a going to be a loud night. Lots of thunderstorms rolling through. I mean, look at this one near Belzona. All that lightning. We talk about lightning. I'm just going to zoom in on that cell in particular. Talk about strikes. 211. That's just a very active system. Going to be lighting up the sky. Um, we're talking about tornadoes. Tornado threat is not in play here. What we're talking about here is going to be strong winds and large hail. So go ahead and let these storms clear on out, and then looking at the latest trend with all these. Let me see the front. I want to see where the front is in all this. So there you go. The front's already starting to make its way into Tippah and Benton County, which is right on the cusp of our viewing area. And from there, I mean, it just dries out. Memphis coming in at 52 is at 58 30 minutes ago. Lowndes County. I saw Aberdeen. Yeah, Allen. Aberdeen is in the clear. Monroe County is in the clear. So if you're in Monroe County, please go to bed. Thank you for being here. Hopefully, don't have to deal with severe weather anytime soon, but we know we're in Mississippi. Lowndes County, still in the thick of it, dealing with some hail down along the GTR airport area. I believe that's south of 82, yeah. Artesia, Penns, Crawford. Octok, dealing with a pretty decent cell as well. Lots of hail. New Hope, Crawford. Let me just draw the overall line for you guys. What am I doing? I gotta span things out. It is late. Okay, so drawing that out. No, I'm gonna redo that. Because there are areas that can be in the clear. There you go. Hopefully this answers any questions. Basically, with Tippah County, I was saying that the front is moving into Tippah County as we speak, and what that's going to do is completely eliminate the threat of rain or rain in general. I mean, nevertheless, thunderstorms. So, fortunately for Tippah and Benton County, you guys are the first of what will be all of our counties as we head through the night that'll have that frontal boundary move through, dry us out for Monday, and make temperatures slightly cooler. Good news, right? We want that. We don't want storms. Of course, Blaine. I appreciate you. No, you're tracking these storms. Reform, yeah. Yep, going to be getting those storms as we head through the night, so this little still starting to get it. I was good.
Okay.
We're good to go home. Yeah.
All right.
I won't be too far behind.
All right. You can tell Brad he can go too. We have him stay here.
It's good to go.
Okay. Hold on. Thanks again, sir.
Of course, thank you. See you tomorrow.
Yeah.
What time are you coming in? Is Pat in tomorrow?
I think Pat's out again.
Man, he got sick.
And Pat's sick.
So who's lead tomorrow?
Danielle and Wayne, Craig will be in, but Craig's got to produce 5 as well.
Oh boy. Then newsroom tomorrow. Can I do my assignments without getting struck by lightning? Well, yeah, I would hope. I mean, there might be some lightning strikes in the area, but don't go outside or on a tower, and I think it'll be in good shape. Ivy, I'm not expecting anything extremely rough in Louisville. You're going to be dealing with some heavy rain. Do not get me wrong. So, like, whenever we talk about rough, it's all subjective. But from a meteorological perspective, it's just going to be a thunderstorm rolling on through. McCool, Mississippi, we talked about you actually going to be getting quite a bit of action. And we'll walk through that one more time, just kind of taking a look. Oh, the line was all clear. And so that's why I said go to bed behind the line. So, Ashley, if you're behind that line, have a great night. But if you're ahead of that line, bear with me for what's just a few more minutes. So, yeah, McCool, where you at now? Yeah, McCool, you're probably getting some small hail. Brittany, if you hear any, please let us know because I'm curious what this is doing because it's still a very active system. Fulton, Dorsey, Amory. Yeah, everyone behind that line is good to go to bed. And that was Fulton, that was yes, that was Starkville. That was Amory, all of which are good to go to sleep. No, Kayla, you're still in Mississippi. That's what they're saying. Okay. Okay. Yeah, Blaine, and it's just always going to be an active weekend overall in Mississippi. I mean, what is this, like 3, 4 weekends now in a row? Then maybe even next weekend. Brittany, that's good news to hear. Hopefully that continues through the rest of the night. Houston, good to go to bed. Thank you so much, Ivy. Yeah, Stacy, you're going to be dealing with quite a bit of showers and thunderstorms over in Reform, so you're just on that leading edge. Hang on 1 second. I'll be right back. Hey, where on the screen? Oh, yes, I see it. I see it. So just do that. Okay. Yeah, I'll worry about it. I mean, there's special orders here. Cover the bases on it. But okay. All right, see you in a second. All right, so going over this one last time. Thunderstorms going to be impacting the area. You see moving in that eastern direction. So we're going to do, it's east-southeast. So I'm going to do a line showing that same motion through the rest of our viewing area to show you. That should encompass everybody. And you can see that it's just going to be lasting until about 12 midnight. And from there, from there, we should be good once these move out. So overall, it's going to be heavy thunderstorm. It's just going to be lots of lightning. It could be some small hail, but overall, it's just going to be, just 40-mile-an-hour winds up to. So really not seeing that. It's really just going to be around 20 to 30. Could be up to 40 with gust. Haley McCool. Okay, for next weekend, I should have not said this. I was just saying that there's always an active pattern, and so I was like, just saying out a time. So next weekend, off the top of my head, nothing set in stone, but I was just throwing out a time, so I can't guarantee anything right now. But I was just spitballing off the top of my head. It's 11:30, and I was speaking to speak, so I apologize. I did not mean to scare anybody, so please, you are okay. We'll get through it. So I apologize. All right. Starkville, Abby, you are good. Trying to go through the last of these. We're about to sign off because really what this will be is just some heavy thunderstorms moving through the area. Nothing tornadic, and honestly, once this severe thunderstorm warning is done, then we'll be eased out of the severe weather threat through the overnight. We could see some small hail still. We could see some strong winds. We could see some heavy rain, but nothing of those severe limits. So fortunately, we are seeing this whole event wind down. So I would say that, Kosciuszko, you're going to go to bed. Getting reports of pea-sized hail in Bethlehem. If you have pictures of that, please send them to us, weather@wtva.com. We'll be happy to use that and send that over to the National Weather Service to report. But you guys stay safe, get some sleep, and yeah, we'll knock it out. Hopefully never next time, but we'll always be here tracking for you guys. So, have a great night.